Wolf Blood, Book 1 of the Beast Brigade series, written by Matt Tyler. Chapter 1. Hunting. Even a man who is pure in heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright. Kurt Siedmack. The people of Boston huddled in their homes from dusk to dawn. 3 bloodless corpses had been found in the last month, small puncture marks on their necks, and even the most practical and unsuperstitious of people were beginning to whisper to one another, to say the word vampire. To some, this presented an opportunity. A reward was offered for the capture of the assailants, and in 1850s America, dead or alive, was more than implied. To Hank Bravo, monster hunter, the city-offered reward was enticing, yet he was more excited by the possibility of the wealth he might take from the creature itself. Vampires enjoyed fine things, and many amassed a sizable fortune in their centuries of living, loot that would be his for the taking. He might be a rich man at the end of this night, but he had to find the beast first. No small trick in a city as large as Boston. The gas lamps flickered in the damp mist, painting ethereal halos of light upon the cobblestone. Hemmed in by rows of tightly packed brownstones, Boston's streets and alleys formed a cramped, labyrinth-like web. Hank, enveloped in a heavy cloak, prowled forward through that labyrinth, his eyes meticulously scanning the shrouded night for any hint of his prey. His companion Charles trailed a few steps behind, fingers resting on the hilt of a wooden stake tucked into his belt. "Do hurry along, old friend," Bravo said dryly. "We wouldn't want the creature to catch a chill waiting for us now, would we?" Charles chuckled. "Caution's a virtue in monster hunting. Wouldn't hurt you to show a little, Hank." Bravo glanced back, lips quirked wryly. "Ah, but fortune favors the bold, Charles. Best we act swiftly lest the creature elude our grasp." Their banter abruptly silenced as they stumbled upon a young woman's body bathed in the haunting glow of a nearby lamp. Her calico dress was ripped and soiled, while an unsettling shade of crimson spread across her bodice from 2 puncture wounds marring her delicate neck. Kneeling beside the victim, Bravo made the sign of the cross and looked up at Charles. His eyes hardened. Boston's vampire has claimed another innocent life. Charles's mouth set in a firm line as he joined Bravo beside the body. "We should alert the authorities, Hank." Bravo waved the idea away. "We will, Charles, after we've bagged the killer." Charles sighed yet nodded. He too would enjoy a tidy sum if they caught this blood-drinking wretch, though once Hank began to examine the poor woman, so young and of a lovely aspect, cold fury replaced his concerns with reaping monetary gains. As Bravo examined the vicious neck wounds, Charles scrutinized the woman's attire. He said with an analytical tone, "A working-class lass, likely a housemaid or factory worker heading home after a late shift." He folded her hands over her stomach, making her look almost peaceful. Bravo nodded, noting her pale skin and the lack of rigidity in her body, and replied, "She died less than an hour ago, I wager. She's still warm to the touch." He ground his jaw in anger. Cut down in the prime of her life with nary a soul to hear her screams. He closed her eyes gently and stood. When he turned to Charles, his eyes glinted with cold purpose. "Let us be about it and get this behind us. There's a creature needs killing." Charles tightened his grip on his stake. "It's so dark out here tonight that the mist is like a living thing," he declared. Bravo didn't notice his friend's sudden reluctance. He straightened and turned on his heel, telling Charles, "We must make haste. The fiend is close." He drew a long silver sword from his hip, the metal glinting coldly in the lamplight, but Charles did not follow. He said, "I'm anxious, Hank. It's come upon me all at once." Bravo studied his business associate. The man's hands were shaking. A cold, righteous anger came upon Bravo. He said, "Go with me or stay, but I'm on the trail of this heartless fiend, and I won't stop until I have him." Bravo and Charles had hunted together, off and on for some years now. Theirs was a small profession, the nature of which the public seemed at once excited about, yet also in a permanent state of disbelief regarding. Bravo and his reticent compatriot were members of a very limited fraternity of hunters who all knew and mostly tolerated one another, almost like a family, though a very unruly one with a few rogue cousins who one didn't invite over for Christmas dinner. Charles and Bravo were of similar age, both nearing 30, both veterans of the army, and both excellent fighters of occult forces, though Bravo was the better known of the two. They worked as a hunting companionship because they kept nerves and emotion out of the entire business. They recognized this for a job where they killed monsters without passion or sentiment. And Charles had better well toughen up and march on, Bravo thought. I feel cold about this one, like there's trouble ahead, Charles explained. Bravo looked at the road in front of them. The vampire was getting away, something he must prevent. And now Charles was full of nerves. Bravo smiled and tried a new tack. Don't you worry, Charles, we'll put him to rest and then you'll take a holiday somewhere without monsters. Charles fiddled with his tie, then looked back the way they'd come. He swallowed hard, nodded. All right, Bravo, let's put this beast to the sword. To his credit, once he'd decided, he soldiered on with determination. They descended into a rougher neighborhood near the docks, with shabbier buildings lining the refuse-strewn streets. It was a dismal part of the city, neglected, and with few operating lamps to guide their way. We're entering the shanty. Best provide our own light, Bravo said. Charles struck a match to light his lantern, illuminating the way ahead. The tremulous flame cast wavering shadows across the slick streets. Aye, be wary though. The wretch may yet have some tricks in store for us. He drew his own blade with a metallic hiss. They set off swiftly, Bravo taking long, fury-fueled strides, while Charles followed at a brisk clip, holding the lantern aloft to probe the murky darkness between buildings. Ahead, a shape flitted furtively across the opening of an alley. Bravo raised a hand, halting Charles in his tracks. Moving as one, they crept forward, blades at the ready, until they spied a rakish figure slipping into a narrow side street. It moved with fluid grace, almost seeming to glide through the mists. Pausing in the glow of a street lamp, it glanced back to reveal eyes that flashed crimson in the wavering light. I've seen a ghost, Hank. There is a dead man walking, Charles hissed. You're of a nervous aspect tonight, Charles, Bravo said. I've never seen you act so. Charles's face was white as a sheet. He whispered, It was Creed. Hank stopped dead in his tracks, goosebumps rising on his arms. He could not speak. Charles told him, his voice grave, I swear it. The vampire is your own brother, Creed Bravo. Hank found a stoop near the entrance to a tenement building and sat, his mind and body overcome. I'm sorry, Hank, perhaps we should turn back. Hank knew his brother had been turned into a vampire. It had happened at Hank's own house, after all, while the monster hunter was out working a job in the Virginias, and he'd intended to go after Creed along with those responsible for such a heinous act. But he'd heard they'd ventured south, and all his leads had turned to dead ends. So, to hear that his brother was here, and perhaps was the one they hunted, caught him off his guard. What do you say? Let us go back to our apartment. We'll try again tomorrow night, Charles said. We go on, Bravo replied grimly. No man should have to kill his own kin, Charles implored. Bravo told his comrade with an icy tone, He's no longer my kin. He's a monster, a demon. It is mercy to put an end to him. Then Bravo stood and declared, Let's end this. Taking a deep breath, Hank tightened the grip on his sword and wiped a sheen of sweat that had suddenly bloomed on his forehead. Charles swallowed audibly and straightened his tie. With the quiet, assured steps of hunters on the trail of an apex predator, they followed the fleeing vampire, pursuing it through the twisting back alleys. The creature proved cunning, always staying one step ahead, slipping into the shadows whenever they got close. But Bravo and Charles matched it, stride for stride, relentless as hounds on a fresh scent. The lithe monster scurried around a corner into a wider street, lined with derelict brick houses. Halfway down the block, it darted through the open door of one, an abandoned property with boarded windows. Bravo hurried to catch up, Charles close behind as they plunged into the darkness inside, blades flashing in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Slowly, Hank. Caution will see us alive at the end of this, Charles whispered with a hand on Bravo's sleeve. Too much caution will see him vanished into thin air. I won't lose him. It was Bravo's fault that the vampires attacked his brother. The coven of blood drinkers had come after Hank, but he'd been away and they'd taken great joy in turning his brother Creed into one of their kind. Now Bravo must do his duty and end his brother's miserable existence. They found themselves in a dusty foyer, the air heavy with the chill of the grave. Rotted floorboards creaked under their feet as they scanned the gloomy surroundings for any sign of their quarry. Shadows danced ahead of them, cast by their flickering lantern. Each room they passed stood empty, tattered curtains wafting in a light evening breeze through broken windows like ghostly spectres gathered for a midnight waltz. Cobwebs draped across the peeling wallpaper, and rusty water stains marred the cracked paint. At the end of a dusty hallway loomed a partially open door, creaking on its hinges. Bravo raised a hand, signaling for silence as they approached. Pressing an ear to the warped wood, he listened intently. He heard the faintest shuffle of movement within. He glanced into the darkened interior through the crack of the door, but could discern very little. Charles locked eyes with him and gave a curt nod. His comrade extinguished the lantern while Bravo gripped the door handle, his body taut as a bowstring. Wary and experienced, they moved to flank the opening. Bravo nudged the door wider, revealing a set of crumbling stone steps descending into inky darkness. Charles squinted, lip curled, and muttered, "Have a care. The creature may yet have some deviltry prepared." Tightening his grip on his weapon, Bravo led the way down the worn steps. As they descended, the temperature also dropped, their breath pluming before them. A strange stench of damp fur and animal musk wafted up. As they reached the bottom of the crumbling stairs, an oppressive gloom enveloped them. Squinting into the darkness, Bravo saw a faint glow emerge. A pair of malevolent, moon-white slashes. Eyes, but not those of a vampire. Another pair of eyes burned brightly from the blackness like an insidious beacon. And another. "What do we have here?" a throaty, bestial voice asked. Another answered. It might have been a female voice. "I know him. Hank Bravo, a monster hunter." A third added from the gloom. "An ill-omened guest, not one we want in our midst." A tinge of fear laced the words. Sinister growls rumbled, echoing off the crumbling stone walls. More eyes blazed to life as hulking forms shifted in the gloom. The hunters stood frozen, blades poised. An unknown horde of these beasts awaited them, lurking just out of sight. "A trap," Charles said with an angry hiss. "The fiend has pitted us against some of its bestial cousins." Backing up to the stairs, the pair stood together against the advancing shapes, which lumbered forward as a pack. Behind them, the door to the dank cellar creaked, and Bravo glanced up in time to spot a deathly pale vampire's smiling face as the creature slammed the door shut and bolted it. Turning back, the pair watched with trepidation as several furred shapes slid along the perimeter of the room, drawing themselves ever closer, a kind of animalistic grace in their movement. "What are they?" Charles asked his stalwart companion. "From the stench, I'd say lycanthropes, or as some people call them, werewolves." "Stench? Won't be so cheeky when I tear out your throat." The biggest of the animals growled, stepping into the dim light and revealing a fur-covered monster. Charles snarled. "That vampire tricked us. Led us right to a den of werewolves," Bravo declared, holding the tip of his sword aloft. "They'll die easy as any others. We shall teach these beasts to fear the wrath of hunters." As the hulking front line of the beasts advanced, still more wolfish figures lurked in the recesses of the room, shaggy fur over bulging muscle, dripping fangs, and yellow eyes burning with hunger. The stench of the things flooded the two men's nostrils, a stomach-churning mix of wet dog carrion and fetid breath. The largest werewolf stepped to the forefront, lips peeling back to unleash an ear-splitting howl. The rest of the pack joined the chilling cacophony, making the hunter's blood run cold. Hackles raised and claws extended, the creatures prepared to attack their prey. Bravo and Charles stood at the ready, blades sharp, if not altogether steady. Their breaths came fast. As the first werewolf pounced with a snarl, Bravo dodged and kept it at bay with his blade, feeling the rush of air as deadly claws barely missed his throat. He ended his maneuver in a crouch, sharp steel slashing across the creature's flank. It yelped in pain, dark blood welling from the wound. His sword held a touch of silver, so the wound sizzled and smoked, preventing it from healing immediately. Another werewolf charged Charles, jaws open wide. He sidestepped the gaping maw, swinging his blade in an upward arc. The razor-sharp steel caught the beast under its chin. It collapsed, limbs spasming, But still the pack advanced, howls unnaturally loud in the cramped space, rattling the pair's bones. Bravo and Charles stood back to back, their boots slipping in pooling blood. "Stay close," Charles uttered, his voice strained. Claws and fangs slashed every werewolf ravenous for the kill. One daring swipe went round Bravo's defenses, and he called out in pain as the beast's claws found their mark. Blood flowed freely, making his grip slick on the sword's hilt. The alpha werewolf, nearly the size of a North American grizzly bear, lunged, its jaws wide open. Bravo spun away, feeling the rush of air and spittle as deadly teeth gnashed by his ear. In the same motion, he whipped the razor-sharp edge of his weapon across the alpha's back, carving a deep gouge in its fur and flesh. The beast's roar shook the cellar's walls. Alone now that Bravo had sprung away, Charles parried and slashed, fending off two werewolves at once. But he couldn't deflect their savage strikes forever. Claws raked his shoulder, tearing through cloth and skin like it was nothing more than paper. The force sent Charles reeling back. He tripped over a fallen foe's corpse and hit the ground hard. Smelling blood and victory, the beasts pounced. Charles screamed as fangs sank into his body again and again. He desperately stabbed and flailed, but it was a futile effort. Under the onslaught, his cries grew weaker, then finally fell silent. With a bellow of rage, Bravo threw himself at the feasting werewolves, all efforts to defend forgotten. His sword plunged repeatedly into matted fur and flesh. Two wounded beasts fell back, but like the famed Hydra of antiquity, three more took their place. Tiring rapidly from blood loss, Bravo's reactions slowed. Pain exploded in his sword arm as the alpha werewolf's jaws clamped down. His wrist bone crunched wetly under the force. His sword slipped from his useless fingers. As the pack converged to finish him, Bravo collapsed next to Charles's ravaged form. The alpha werewolf's hot breath blew against his throat, fangs poised for the mortal strike. But then the beast paused. "Take his throat," one creature said. The alpha growled, sniffing hesitantly at the air. It said, its voice a low rumble, "You saw the vampire as well as I. It wants us to kill this man." "Who cares about the blood drinkers? Kill him," another implored. The colossal beast roared and the others fell back, none of them wishing to risk angering their alpha. In his pain-filled daze, Bravo noticed the pack retreating into the shadows, leaving the battered hunters bleeding out on the cold stone floor. Soon, he lay alone, except for the corpse of his friend. In great agony, he dragged himself with one arm up the stairs and onto the street. Chapter 2. Feverish. The waxing moon cast uneasy shadows through Bravo's window as he tossed restlessly in bed, his body racked with feverish chills. Blood-soaked bandages swathed his chest and arm. Since the ambush and the death of Charles, a creeping unease had settled upon him, along with strange symptoms his physician could neither diagnose nor treat. And just as bad as his painful wounds, hideous dreams plagued Bravo's restless slumber. He stalked through moonlit forests along the city's edge, overwhelmed by a gnawing hunger clawing at his gut. The fresh scent of prey filled his nostrils, driving him into a frenzy. In the dreams he spied a woman walking the darkened streets alone, unaware of his presence. He could sense the pulsing of her heart. He wandered away, disgusted with himself, only to spy a man and his son lighting lanterns with poles. The man would be difficult to kill, the boy would be easy prey. Again, he fled. He awoke with a start, coated in icy sweat. The gauzy curtains fluttered in the night breeze, carrying a myriad of scents from the street below. Rotting fruit from an overturned cart, smoke from chimneys, the tang of blood from a nearby butcher shop, the sharp odor of lye from a washtub tossed out in the alley, all overwhelmed his senses, which seemed nearer and sharper than ever before. Sounds echoed unnaturally loud in his ears. Footsteps blocks away rang out like gunshots. Mice skittering inside walls sounded as if they were in his very room. Groaning in agony, he covered his ears, but the gesture did little to dull the noise. Raw wild urges stirred within him, accompanied by agonizing waves of heat that tore through his bones like a raging inferno. Bravo feared the worst. He'd been bitten by a werewolf after all, and he readied his pistol. He would never kill an innocent as long as his mind remained under his own power. And then he saw the letter, smudged from his sweat and blood. It was from her, written in her direct way. The sweet smell of roses drifted up from the paper. She would not have taken the coward's way out. Seeing her words gave him the courage to pull the next breath into his lungs. He put down the letter and clutched the newspaper. Another murder. The citizenry were calling for action. A mob had gathered at City Hall, led by the most recent victim's family. He couldn't give in to death so easily, nor could he abandon his hunt now, not when that wretched vampire still preyed upon Boston's innocent citizens. Donning his coat and hat, he gathered the tools of his trade and descended into the moonlit streets once more. He soon found that the city had become strange and disorienting to his heightened senses. Ordinary sounds were magnified tenfold, from carriage wheels rumbling over cobblestones to the scurrying of vermin in back alleys. Commonplace smells now turned his stomach. Bravo was grateful for the late hour that left the streets nearly deserted. Each small noise or scent threatened to overwhelm him, but he pressed onward through the haze of pain and nausea, clinging desperately to the frayed ends of his sanity and self-control, stumbling about like he'd indulged in one too many pints at the pub. As Hank searched, an unfamiliar scent hit his olfactory glands, dank, icy and redolent of the grave. He shuddered as he realized what could make such a fetid odor. It was the way a vampire would stink, he was certain. Once he picked up on the odor, the fiend's trail was unmistakable. Its evil stench cut through even the cloying city smells. It raised the hairs on the back of his neck. The scent conjured images of corpse-strewn crypts and the dark, rotting places where evil festered. He hunted the creature, hunched and wary, scanning with his eyes, but more aware of his quarry's path via his nose and ears than he'd ever been before. The pungent trail led through a maze of decrepit streets to the city's crumbling outskirts, and when the Gothic spire of the Old North Church came into view, his sharpened senses caught an aura of evil hanging heavily over the abandoned house of worship. Under the full moon's wan light, Bravo approached the derelict structure. The aged edifice groaned and creaked in the night breeze, its once grand stone facade now grimy with neglect. Shattered windows gaped like missing teeth, and a corroded wrought-iron fence encircled the overgrown yard. He crept into the dilapidated sanctuary like a repentant sinner come to confess. Dust motes danced in the beams of moonlight slanting through broken stained glass. The musty air reeked of mold, age, and something far more sinister. He hugged the shadows, wincing as the crumbling stone floor crackled underfoot. Ahead, beside the altar's dingy marble steps, stood a young woman in a torn nightdress. Rust-colored hair fell in wild disarray across her pallid face. In her trembling grip was a corroded candlestick, held out like a spear against a slender, malevolent shadow. Then this shadow, a vampire, stepped into a bar of light, slicing in through the broken windows, and confronted the woman. He was a tall skeletal figure with sunken eyes burning blood red, lips parted to reveal yellow fangs as he stalked toward the woman. The creature moved with slow sliding steps, savoring her terror. To it, she was but vermin to play with before the inevitable deadly strike. Even at a distance, Bravo could sense the cold aura of death coming off the creature, like waves washing onto shore. The woman practically screamed defiance, but her voice quavered with fear. Casually, the vampire knocked the candlestick from her grasp and clutched her throat in its claw-like hands. As she struggled vainly, it leaned closer, inhaling her living scent. Bravo stepped forward to intervene, but agony erupted across his frame. He staggered, falling to a knee, then rose again with resolve. Shakily, he declared, "Unhand her, you wretch!" The vampire stopped his attack and casually dropped the whimpering woman. He turned slowly with a fanged smile, then glided toward Bravo, his red eyes aglow. "I smell the lupine taint on you, Henry Bravo," he sneered. "How delicious that the righteous hunter is now a creature that lurks in the shadows too." Bravo couldn't help but hide his disappointment. "Where is my brother, you fiend?" The vampire smiled and licked his lips with a reptilian tongue. "Not here, I'm afraid, but he sends his regards. He had other, more pressing matters to attend to." If you have any last words you'd like me to give him after I kill you, pass them along." Pain hit Bravo before he could respond, his bones reshaping as fur rippled across distorting limbs. He cried out in anguish, terror flooding his heart. This was his first transformation, and the searing pain overwhelmed his senses. He could feel the wolf taking hold, threatening to subsume his rational mind. Through ragged breaths, he pleaded, "Give me strength, do not let the beast control me." But the shifting continued relentlessly. Bravo collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. He clawed at the stones, desperate to hold on to his humanity. But he could feel it slipping away as savage impulses warred within him. Still, he forced out a defiant growl. "I may become a beast, but you will still die this night." The vampire's confident grin stretched impossibly wide, displaying rows of needle-sharp fangs. "We shall see who kills who, you wretched dog!" The creature lunged at Bravo like a viper, using its enormous hands and sharp nails to target his throat. But the hunter rolled aside, the change granting him enhanced reflexes. The vampire's strike scraped along the back wall of the chapel, sending up sparks. Lupine instincts took over. His nails lengthened into claws. The beast emerged. With an ear-splitting roar, the nascent werewolf surged upright and slammed into the vampire. They tumbled and rolled, crashing through decrepit pews in a blur of fangs and claws. The young woman watched wide-eyed from the pulpit steps. Terror gripped her, but she did not flee from the sight of the warring monsters. Perhaps a kind of panic had settled over her, the way a deserted fawn trembles, frozen in place as wolves approach. Bravo and the vampire broke apart, circling each other with a predatory focus. The ancient enemies gauged each other, looking for a weakness they could exploit. The last act of the hunt was beginning. Then the werewolf pounced and the church rang with screams both bestial and infernal. Panting, the two creatures disengaged once more. Bravo fought to keep control, but he was losing. "Go now, while you still can," he told the woman, his voice unfamiliar and rasping. She hesitated a moment, her heart-shaped face, red hair and freckles notable in a beam of moonlight, and then she fled into the night. With her gone, vampire and werewolf began circling again. "What a pity you won't be aware as I rip you apart, Mr. Bravo," the vampire sneered, shrugging off its tattered cloak. "I would have relished seeing the realization in your eyes before you died." It rolled up billowing white sleeves, revealing arms corded with wiry muscle. The creature potently combined serpentine agility and the power of a tiger, its exterior hardened to withstand any challenge. Bravo ripped away the last of his clothing. Fur covered his transformed body, canines jutting from his elongated jaws. Bones had cracked and reformed into longer, strengthened shapes, like some hideous moth emerging from a cocoon. He had undergone a metamorphosis, becoming something new entirely. The change had caused the restraints of man to be replaced, burying them inside the mind of a beast. The vampire hissed. "What a magnificent wolf you've become, Hank. Perhaps I'll have your fine pelt made into a coat." The only reply was an enraged roar as the werewolf charged, crashing into its foe with the full force of its unleashed power. They tumbled and rolled, smashing pews into splinters. Wolf and vampire, eternal enemies, grappled in a fight to the death. And the moon, as it typically does, rose high above, cold and implacable, unchanged and uncaring about the struggles of men and beasts. Chapter 3. Scorned. Bravo hated to wake, and he fought awareness as long as he could, hoping that oblivion would come again. But he'd slept in a place where rays of sun shone in directly on his face through the wreck of the roof. And as awareness returned, he found himself sprawled atop a moth-eaten bed of rotting blankets and musty furniture in an abandoned building. He struggled to recall how he had ended up here. Judging by the room's dust and cobwebs, it had been abandoned for some time. A twinge of biting pain caught him as he sat up. Bravo's body ached, as if he'd been torn apart and put back together. With alarm, he realized his memory of recent months was a fragmented blur. The last clear recollection he possessed was pursuing a vampire into the ruined church where the lycanthropic curse first overtook him. After that, only vague images remained, nights of hunting through dark forests under the moon's glow, stalking prey with a predatory hunger. He growled at the memory. He'd hoped to end his brother's curse that night, but no such luck. In the daylight hours when the beast receded, Bravo had wandered destitute, bereft of friends or shelter. He'd run from his old life in the days following his scrap with the vampire, not wanting anyone to see him at first. Then not daring to go home after he found wanted posters with his own face on them nailed to poles. And, he had to admit, the beast had also pushed him away from what he knew. It was a creature that enjoyed being on the move, laying low, prowling about. The curse had reduced him to a vagabond shunned by decent folk, begging for scraps and sleeping in ditches. Bravo knew with certainty that the full moon would rise again tonight. Though he fought valiantly to retain his humanity, the beast warped his mind more with each transformation. Soon, perhaps, the rational man would vanish entirely, leaving only the wolf. Shakily, Bravo rose from the nest. He'd not stay here again. His throat was parched, and he could taste the foul tang of blood in his mouth. In the room's corner lay several mangled rabbit carcasses, torn open and devoured raw. Revulsion twisted his stomach, but he knew it was the wolf's savage hunger that had driven him to this. For now he found a forgotten woolen cloak and wrapped it tight around his shivering, thin body. He had until nightfall to prepare himself for the creature he would become. He would try to fight it again tonight, but admitted to himself he was losing the battle for his soul, as the beast inside him grew stronger. Leaving the tavern, Bravo wandered the town's muddy streets, pulling his cloak tight against the chill air. Passers-by steered clear of his disheveled appearance. He was once seen as a charismatic gentleman, but now parents ushered their children away, and townsfolk made signs against evil at his passing. Catching glimpses of his tattered, hunched reflection in shop windows he passed, he saw what they saw. A filthy vagrant. A no account. Bravo's steps led him unconsciously to the town's edge. He stared into the darkening forest, where twisted trees beckoned. Somewhere in those woods, animals were bedding down in their dens, safe in their day-to-day. He would find one of them tonight. The thought of bringing down prey made him want to howl. Bravo spotted an alley where he might seek refuge to pass the day, striding towards the potential shelter, eager to retreat away from all these prying eyes and back into shadows. A young girl tripped in front of him. A flash of hurried movement, and he almost pounced. No, it was only a child. She sprawled onto the muddy road before him. Taking in his disheveled appearance, she recoiled in fright. Some fading remnant of Bravo's genteel nature emerged reflexively. "There now, don't be afraid," he said in a rasping voice. He reached down slowly, carefully helping the girl back to her feet. "Are you hurt anywhere?" he asked. The girl mutely shook her head, eyes still wide. Just then, an anxious woman ran up and snatched the girl away, glaring distrustfully at Bravo. She quickly led the child around him, giving him a wide berth. Bravo sighed as he watched them hurry off. Even that moment of humanity felt like awakening from a nightmare. The feeling was akin to opening a long, closed and dusty storage trunk and finding remnants of his old life there, neatly folded treasures carefully arranged. But the sensation faded all too quickly, and soon the wolf's wild thoughts were worming their way back in. Bravo retreated into shadows. When that girl had fallen, he'd wanted to bound forward and attack. He fled weeping and huddling amidst a pile of alley refuse, using the last of his willpower to steady his breathing. He focused on resisting the beastly instincts bubbling up his throat like rancid stew. Once the day passed, he would hear the moon's siren call, promising freedom to run wild under the night sky. Sudden angry cries grabbed his attention, disturbing the damp morning air. Gripping his cloak tight, he peered out from the alley. A small crowd of villagers was approaching, their faces stern. "Clear off, beggar," one man shouted, waving his hands in shooing gestures. "We don't want your sort loitering near our homes." Bravo held up his hands imploringly. "Please, I mean no harm. I only need a place to sleep, and perhaps some food." But the villagers were unrelenting. "Move along, vagrant," an old woman insisted, her mouth curled in disgust. "You have an evil look about you. We'll have none of that in this village." The other villagers nodded, muttering in agreement. They began tossing small stones and clumps of dirt to drive Bravo out of the alley. "We'll have no vagabonds or skulkers here," one yelled. "We're decent folk." With no choice, Bravo retreated to satisfy their demands. The villagers followed close behind, continuing to pelt him with pebbles until he reached the road leading out of town. There they stopped, watching sternly until his hunched form disappeared into the shadows of the forest at the edge of their hamlet. He doubted they knew what he was. They only saw a strange and disheveled beggar, unwanted in their close-knit community. A pang of sorrow washed over him. The recollections of his prior existence as a respected hunter of monsters with like-minded companions evoked raw emotions. Now he was the monster they whispered about, an outcast bearing the very curse he had once sought to eradicate. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon him. The ironies of life were not lost on Bravo. He was the hunter who'd become the thing he'd always hunted. The faces of friends he'd lost, the memories of family who'd turned away in fear and disgust, haunted his every step. He wondered if they ever thought about him, or if he was a tragic cautionary tale told by the fireside. The loneliness was a relentless companion, more oppressive than the chains of the curse that bound his soul. Trudging down the lonely forest road, Bravo resigned himself to another day exposed to the elements. Perhaps he would find a sheltering tree to lie under, its foliage offering a meager shield against the cold, biting wind. He yearned for the warmth of a hearth, the comfort of a home, but he knew those luxuries were no longer his to claim. A twig crunched behind him. His heart thumped as every muscle and fiber of his being became alert. Two shaggy figures appeared from behind the thickets. He considered fleeing, hiding, but they'd seen him, and they approached with intent. One was a large bald man with an unkempt beard. He had mud-caked bare feet, and his clothes were stained and ragged. Yet he moved with a subtle grace, his eyes burning with an intriguing wildness. "You look in need of shelter, friend," he called to Bravo in a gruff voice. "We've a camp this way, a few miles outside the village. It's humble but warm." Bravo hesitated, but the promised refuge tempted him. Despite his rough appearance, he sensed a kindred spirit in this man. Something about his feral energy called to the beast that raged within. "Very well, I accept your kind offer," he replied. The other person with the man was smaller. A child, he thought at first, but soon saw she was a petite woman wrapped up in a threadbare shawl, her bright eyes regarding him with curiosity. The two led him off the road into a small clearing. A simple camp was set up, with a makeshift lean-to and fire pit. Bravo ducked inside the crude shelter, sighing with relief at even this meager protection from the elements. As Bravo learned the smells of the place and searched out the quickest exits, the two vagabonds exchanged a meaningful glance. "Forgive us, we should have properly introduced ourselves," the bald man said. "I'm called Gar, and this is my sister, Anya." The woman Anya gave a sly smile. "We know what you are, werewolf. We can sense it in your blood." Chapter 4. Hunted. Bravo stood poised, ready to flee. But Gar raised a calming hand. "Peace, friend. The wolf blood flows through our veins as well." With those words, Gar's eyes flashed amber, and canine teeth extended from his mouth. Likewise, Anya's petite frame subtly rippled with power. Bravo stared in wonder at these fellow lycanthropes. "We heard a new wolf was hunting in our woods and wanted to welcome you," Anya continued gently. "You needn't be alone. Stay and rest for a moment until the moon rises again." Bravo nodded slowly, a profound sense of relief washing over him. For the first time since the bite that turned him, a wary sliver of comfort seeped into his soul. As a grey, heat-sapped midday light filtered into the shelter, Anya turned to Bravo. "You must have questions about our shared blessing." "Our blessing?" he snorted, thinking about how blessed he'd been living like a vagrant fugitive the past few months. Anya's eyes glittered with fervor. "Yes, you should embrace this gift, not fear it. There are many boons to being one of us." She gestured out towards the living, breathing forest. "Heightened senses will reveal a whole new world. Taste the crisp air. You can detect every scent and sound for miles. Look closely and your sharpened sight will take stock of each leaf and stone." Kneeling, she traced a small creature's footprint in the dirt. At night, you will be able to track prey across moonlit trails. She stepped back, body coiling with sudden explosive energy, and leapt up to crouch atop a high branch. Marvel at your newfound agility and speed. You can outrun any mortal quarry. Feel your muscles as they function tirelessly in the chase. She dropped back down, landing nimbly. And taste the euphoria of the kill, fiery blood sating the wolf's hunger under the full moon. Anya's golden eyes bored into his intently. You are no longer a weak mortal man, but a powerful beast, a perfect predator. This is a blessing to exult in. He sat back, still unsure of what he wanted. He was a low thing now, cursed and bestial. An honorable man would find a way to die. He had no conscious interest in becoming a beast, no desire to give in to that ravenous hunger gnawing in his belly. She drew his gaze as she motioned to the pale sliver of a crescent moon, still visible in the sky. You will always possess many of the gifts of the wolf blood, but the moon is our mistress. As it waxes, growing to full, our power strengthens. The wolf blood rises, overtaking our mortal half as the moon's glow peaks. Gar joined in solemnly. The full moon brings the pinnacle of our vitality. We shed our human skins, emerging in wolf form to hunt under the moon's radiance. Anya nodded and said, but as the moon wanes, retreating to a thin crescent, the wolf's hold diminishes. Our human souls regain control. Yet the beast is always there, lurking beneath the surface, Gar cautioned. Even in human form, it takes rigid discipline to restrain the impulses. Anya traced the cycles in the dirt. The new moons and the crescents bring weakness. For a few fleeting nights, the wolf blood recedes entirely. But soon, the faint sliver of a waxing crescent emerges once more, and the beast inevitably stirs, drawn by the strengthening lunar call. Bravo listened intently as they detailed the ebb and flow of the lycanthropic curse. He gazed up at the faded crescent, a question at his lips. I appreciate your hospitality, but I seek more than refuge. I wish to control this gift, to master the beast within. Anya let out a sharp laugh, her icy blue eyes flashing. Control it? Why would you want to cage your power, your freedom? Gar sat forward, eyeing Hank. I understand your reluctance. Born a man, most of us find this lifestyle repulsive at first. Many cannot bear it and they choose to die. Others go wild and are killed. But give it time, and you will come to accept it. Anya puffed out a sarcastic breath. Accept it? Live for it, you mean? There is nothing else like it. I dislike giving up control. I'm a man. My actions are my own, Bravo said stubbornly, crossing his arms over his chest. Anya grinned. It is no loss of control when you meld with your wolf self. Gar stroked his beard thoughtfully. Peace, Anya. Some believe differently than you. I've heard legends, whispers of an ancient one in Transylvania, a werewolf elder who has found balance, leading a pack that dwells peacefully among men even during the full moon. He leaned forward. They say he is centuries old, with strange alchemical concoctions that subdue the frenzy of the beast. Bravo's pulse quickened with hope. Here at last appeared the knowledge he so desperately sought to end his torment. I must find this elder wolf. Can you tell me where? Gar furrowed his brow. I know only rumors, but they speak of a fortress in the mountains where he resides, remote, well hidden. A place called Norilor. I'd thought of going there myself when I was young. His eyes were bleary and bloodshot. Back when I intended to fight the wolf blood. Anya's eyes flashed a challenge in them. She looked Bravo over appraisingly. Forget that old fool in Europe. Come and hunt with us a few nights. We'll snatch some of those plump villagers who threw rocks at you. The best kills are the ones who deserve to get the claw. Gar put up a hand to silence Anya. Don't fill his head with such nonsense. You made a mistake when you attacked that village boy. I've heard the town has called for a famous hunter to come find you. Gar's voice held anger tinged with more than a little trepidation. A famous hunter. At one point that might have been Hank coming to take care of a troublesome beast. Anya scoffed. I don't fear any of them. Gar turned to Hank. You listen to me. We must all be wary and careful. If you're going to take a human, take either the very old or the very young, and in such a way that they cannot track the deed back to us. No, We should take what we want, who we want, when we want. Her eyes flashed, a hunger and excitement dancing in their stormy depths. Over the sweat and reek of her unwashed body, she smelled of musk and the excitement of the hunt. "Have you no remnant of your civilized blood left in you?" Bravo asked. "I don't wish to kill any of my kind." "You're a bigger fool than this one," she replied, pointing at Gar, "and those villagers are no longer your kind." The older man lay back in the dirt and closed his eyes. Let him make his own way. Not every wolf needs to follow the same trek. Anya curled up in the lee of a hollowed-out tree trunk. "You don't know what you're missing. Sleep now. It will be a full moon tonight, and you'll need your strength." With that, she closed her eyes. She was a primitive thing, and part of him recoiled at her savagery, while another part thought he might enjoy becoming as she was. No. He must fight these baser instincts. He tried to sleep for a few minutes, but an odd tingle plucked at his bones, a glimmer of hope. Leaving the shelter, he walked through the lush forest until he found a clear, flowing stream. Kneeling on the mossy bank, he splashed the crisp water on his face and hair. As the cool water washed away some of the dirt and grime, Bravo felt almost human again. This elder wolf in Transylvania might hold the key to mastering his affliction. An almost infinitesimal speck of optimism took root within, like a mustard seed scattered on stony soil. Perhaps this curse did not have to dominate his fate. Bravo gazed at his reflection in the gently flowing water. The haunted look in his eyes had lessened. In its place, he spied a determined glint, the will to take control of his destiny. With this elder's guidance, might he learn to master the beast, preventing it from wielding him as its helpless puppet? Might he hope to balance the two warring halves of himself? Questions and doubts still hounded him, but now they mingled with cautious optimism. If this wolf could teach him to tame the frenzied bloodlust and channel the gift for good, his life could have meaning again. The journey to Transylvania would be long and perilous, but hope nestled in his breast. Bravo froze as a familiar crisp scent drifted on the wind. Rosewater and gunpowder mingled with cured leather and cold steel. He inhaled deeply, every nerve stretched taut. A gunshot rang out back at the camp, the metallic slash of a sword. Bravo crouched, looking back towards his two new companions. A bestial cry of pain sounded. He raced back to the clearing to find Gar grievously wounded beside the body of an unfamiliar, fallen man. A dark-haired woman and two other men stood over them, weapons drawn. Anya was nowhere to be seen. "Monster hunters," whispered Bravo, as an icy dread trailed its fingers down his spine. Then he noticed the woman. There was something familiar about her. It was her. She dressed in long pants and wore a dark, militaristic coat and a wide-brimmed black hat like a man. Her eyes were turbulent. It was Isabella Bella Blackthorn, a skilled and determined monster killer. Her pistol was smoking and her sword dripping blood. Gar lay at her feet, holding a bloody wound at his side. The wound leaked smoke, and a similar smoke came from bubbling blisters on his face. It looked like they had coated him with silver powder. Silver was deadly not just to vampires but to werewolves as well, and so was a staple in many forms for those who wished to kill the evil things of the world. The wounded werewolf must have sensed Bravo, because he looked over, his eyes filled with pain. Bella swung her gore-flecked sword, sending Gar's head rolling with a hiss. Bravo cried out in anguish, "No!" Bella and her companions whirled his way, the woman striding towards him, looking all the while like an avenging angel. "So, the rumors are true, Bravo. They have turned you into one of them." He put up his hands and backed away. "I don't want trouble." Deftly, she dropped her sword point first into the earth, whipped out her second pistol and fired, her aim true. Only Hank's wolf-like reflexes allowed him to just leap clear of the burning lead projectile. He didn't spare a moment's hesitation. He fled. Gunshots whizzed past, clipping tree branches and rattling bushes. Bella's voice echoed behind him. "You can't escape me, Hellspawn. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to." Bravo raced on, following the flowing stream. But even as her chilling promise faded into the distance, her damned scent of leather and rose still lingered in his mind. Chapter 5. Haunted Memories. As he escaped memories of a time long before his curse overtook him, he recalled a deserted mansion looming menacingly against the night sky, its cracked windows like sightless eyes staring out over neglected grounds that were being reclaimed by Mother Nature herself. Bravo approached cautiously through the wrought-iron gates, their rusted hinges creaking in the autumn wind. His boots sank into the crumbling brick path, leading up to the once grand facade, now choked by creeping ivy and weathered by decades of neglect. Reaching the warped oaken door, he withdrew his lockpick tools, ears tuned to pick up on any sound or movement nearby. As the stubborn lock finally slid free, Bravo slipped inside, entering a long, neglected grand foyer. A bat squeaked overhead, somewhere up among black rafters, and Hank watched it with care. Sometimes vampires controlled such creatures, though this one was of normal size and without the glowing red eyes of a shifted vampire. From a half-opened study, the sudden creak of warped floorboards spun Bravo around, heart lurching in his chest. A slim figure stalked from the shadowy recesses of the room, a wraith who stood pointing a cocked pair of pistols directly at his chest. Moonlight glinted off the polished weapons, and the person's keen eyes stared him down unflinchingly. "Not another step," the intruder warned in a low, steady voice. Bravo froze, pulse racing, yet something about the stranger's stance and attire sparked his curiosity, even with the dual barrels aimed at his heart. Dressed in fitted men's trousers and boots, with a form-hugging leather long coat that concealed the stranger's frame, there was still something in the posture that was feminine. Could this be a woman? It was impossible to tell. A scarf swathed the lower half of their face, and the shadows made it hard to see anything else. "Who are you?" the person demanded, pistols never wavering from their intended target. "Why are you here?" Bravo raised his hands slowly. "A fellow hunter, I assume, drawn by the same dark rumors as you." He kept his voice calm, sensing and hoping. This person was not a mindless assassin. "Hank Bravo, at your service." The stranger considered him for a taut moment before finally lowering the weapons. Pulling down the concealing scarf revealed feminine features. Full lips, arched brows, and piercing eyes that remained locked warily on Bravo. "Bella Blackthorne," she replied curtly. She moved with subtle grace, never turning her back on him. Bravo surmised she was near his own 25 years. "My lady, you have the advantage over me. I did not expect company on this hunt," Bravo said, intrigued by this unexpected encounter. Bella's keen gaze remained guarded. "Nor I. Yet we both tracked whispers of an elusive evil here. It seems only fitting that we continue the search together." Her tone brooked no debate. Bella and Bravo went deeper within the decrepit mansion, leaving footprints in the dust. Their muted lanterns revealed sagging ceilings cracked with water damage and musty furniture draped in yellowed sheets. The cloying scent of decay permeated the stagnant air. They swept each shadowy room methodically, discovering only tomb-like corridors filled with dust and the scurrying of rodents. Bravo sensed Bella's subtle movements mirroring his own. She was skilled, he realized. They said very little to each other, relying on the echoes of their footsteps to communicate. As they reached a grand staircase, a blood-curdling scream shattered the uneasy silence. The awful sound emanated from above. Bella and Bravo exchanged a grim look and drew their weapons in unison. His blood was up, exhilaration surging through him. Side by side they ascended the groaning steps. The game was afoot. Evil awaited above. Bella and Bravo inched down the upstairs corridor, blades at the ready, tracking the faint echoes of choked sobs coming from behind a warped wooden door. Fresh blood seeped from under it, glinting wetly in the lantern light. With a shared nod, Bella kicked the door in and they burst inside, brandishing their consecrated steel. A lithe, pale figure spun from a man's drained corpse it had been hunched over, blood slicking its snarling lips. Empty eyes blazed red in the lantern light. "Soulless fiend, your vile existence ends tonight," Bravo roared. But the vampire moved with inhuman speed, scuttling like a spider up the panelled wall to cling upside down from the ceiling. It hissed, baring its gore-streaked fangs. As it dropped and charged straight for Bravo, Bella intercepted the creature in mid-air, her coat flaring behind her. Her blade slashed in a silver arc, hacking halfway through its neck before momentum carried it crashing into Bravo, knocking them both to the floor. Pinned beneath the vampire's writhing body, Bravo had to fight off its clawing fingers as it tried to sink them into his throat. Jaws snapping desperately near his face, it fouled the air with the hot iron stench of blood. Just before needle-like fangs pierced his flesh, the vampire's head exploded in a flash of carnage and smoke. Its body spasmed and then went limp. Bravo shoved the creature off him and staggered up to see Bella holding one of her pistols. A fine silver sheen of smoke curling from the end. "Many thanks, my lady," he gasped. "Your timing and aim proved most fortuitous." Bella gave a curt nod, rolling the vampire's body over and searching through its pockets. "Always strike to kill, never to wound," she muttered, while taking a wallet and pocket watch from the man. Despite the grisly scene, exhilaration surged through Bravo. Seldom had he encountered a fellow hunter who matched his own skill. He found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Bella's intense beauty, even as she looted the dead monster. Standing, Bella holstered her weapon and approached Bravo until only inches separated them. A renewed scream rang out from elsewhere in the mansion, but her eyes locked with his, blazing like twin sapphire flames. "We work well together, Hank Bravo," she declared. "This newly formed partnership should continue, don't you think?" Without awaiting his reply, her fingers grasped his collar, and she pulled him into a sudden kiss. His senses erupted with the taste of her soft lips. She bit his lip at the end, then pulled away. Bravo stammered, "Very wise. Yes, of course." Bella gave a fierce grin that stopped his heart, then turned on her heel. "Come, our night's work isn't over." Bravo followed in awe-struck admiration as she stalked from the room, with precise efficiency reloading her pistol, ready to slay whatever dastardly foe waited in the darkness. In the months after they met, Hank and Bella became nearly inseparable. United by their passion for the hunt, traveling and training together, their shared impetus to be the best at what they do, driving each other to heights they never would have reached alone. Bella's graceful fencing complemented Hank's rugged outdoor skills. Her patient lessons helped refine his raw power into disciplined technique, and he helped her become much more at home in the wilderness in which they often found themselves. By night, they tracked all manner of supernatural beasts, working in flawless tandem. By day, they slept and trained, and competed with one another. A commotion jerked Hank from sleep one afternoon. He scrambled from his bedroll, knife in hand. Beyond the dying campfire, Bella flowed through fencing forms like a dance choreographed long ago, lunging and parrying with practiced grace against an imaginary foe. She noticed him watching and flashed a fierce grin. "Care to spar, Hank?" Steel sang as their blades met. Bella's quick and clever, Hank's powerful but slower. "Touché!" Bella cried as she lightly tapped his chest. "You're improving, but focus on footwork. It's everything." Hank shook his head ruefully and lowered his blade. "You bested me again, Bella. I'm no match for your skill." "You're a clumsy big oaf," she teased, though her smile softened the words. Both knew he was far from clumsy. "Come, let's break our fast," she said, standing on tiptoes to kiss his cheek. That same night, tracking a Wendigo through the woods, they stumbled into its den. The formidable beast charged with a bone-chilling howl. Hank got the better of the creature, using his long blade to pin it to a tree, then a dagger to stab it in the heart. But Wendigos are tricky, and this one had only feigned weakness to lure Hank in close. It batted away his dagger and grabbed Hank by the neck with its unnaturally long fingers, choking him with iron-like strength. Bella rushed to stab it, but the creature sprung a pre-laid mystical trap that hurled her back into a stump and held her pinned with rotting vine-like tentacles. Hank struggled against the creature, but it only laughed and prepared to tear him apart. As it bent, the towering, spindly fiend, which stank of detritus, opened jaws stretched wide enough to swallow Hank's head. It had a misshapen, almost human head, malformed into a bizarre and oversized caricature. In fact, its entire body was overstretched, as if some cruel sculptor had pulled and flattened the clay figure of a man. Its eyes gleamed with sinister glee as it bent over Hank, gazing over at the pinned woman to enjoy her terror as it killed her mate. The creature's eyes widened, and it gulped loudly as it saw the woman was not terrified. She was calmly aiming a pistol. Bella shot it through the eye, and both hunters tumbled to the ground as the thing died. Hank jumped to his feet, then turned to Bella with an exhilarated grin. He was unfazed by his near-death experience. "Thank you, Bella. You're a hell of a shot. Better than I'll ever be." "True," she said, with a haughty, mischievous grin. He leaned in close to steal a kiss. "We're very good at this alone. Together, we're the best." Bella returned his kiss, but her smile faded as she considered what had just occurred. Early the next morning, Hank awoke to find her hunched near the dying fire, her eyes distant. He crouched and touched her arm. "What troubles you, my love?" She lifted her head, eyes red and near tears. "Let's leave this life behind." Hank drew back, shocked. "But the world needs us. There will always be monsters preying on the innocent. Who will protect them?" Bella seized his hands in desperation. "Please, Hank, I'm begging you. Let's stop this before one of us dies. Or worse." Hank turned away. The hunger for the hunt still burned within him. He could not yet abandon the call. He laughed to make light of the moment. "What could be worse than death?" he asked with a mocking grin. She frowned. Her beautiful eyes held a haunted look, half concealed under locks of her raven hair, as if hiding from the answer to that question. "Many things," she uttered, in a voice that was almost a whisper. He remembered he'd teased her about that, then kissed her. The morning after her proposal and his refusal, Bella was gone. Now, years later, as he fled from Bella's well-aimed shots, he called himself a double-damned fool. If he'd listened to her, none of this would have happened. He'd kept track of her, of course, and they'd seen each other at a few social occasions. Mutual acquaintances said she never stopped hunting. She never took a break and let no monster escape. She'd become a type of machine in the years after they'd split. A never-tiring, never-quitting engine like a locomotive. What did that mean for him now? She'd just confirmed what had been a rumor before. Soon, every hunter in the nation would know about Hank Bravo's curse. And Bella? She'd come for him, and she'd never stop. What could be worse than death? He growled at himself as he fled into the wild woods, hoping darkness would come and swallow him whole. Double-damned fool. Chapter 6. Bustling Port. The din of the bustling port of Boston drowned out Bravo's troubled thoughts. He wove through the chaotic streets, surrounded by masses of filthy, sun-reddened sailors, well-dressed travelers with their noses in the air, and grizzled dock-workers. Since his harrowing escape from Bella Blackthorn weeks past, he had traveled by night, avoiding towns and villages. He'd hidden himself away, becoming a creature who scuttled from place to place, always remembering the look on Gar's face as Bella swung her sword. Even now, weeks later, Bravo's throat went dry at the thought. He'd had a lot of time to consider what he'd done in his former life as a monster hunter. How many creatures like Gar, scared, confused, trying to survive, had he ruthlessly cut down without a second thought? How many innocent lives were snuffed out by his blade and bullets in pursuit of monsters, real or imagined? A wave of remorse and doubt crashed over Bravo. He had convinced himself that those he hunted were soulless beasts, conveniently absolving him of guilt for the spilled blood left in his wake. But now, cursed to walk a mile in their shoes, he questioned everything. The lines between man and monster blurred, his old righteous certainties drowned in a sea of red. He consciously pulled his mind from the dark place it had wandered, and glanced around himself at the ships, imagining turning into the wolf on such a vessel in the middle of the ocean. It was the only method to reach his destination, of course. Would that he could walk all the way to Europe, but he needed a ship, so here he was, exposed. The shouts of sailors carried over the briny tang of the sea. Gulls wheeled and screamed overhead. Bravo's senses went on high alert as he caught a familiar scent: leather, gun oil, and whiskey. He whirled, ready to defend himself. "Hank Bravo, by all that's holy, it is you!" A mountain of a man pushed through the throng, arms wide. Recognition stirred and Bravo grasped the calloused hand, relief sweeping through him. "John Thorson, you old devil," Bravo said gruffly. "Still chasing adventure on the high seas?" Thorson let out a bellowing laugh. "Aye, but not for the Navy these days. I run cargo now, honest as I can. What brings you to my port looking so ragged?" Bravo hesitated, then said, "Passage to Europe, the Ottoman Empire." He kept it simple, afraid describing his desperate quest would endanger his old comrade. Thorson's bushy brows rose, but he simply nodded. "There's a tale I must hear there, I'll wager, but you look absolutely frightful, old friend." Bravo studied himself. His clothing was travel-worn, shirt ragged and yellowed. His trousers had a small tear at the seam. He'd missed a button this morning and another was absent, leaving behind only a tiny thread. His nails were bitten to the quick on some fingers and long and sharp on others. But he had washed in a stream, and though he'd lacked soap, he'd scrubbed until his body and clothing were free of dirt and debris, scrubbed so hard his hands were pink and raw from it. Overall, he looked better than he had in ages, which was a sad state of affairs. In no way did he want to tell his friend that, so he simply replied, "I've fallen on hard times since we last met." Thorson's strong Nordic features tightened. "I must admit, when I received your satchel in the post, I feared you were either dead or in serious trouble." "Nearly the one and definitely the other," Bravo admitted. Thorson thrust one meaty finger into the air. "No friend of John Thorson's will go destitute. Come and let's have a drink and some victuals. I have a powerful thirst and it looks like you're in need of a good meal." Bravo clapped Thorson's broad shoulder, immensely grateful. As they walked, Thorson's sea-borne scent enveloped him, kindling comforting memories of times long ago. Pipe smoke filled the cramped and dim tavern as sailors laughed rowdily. Bravo hunched in a shadowy corner, cloak drawn tight despite the stuffy warmth. Across the scarred table, his old comrade Thorson took a long draught of ale before speaking. "Right then, I'll grant you passage as far as Constanta on the Morning Star. But you still owe me an explanation, Hank. Last I heard, you were off chasing." The big man looked around for curious ears and eyes, but must have been satisfied because he continued in a whisper. "Ill-omened creatures. Now you turn up looking like hell itself, chewed you up and spat you out." Bravo stared into his mug. "It has, my friend. I'm in the grip of a dark curse that I need help to lift." Thorson's bushy brows shot up. He pulled a silver cross from beneath his shirt, rubbing it pensively. As a sailor, he was inclined to superstition. "Hank, I won't pry into affairs not my own, but in Constanta will you find a cure for whatever ails you?" Bravo hesitated. "From there I go inland to Transylvania. I don't know if I can be cured, but it is my only hope." Thorson nodded slowly. "Your destination is in the middle of the Ottoman Empire, Bravo. If you're sure you wish to go there, my ship will take you as far as we can." Bravo closed his eyes in gratitude and then gave detailed instructions. "You'll secure me with the cargo in a strong cage meant to hold bears or lions, and you will not approach at night, no matter whatever strange sounds you may hear." "May all the saints protect us," the sailor bellowed and then clapped a hand over his mouth. "I'll see no harm come to my crew." Bravo nodded and whispered, "Yes. If you follow my directions, we'll all make the passage safe and sound, I assure you." "Whatever has come upon you, Bravo, do you think you'll be able to overcome it?" Bravo frowned. "I don't know, but John, if I cannot find the answers I so desperately seek in the old country, you may need to end my torment yourself." Thorson recoiled. "Surely not. I could never—" He trailed off at Bravo's grave look. After a long moment, he drained his ale. "Let us pray your cure lies in Transylvania. But if not, I give you my word, as a brother in arms, I will do what must be done." He stood and shook Bravo's hand with seafarer's strength. The bustling hive of Boston's harbor faded as Bravo strode down the busy docks. He peered out at the forest of masts rocking on the dark waters, regret and anticipation warring within him. This journey was necessary, but the prospect of a month locked in the bowels of a ship gnawed at him. He'd considered sleeping a night in the city. Thorson had even offered to pay for a hotel room, yet he didn't dare. He didn't trust himself, so he'd come almost straight to the ship, telling Thorson he wanted to be locked in the cage as soon as possible. He came to a halt before a sturdy three-masted brigantine, the Morning Star. He clutched his worn leather satchel, which Thorson had so kindly returned to him. The tang of brine and tar stung his nose as deckhands loaded cargo. He spied Captain Thorson conferring with his first mate, paper manifest in hand. Several sailors eyed Bravo suspiciously as he boarded, whispering about the mysterious hooded passenger. Bravo kept his bearded face lowered, heavy cloak drawn tight against the morning chill. "Mr. Bravo, welcome aboard," Captain Thorson formally declared, extending a hand. "We'll have you safely in Constanta in a month's time." "We can make the passage that fast, you think, Captain?" Bravo replied. "Perhaps I'm being optimistic." The captain slapped the sturdy wooden rail. "But she's a speedy cutter, our girl. We'll make good time." One crewman, a sour-mouthed giant with a slouching posture, plodded close, eyed Bravo with a scowl. Captain Thorson shoved the man's shoulder. "Move along now, Drake. Our guests don't need none of your sweet looks." "He's a happy-looking fellow," Bravo whispered. "Don't worry about Drake. This crew's solid through and through." Bravo trusted his friend, but he wasn't so sure of those who made their living sailing the high seas with him. The sailors he saw had a smell of old sweat and cheap liquor to them, a combination he had often found on those who were slovenly or of ill temper. His old friend was a bit of a drinker himself, of course, and not the best judge of character, if Bravo remembered right. Thorson led the way below decks, lantern hissing and popping. The hold was a cramped womb of rough wood and rusted iron. Bales of wool and cotton were lashed tightly to the walls. In the deepest corner hunkered a cage forged from thick iron bars. Shadows clung to its corners like cobwebs. With a reluctant sigh, Thorson unlocked the cage door. The reek of mildew and stale hay wafted out. Bravo's mind turned claustrophobic at the thought of endless confinement. The beast, shoved down somewhere in the depths of his being, did not care for it one iota. But he steeled himself, entering the enclosure. "I will come each day to provide meals and books and quality company," Thorson promised. Bravo shook the sturdy bars. "Where'd you get such a thing?" "A lucky purchase from a Chinese fellow who transported a tiger to New York, believe it or not. They're making a zoo." Bravo covered his nostrils with the back of his hand. "It smells like something was in there for months." "If you're looking for better accommodations," Thorson said with a scowl. Bravo waved a placating hand at his friend. No, thank you, John." Bravo settled atop the pile of musty straw as Thorson secured the cage door. "Before we sail, tell me of your brother Creed. I hear dark rumors," the robust sailor inquired. He was not just being polite. The trio of them had ventured together for a year on the battlefields of South America and languished in Mexico for a brief stint as mercenaries before they grew sour at the life and went their separate ways. Hank to hunt monsters, Thorson to return to the sea, and Creed to take up the law. Thorson's question shook Bravo. He gripped the cage bars tightly. "If you see him, know that he is no longer a man. Be very careful. Stake him through the heart if you must." Thorson reeled in shock. "Say he hasn't become one of those dark things, those blood drinkers?" Bravo turned and lay on the straw. It was his fault, of course, that Creed was changed. He closed his eyes and hoped the sailor would go away. He got his wish. The shaft of daylight narrowed and vanished as Thorson sealed the hatch above. Bravo scrubbed a weary hand over his unshaven jaw. The first pangs of hunger rumbled in his stomach. 30 long days and nights awaited. But this was the only way to spare innocent lives from the demon within. He would endure. Hours passed. Then the entire night. The beast stayed away that night. When the sun's rays broke through the portholes, the ship slipped her moorings, creaking and groaning. Bravo closed his eyes, picturing the slap of waves and the shriek of gulls outside. The devil in his blood roared, rattling its chains. He clenched his fists and awaited the conclusion of the first grueling day at sea. Chapter 7. The Voyage. The days crawled. After the initial newness of the voyage slipped away, a fugue fell on Bravo, a kind of stupor that only those long imprisoned might find camaraderie in. The days blended together, the ship rocked and creaked, water crashed into the bow. Again and again. The aroma of tobacco leaves in burlap sacks filled the tight hold, their scent intensified by the ship's rocking. Crates of cotton fabric emitted a musty odor, while barrels of rum and pickled fish added their own tangy notes. Bravo caught scents of tanning chemicals mingled with the peaty aroma of leather hides, the resinous smell of Canadian furs, and the sweet spiciness of lamp oil and cloves. Traces of printer's ink and fresh paper also wafted through the air. His senses, keener than any man's, were a curse in this moment. Mildew and ancient rat droppings marred the wooden walls, overpowering even the bilge's stench. The crew's lye soap failed to mask their sweat-soaked uniforms, while salted meat and the briny sea air completed this olfactory tapestry. Most disturbing was the coppery whiff of old blood embedded deep in the cracks of the floor, remnants of the meals of whatever animal had once been in this cage. Bravo's nostrils flared as he picked up faded traces of animal musk and fear from the captive beast's confinement. Among it all, one sweet note stayed with him, and some days he believed it of Herculean importance, like an altar finally found by a pilgrim. He caught it again. The ghost of Bella's rose perfume clinging to her precious letter, conjuring memories of her eyes. The voyage stretched on, a limitless expanse of empty hours and isolation. How long, he wondered, could a man endure such a thing? His only pleasure came from rereading Bella's letter, and the books that Captain Thorson brought. Among the books, which were taken away every night, was Bravo's satchel with his leather journal filled with hard-won knowledge of monsters and demons. According to folklore, he read aloud his own handwriting, keeping himself company with his own voice. Werewolves are humans cursed to transform into wolf-like creatures under the full moon. The curse is often transmitted by the bite of another werewolf, but some legends tell of those who become werewolves after being placed under an enchantment or curse. For him, of course, it had been a bite in that cramped cellar when his brother Creed had tricked Charles and Bravo into descending into a den of werewolves and where they'd been attacked. Why hadn't the leader killed him? He wasn't sure he knew the answer to that. The werewolves had seemed frightened when the hunters arrived, probably thinking that Bravo had come for them. He knew now that there was not some demonic presence that ruled every thought of one under a lycanthropic curse. He also knew, however, that the beastly impulses were getting stronger. It would be difficult for him to resist them if they kept intensifying. He kept reading. Werewolves are said to undergo a painful, involuntary physical transformation as the full moon rises. I can verify that. Hurts like hell, he thought. Their bodies grow hairy, claws and fangs appear, and their faces take on lupine features as they adopt a hunched part-wolf posture. Though in human form during the day, they may still exhibit wolf-like qualities such as sharper senses, increased strength, and aggression. It was true. If he learned to put his new skills to use, he would be one hell of a hunter, thanks to his shaggier nature. He kept reading, this time aloud. The full moon holds sway over werewolves, compelling them to hunt and kill. They are driven by insatiable bloodlust and a savage desire for fresh meat during the 3 nights of the full moon. While transformed, they lose their human consciousness, becoming mindless beasts. Werewolves can be warded off by certain talismans and rituals. Traditions across cultures hold silver to be effective protection against werewolves. Weapons, bullets, or blades of silver can injure them. Binding their limbs with silver chains is said to restrain their supernatural strength. Wolfsbane, mistletoe, and mountain ash also allegedly weaken or repel werewolves. Silver, a monster hunter's best friend. Since his fateful metamorphosis, he had stopped wearing the silver crucifix his father had given him. It seemed not only sacrilegious, but also had irritated his skin. His father had introduced his sons to hunting, normal creatures at first, of course, but then his father had revealed that there were other things on this planet that were of the darkness. He'd given both boys a silver crucifix when he deemed them ready to fight on their own. Gold may be what everyone wants, but silver is the most important metal in the world to a monster hunter, his father had told him. Somewhere along the way he'd lost it, while traveling like a tramp from town to town. Someone had probably stolen it, or he'd sold it for a bottle of liquor on one of his worst days. That was one problem with the wolf blood. It made his excesses just so much stronger. He stopped reading. The notes were written with his former imperious attitude and with the clinical detachment of an observing physician. So impersonal and casual. He read the next bit. To permanently kill a werewolf, legends prescribe methods such as a silver bullet through the heart, beheading with a silver axe, or burning the afflicted. Other tales claim werewolves can be cured by scolding them or striking them on the forehead to restore human form. Hank got a good laugh at this. He even tried whacking himself a few times on the brow but felt no different. He read the last line. But most myths agree death is the only sure way to end their lycanthropic curse. He sagged. Death could not be the only way. He studied the words. What was written there was dispassionate, the work of an interested man, but not one as invested as Bravo now was. He damn well cared about it now. He must find a cure, or die trying. The voyage stretched on endlessly, the seas relentlessly rough. Each day a nervous crewman brought Bravo's meals to the hold, sliding a tin plate through a slit in the iron door, barely big enough to fit his arm. Captain Thorson made a habit of visiting his afflicted friend most days. He'd say something like, "Just a few weeks more, Hank. We're making good time." Hank became a madman who sang away his days. He became a dog who barked at anyone who entered. When the ability to maintain lucid thoughts returned, he felt ashamed of himself. The hours passed. Some drifted, some frozen, while others sped by unnoticed. He slept like a cat can sleep, hours and hours, and when sleep eluded him, he watched the bars of golden light trailing across the hold. He became a human sundial. He could have told the exact minute and the hour of each day by where those golden bars hung. The crew delivered his meals quickly and did not linger or even look at him, no matter his attempts to strike up conversation or to be cordial. Once they'd gone, he'd sit alone in the lantern's feeble glow, settling onto the mouldy straw pallet with his journal. The ship timbers creaked and groaned around him, the only constant sounds besides the swash of waves against the hull. He leafed through sketches of demons and detailed entries on vampires until he found the pages, recalling his harrowing werewolf hunt in the autumn of 1851. As he read this second passage of information he had about werewolves, the memories flooded back. 1851. Under the glow of a frigid full moon, Bravo navigated the tangled expanse of the Illinois forest, his rifle loaded with a silver ball. The chilling howls of the werewolf reverberated through the trees, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. His arsenal was comprehensive, designed to wound or vanquish werewolves, amulets of wolfsbane, a bag of precious silver musket balls, and a silver inlaid sword crafted to be as lethal as it was ornate. He'd embarked on this mission solo, following yet another heated argument with Bella. "Hank, going alone is risky," she'd warned him, her knack for being right grating on his nerves. Aware of her point but reluctant to concede, he'd retorted with swagger, "It's just one werewolf." Her cautionary words had followed him. Werewolves are swift, powerful, and among the most ferocious beasts you'll ever encounter. They could disembowel you before you even blink. Weeks later, her warning still rang in his ears as he prepared for the final confrontation. Tonight was the end of an exhausting 3-week manhunt for the rogue werewolf that had been terrorizing a secluded settlement near the Mississippi River. The gruesome aftermath of its attacks had only fueled his determination. Finally, amid the dormant autumn-brown trees, he'd found it, a dark, foreboding cave, the entrance littered with gnawed bones and the air thick with the creature's musk. He hadn't dared go into its lair. Instead, he kept vigil near the cave mouth for hours, until finally, in the full night, with a third quarter moon, pale like a half wedge of cheese suspended in the air, the creature emerged, a hulking hybrid monstrosity. It halted, inhaling the air, then turned and charged straight towards Bravo's hiding spot with alarming speed, jaws snapping. The creature eclipsed the distance between its cave mouth and Bravo instantly, standing right on top of him, gleaming claws like daggers raised back to strike. Only an instinctual jerk of his trigger finger saved him, that and being lucky enough to hit it without aiming. The silver bullet he fired pierced the werewolf's heart. The beast staggered, its frenzied jaws still ravenously snapping even as it collapsed and reverted to human form. A young settler from a nearby Mormon community. Bravo whispered a prayer over the boy's broken body before gathering branches, making sure the thing would not come back to life by burning it to a shriveled husk. He recalled the morning howl of a distant wolf ringing through the trees, as if the pack were grieving a lost brother. Sending this poor cursed soul to its last respite brought Bravo no joy, only a profound sense of melancholy. This was the burden of all monster hunters. Man, woman, or child, their prey were once innocents too. Now back from his journey into his memories, he closed the journal, then let out a deep sigh. He couldn't help but wonder, had he really killed a monster or just a scared beast attempting to survive that night? Despite his reputation as a hunter of deadly creatures, he had never been as hardened as Bella Blackthorn or some of the others. He'd never enjoyed killing, only enjoyed the hunt and the saving of afflicted communities. Now he understood the werewolf boy's agony far more than most could know. They were two kindred souls, prisoners of their own blood, struggling to retain their humanity against the demons that possessed them. Perhaps with God's grace and their own willpower, redemption was possible for them both. Bella entered the Mercantile and Trade Office of Boston Harbor at just after 3 in the afternoon on a sunny Wednesday morning. It just so happened that it was only a few days after Hank had boarded his friend's vessel and departed for Europe. 5 minutes after she walked into the office, she left it carrying a piece of paper with 2 names written upon it, her face set in a grim, determined scowl that made those she encountered in her path step to the side. She needed to find a ship. Chapter 8. The Surly Crew. The voyage passed like sap meandering down a tree. To Captain Thorson, the time plodded slower than any other in his life. The crew was surly, suspicious, and, like all sailors, superstitious. And they had every right to be afraid, what with the creature carrying on at all hours. On the worst nights, when violent thrashing and unearthly howls erupted from below, the men whispered frenziedly of demonic possession and witchcraft. Thorson's stern warnings to stay away from the hold did nothing to assure the crew. They knew he had put a man below decks and that there was now a beast down there. When the moon was full, the crewmen crammed together on deck until dawn, wide-eyed with dread. Only Thorson dared the companionways alone, a consecrated cross clutched in one white-knuckled fist. But even his stalwart loyalty was tested, when the horrific sounds of bones cracking and snarling growls split the night. And the howling. It went on from the moon's rise to dawn some nights. The crew muttered, complained, and grew short with each other and with their captain under the onslaught. There was insubordination, which he gave some grace for considering the weird passenger they carried. But Thorson worried most about the weariness he saw. A sleepy sailor often meant a careless one, and careless sailors die or kill other sailors. One night, when they'd entered the Mediterranean Sea, shooting out from the Strait of Gibraltar and headed round the boot of Italy, the ship pitched and rolled as an immense storm swallowed the horizon. Rain lashed the deck, waves crashing over the railings and threatening to swamp them. The crew scrambled to trim the sails, shouting desperately to be heard over the gale. In the chaos, Drake, an ill-tempered brute, cornered Captain Thorson at the helm, face contorted with superstitious rage. "It's the demon you caged below that curses us," he bellowed over the thunder. "Your so-called friend brings damnation to us all." Thorson's response was lost in the roar of the wind. Drake pressed closer, spittle flying. "We must cast it overboard, give it to the sea. 'Tis our only hope of salvation, sir." His bulk blocked Thorson's path. The captain's jaw tightened, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. Just then a mammoth wave crashed over the side, knocking them both off their feet. Thorson crawled for a handhold as the ship groaned and tilted, crying out desperate prayers. By the time the storm passed, they had lost a man to the merciless sea, and the remaining crew were casting evil eyes on Thorson. The night after the storm, Captain Thorson paced the deck, unable to sleep, Drake's accusations haunting him. The ship lurched over swollen seas, sails snapping in the gale. As Thorson gazed out into the darkness, rain stinging his face, a terrible bellow erupted from the cargo hold below. The blood drained from Thorson's face as crashing and snarling resounded beneath his feet. What demon had he brought aboard? By dawn, Thorson's doubts festered like an open wound. He avoided the contemptuous glares of the crew, taking his breakfast alone in his cabin. His hand shook as he raised his tea, memories of their hard eyes needling him. Drake's towering form burst through the door unannounced. "Hiding here like a yellow-bellied coward, are you, Captain?" he spat. "While your so-called friend curses us all to watery graves, I won't stand for it." Thorson stood, struggling to contain his anger. "Mind your tongue, sailor, or I'll have you whipped." Drake's lip curled in a sneer. "You doom us. It's time for bold men to take action." He snatched the captain's keys and stormed out. Thorson pursued Drake, but found himself surrounded by over a dozen rebels, teeth bared like sharks scenting blood in the water. They seized the captain and clapped him in irons. They dragged him onto the deck under the malignant sun, his mind swirling with disbelief. "The beast dies today," Drake exclaimed with fiery anger. He held aloft Thorson's ring of keys and descended into the hold with his mob, the men armed with pistols, knives, or clubs. Thorson collapsed against the mast, the ship creaking beneath his back. He strained his ears for sounds of battle. At first there was only silence. Then came a chorus of shouts and curses, followed by gunshots ringing out one after another. Heavy objects slammed against the wooden walls of the hold. A terrifying, inhuman roar shook the very timbers of the ship. Thorson's blood turned to ice in his veins. More gunshots echoed, then strangled, wet gurgles as if a man were drowning in his own blood. The guttural snarls of something not wolf nor man reverberated from the black maw of the hatch. Suddenly the blood-drenched mutineer Drake exploded onto the deck, crimson claw marks raking his face and chest. He staggered a few steps, then collapsed dead-eyed, his lifeblood drained. The few mutinous crewmen not in the hold stared at their fallen leader in abject terror. They slunk away to cower in dark corners of the deck, desperate to escape the hatchway's horrors. Seeing their chance, Thorson's loyal mates Wirt and Nelson rushed forth to free him from the chains. Thorson ignored his chafed, bloody wrists and seized a lantern from its hook and led them toward the gaping cargo hold. The light quavered in his shaking grip. Thorson hesitated at the precipice, peering down into the dim hold. The lantern's feeble glow only illuminated a few feet into the inky blackness. As his eyes adjusted, the first thing to materialize out of the shadows was a mangled arm hanging limply over the edge of the cargo bay. Thorson recoiled with a gasp. Something had ripped the arm from its socket. The metallic tang of blood flooded his senses. Squinting into the void, Thorson glimpsed several prone, motionless figures strewn about the hold. In the lantern's flickering light, they appeared like broken marionettes with severed strings. A heavy, oppressive silence hung over the scene. The only sounds were the creaking of the ship and the pounding of Thorson's heart. He leaned forward, straining to see more of the darkened hold, but thick shadows obscured whatever horrors lurked within. Thorson's mind raced with imagined scenes of carnage, the beast ripping his crew apart like rag dolls. He shuddered, bile rising in his throat. They had to seal this gate to hell before they were all doomed. With a whispered prayer, Thorson slammed the hatch closed, shutting out the vision of that blood-soaked crypt. He fumbled with the bolt, sealing the monster inside. Staggering back, he collapsed against the sturdy wood of the rail, heart racing as he reflected on the butchery he'd glimpsed in those brief moments. The voyage weighed heavily on Thorson in the endless days that followed the mutiny. At last, after an eternity, they passed through the Turkish Straits and into the Black Sea, and finally the craggy golden coastline and brilliant white buildings of Constanta came into view. Thorson's spirits lifted for the first time since that bloody night, as he gazed at the picturesque port town nestled against towering wind-carved cliffs on the eastern shores of what some people called Romania, though it had no such official title. As the ship glided into the sheltered harbor beneath a hill sporting rows of beautiful whitewashed buildings, he descended the narrow stairs to the cargo hold on leaden legs. He hesitated outside the sealed wooden door, its iron padlock cold despite the sweltering belly of the ship. Thorson steeled himself before sliding back the bolt. The door swung open with an ominous groan. Inside, Thorson found Bravo huddled in a corner, a ragged woolen blanket drawn tightly around his hulking frame. His mane of chestnut hair and beard had grown long and matted, framing sharply defined features. His friend's fingers were now caked with thick grit, the nails cracked and yellowed. But it was his eyes that shook Thorson most. Bloodshot with enlarged pupils, they darted about like those of a caged animal before finally settling on Thorson, and they had an orange tint to them, almost gold, like the color of the moon. Bravo's head jerked up at the sound of the door, and a guttural growl emanated from deep within his broad chest. Thorson froze as his friend regarded him with no glimmer of recognition, only feral hunger. Then clarity seemed to return to his eyes, and his coiled posture softened. "John," Bravo rasped, voice rough from disuse, "have we arrived?" Thorson released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Relief washed over him at the sound of Bravo's voice. At least some shred of his friend remained. "We've reached Constanta," Thorson said gently. "You're still some distance from your Transylvania, but we've made good time." He knelt with great care before Bravo, eyeing his disheveled friend, who seemed much the worse for wear at this journey's end. From his bag, Thorson retrieved a flask of his strongest wine. "Drink this, Hank. It will help dull the senses. I would have brought it earlier, but it's powerfully addictive stuff, a very jealous mistress." With trembling hands, Bravo accepted the flask and desperately drank a bit of the potent draught. Thorson studied his friend's anguished face as the spirit soothed his torment, however briefly. When Bravo attempted to hand back the bottle, Thorson pushed it back on his friend and gave him one more. "It will dull your senses, my friend." Bravo nodded once. He had no energy to do more. Thorson helped him to his feet. He was alarmingly gaunt beneath the blanket. Together they ascended to the deck under the cover of darkness. The captain had arranged for a carriage to carry Hank inland through the night. He hoped the strong wine would keep Bravo's cursed nature dulled. He tried not to imagine what horrors might befall some unwitting tavern or homestead if Hank lost control again. But Thorson could not risk the journey himself. At the carriage he pressed a heavy purse of coins into Bravo's trembling hands. This should be plenty for food and rooms until... Until what? Thorson had no solution to offer, no hope left to give. Bravo would have to find his own salvation or meet his own end. Sorrow shadowed Bravo's sunken eyes. "You're not coming with me?" he asked, though he knew the answer. Thorson's face was laden with guilt. "I think it is best if we don't meet again, Hank. You murdered those men. The crew who I have left, they are frightened men with families. I need to take care of them, same as I'll need to provide provision for the families of those who died." Bravo winced at Thorson's words, but then nodded. "I understand, John. I'm so very sorry." Thorson laid a trembling hand on his friend's shoulder. "I hope you find what you are searching for in those dark mountains." Bravo stood on his own for a moment before entering the carriage. "As do I, John." Chapter 9. Bandits. The carriage jostled down the desolate mountain pass, bearing its haunted occupant ever closer to his goal. Inside, Bravo sat hunched and trembling, oblivious to the rattling and swaying. A violent jolt snapped Bravo from his grim reverie. Shouting erupted outside, followed by the driver's panicked cries and the clatter of hooves. Bandits? Hunters? The carriage lurched to a halt, throwing a cloud of dust about it. A gun fired with a thunderous crack. The horses shrieked and bolted as the carriage lurched, threatening to splinter apart. Bravo's breath came in ragged gasps, his body coiled tight as a spring. He could feel the beast within unfurling, raising its monstrous head to greet the copper-tinged aroma that wafted on the air. Bravo peered out the hazy window. Through the skeletal trees he glimpsed two men pull the driver from his seat. They grappled, while a third took aim with a pistol. They clubbed the driver to his knees, and finally to his stomach, where he lay prostrate, unmoving. A gut-punching terror seized Bravo, along with a stirring, sinister hunger. The bandits approached. Bravo pressed back against the worn leather seat, struggling to restrain himself. But he knew the thin chains of reason could not long hold the creature thrashing inside him. The excitement coursing through his veins was quickly burning through the weary stupor he'd felt since leaving the ship. One bandit shouted in a harsh tongue Bravo did not recognize, the man's rough voice muffled through the carriage wall. They spoke many languages here. Ottoman Turkish was the official language, but Romanian was the local tongue. though if it was like anywhere else in the world, there were probably a dozen dialects. Years ago, while investigating a string of vampire incidents in Washington, Hank had spent several weeks playing cards with the Moldavian spouse of the Ottoman envoy. Through this, he'd picked up some Turkish phrases and a smattering of Romanian words, though they were mostly pet names and endearments. Despite this, he couldn't comprehend what the bandits were saying, but their intent for him to emerge seemed evident. He was sure, however, if one of the bandits called him beloved in Romanian or asked him for a kiss, he would know right away. A gun barrel tapped on the door. "Leave me be," Bravo choked out through gritted teeth. "I beg you, for your own sake." His whole body trembled with the effort of controlling himself. The bandits only laughed. One said in broken English, "Anglander, Amerikansk, you come out." With a bang, the carriage door flung open. One mustachioed man with a grim visage reached up and seized Bravo by the collar, rank breath hot on his face. "Give us money." The demand ended in a wet gurgle as Bravo erupted. He remembered little of what followed, only feral rage and coursing heat in his veins, his claws rending, jaws chomping. When his senses returned, Bravo found himself on his knees by the roadside, soaked in crimson. Nothing stirred or made any sound along the road where the incident had happened. Dreading what he would find, he forced himself to look at the carnage. They were all dead, torn apart by an animal. Even the carriage had not survived. It lay shattered, the horses long since fled. Bravo's stomach heaved. He doubled over and retched violently, but nothing came. Wiping a shaky hand across his mouth, he saw his clothes now hung in tatters, stained dark, his finger slick and sticky. Terror surged anew as he realized the sun still hovered above the western peaks. Night had yet to arrive. He'd done this work without the sway of the moon. Spying a wine bottle miraculously unbroken amidst the debris, Bravo grabbed it desperately. He forced his rigid fingers to uncurl and bring the bottle to his lips for one burning mouthful. He hoped it would suffice for the miles he must travel ahead. While he drank, he saw pages of his journal rolling and tumbling in the wind, and called out in alarm. He scrambled over and found that in the tumult the book lay torn, pages strewn and fouled by blood, the satchel torn open, many of his most precious things gone or broken. Carefully he leafed through the shattered contents until he saw, trapped under a piece of leather binding, Bella's letter. He wept like a madman and clenched it close to his chest before realizing he was tearing and smearing it. There was blood on the edges that wouldn't come off without spoiling the ink. He put it in his pocket as carefully as he could. Then the blessed, mind-dulled state of the alcohol came upon him, and he left the rest where it lay. Only his destination mattered, and like a machine he let his feet move without thought. He trudged along for an indeterminate span of time. During the long hours of walking, he saw Bella watching him, but when he looked back it was not her, only a dark-haired shepherd girl who held a gnarled stick close to her side while making sure he kept traipsing down the road. Creed appeared as well, his brother's red glowing eyes accusing Bravo as the ground slowly opened and pulled him down into its embrace. "I'm sorry," he yelled at the vision, then pulled himself on. The past held nothing for him but ghosts and mistakes that he knew would haunt him until his final breath. When Bravo finally came back to his senses, the sun was on the slow descent to where it was to impale itself on the sentinel trees jutting up from large rolling hills. Had it been hours or days? He'd never know. But he did realize he'd somehow come to Transylvania if the distant line of blue-black peaks were the Carpathian Mountains, as he assumed it must be. He crested a hill. Below him stretched a valley. A deep gloom hung over a remote hamlet, though daylight yet clung to the soaring stony peaks all around. A good distance away, a crumbling castle stood stark against the twilight-purple sky, decrepit lord over the patchwork of fertile fields lining a winding river. Bravo steeled himself and descended into the valley, determined to begin his search for answers before the night fully fell. Tendrils of ghostly fog crept between the trees and along the mist-shrouded riverbanks. An unearthly hush fell over the secluded vale. Bravo's boots crunched loudly on the gravel road, the only sound besides the soft trickle of water from a nearby stream. Lights winked into view ahead, a small village from the looks of things. The onion domes of an Orthodox church rose above rustic cottages with carved eaves. Bravo quickened his pace, hoping the villagers might offer lodging for the night. But as he passed the first modest cottages, the lights abruptly went dark. Shutters slammed shut, and curtains pulled closed as he approached. Wary faces peered out briefly before disappearing behind the lace. Could the entire world see the taint? He pulled his hat brim lower as if to hide. He was shaggy and dirty, he knew. But it was deeper than that. The evil was in his blood, and he gave off some less than wholesome emanations, he was sure. As full night descended, the shuttered village took on an aura of unnatural brightness. Candles glowed in every window. Wreaths of garlic and wild roses hung over doors as if to ward off restless spirits. Yet not a soul stirred in the mist-veiled streets. Only Bravo's echoing footsteps broke the silence. With no shelter offered in the village, Bravo pressed onward through the gathering gloom. He had no set destination, only a vague plan to wander the countryside after nightfall, hoping his cursed senses might detect the werewolves rumored to stalk this land. It was not much of a plan, but it was the only option left to him. Leaving the village behind, Bravo sensed a weak moon on the rise. He might fight it off tonight. It called to him, like a distant lover, but it was waning and slender, a bare sliver with little power. The ruins of a castle he'd spied earlier loomed from the swirling fog, a place people avoided, he was sure. Bravo noted a primitive and sudden fear of the massive structure in his gut, looming like an aging vulture perched on a hill. So instead of entering it, he sought the shelter of an oak grove encircling the walls. Forcing his way through the tangled underbrush, he found refuge as he surveyed the crumbling structure. What evil had once stalked these mist-shrouded halls? What lurked here still that made the villagers bar their doors and hang garlic from their windows? Questions for another night, if he survived this one. For now, the day's events had exhausted him. Finding a mossy outcropping tucked against the castle wall, Bravo burrowed into it and found room enough to take shelter. He would lurk here for the night, and with the weakness of the moon, he might even sleep. Tomorrow he would hopefully uncover the answers he had journeyed so far to find. But for now, he surrendered to fitful rest, hoping that the creature inside him would lie dormant. Chapter 10. The Abandoned Keep. He might have slept for some few minutes before he came awake with a shiver. Something had awoken him, some stirring inside the castle walls. He waited, listened, heard nothing. He closed his eyes and settled himself for slumber, yet again. A mournful groan echoed from the castle above, cutting through the still night air. Bravo jolted awake, his heart pounding. He peered through the moonlit mist, straining his eyes toward the crumbling walls looming over him. Another anguished moan drifted down, filled with both sorrow and pain. Bravo's pulse quickened. Gripping his walking stick tight, he crept from the sheltered nook where he had bedded down. The damp grass chilled his feet through worn boots as he ascended the hill. Each step took him nearer to the source of those troubling cries. It turned out, he decided, that his desire for quiet, restful sleep was enough to make him confront whatever was within these walls. Reaching the castle entrance of weathered stone and rusted iron, Bravo hesitated. The towering oak door stood slightly ajar, as if beckoning him to enter. He slipped into the vestibule like a long-absent prodigal, returning to worship but not wishing the priest to see or hear him. As his eyes adjusted, Bravo made out only faint shapes, stone walls dripping with moisture, archways veiled in shadow. Another groan pierced the darkness, closer now. It seemed to come from up ahead. Bravo crept forward, one hand trailing along the clammy wall to guide himself. His footsteps echoed eerily through the halls, the only sound save for the scurrying of unseen rats which he detected with his enhanced senses. Iron lanterns hung cold and empty, their oil long since burned away. Rotting tapestries swayed ever so slightly in his wake. Rusted weaponry littered the floors, remnants of battles fought lifetimes ago. A flickering light shone from a passageway to the left. Bravo moved toward it with measured steps. As he drew nearer, the illumination took form as odd torch flames, the light blue as pre-dawn fog, and as heatless as a dead man, their eerily dancing emanations guiding him toward a stone staircase winding up into blackness. The anguished cries grew louder as Bravo climbed. Each stone step sagged and groaned beneath his weight. The stale air pressed heavy in his lungs. Still he ascended, step by cautious step, until at last he reached the final landing. Before him stretched a long hallway lined with iron sconces, some holding guttering torches that cast that same cold blue glow. From behind a large wooden door came another mournful moan. Bravo froze, his breath tight in his chest. Fear battled resolve within him. Then, mustering his courage, he crept forward. Outside the door he paused, listening to the cries within. His heart tapped away. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the walking stick, wishing he had any of his old bag of tricks, which was strung out along the hill near where those bandits had attacked his carriage. His silver-etched sword, his pistol and shot, any of it. He steeled himself, then threw his weight against the ancient wood, bursting through the doorway, stick raised and ready to face whatever haunted presence dwelled in this cursed castle. A decaying figure in tarnished armor whirled to face him, clutching its rusted broadsword. A ragged cowl framed a skull with desiccated flesh stretched tight across bone. But within the dead face glowed eyes like a child's, round and guileless. "Begone, mortal," the wraith rasped. "You trespass on forbidden ground." Bravo stood unfazed. The terror now replaced that he saw the piteous wretch before him. "I mean you no harm, spirit. I only seek refuge." The undead knight staggered closer. "None may stay in these cursed halls. Leave at once, or suffer my wrath." It raised its sword, then paused as if suddenly bewildered. The glowing eyes blinked innocently. "Where am I?" it muttered. "Who am I?" Bravo lowered his stick, regarding the pitiful creature with newfound sympathy. "You seem lost, friend. Maybe I can help. My name is Henry Bravo, though most call me Hank." The wraith's childlike eyes refocused. It swept its ratty cloak away from its legs in a grand flourish, then thrust its chin into the air. "I am Radu Tanase, sworn protector of this realm, though my flesh long ago wasted away." The creature sagged, then groaned mournfully. "And none remain for me to protect." He suddenly shook his sword. "You must go." "If you insist, I shall," said Bravo gently. "But the night is long. Might we talk a while first, share our tales of woe?" Radu wavered, then lowered his blade. "I have not spoken with any soul for an age." He trailed off, blinking in confusion before recalling himself. "Very well, Henry Bravo. We shall talk this night away, if it pleases you." Bravo smiled and pulled a flask from his coat. "I have something to keep us company." He offered it to the wraith, who gasped in surprise as the liquid passed through his ghastly form. "Ah, I'd forgotten the taste of wine, Tovarish," Radu murmured wistfully. "It's a special brew for cursed beings like us," Bravo said, settling down to converse with his newfound, if unearthly, companion. The creature agreed with him, muttering, "Yes, a curse is the correct attribute to place upon it. I'm indeed cursed. What exactly are you, my friend? For you have a corporeal body, yet a ghostly visage," Bravo asked, hoping he was not offending the knight. He'd, of course, seen a ghost or two in his day, but they usually had no physical manifestation. What this creature was, this undead man, he did not know. Radu shrugged. "I'm not certain what I am. I sometimes like to think of myself as a ghost haunting these halls. The haunted knight, very romantic. My people, the Transylvanians, are the most romantic people in the world, you know." He regarded Bravo with those bright round eyes, as if daring him to doubt it. When Hank didn't rise to the bait, he continued, "At other times I feel as if I am more a beast, a monster of some sort, yet I retain the faculties of a man." Bravo frowned. "Perplexing, how did you come to such a state?" Radu glanced around at the room. He patted a wall with affection. "Now that is a tale I can tell, at least what I know of it, although I must confess, I do not know all of the strange magics that have made me into what I am." "I would like to hear it, Sir Radu," Bravo told him. "Ah, the golden days of yore," Radu's ghostly voice echoed through the crumbling, gloomy chamber. A disturbed bat took flight at the sound, winging out where the roof had long ago caved in. This place was not always as you find it now. It was the grandest hall, and had the finest walls in all the land, and the food. Such bounty on feast days. Tables groaning under the weight of suckling pigs roasted crisp, bread still steaming from the ovens, cheeses and fruits piled high as the autumn harvest. The spectre turned his vibrant eyes to Bravo, the light of a child on Christmas morning in them. Mead and wine flowed from pitchers carved of the finest Carpathian oak, candles blazing with merry light. The air alive with notes plucked from harps, viols, and pipes, as minstrels filled the castle with music and song. Radu gazed wistfully into the shadowy depths. Noble knights and fair maidens whirled across the floors, their footsteps keeping time with the rhythms. The ladies' gowns shone like a garden of flowers, embroidered with silken threads and sparkling gems. His voice grew somber, like he was giving a eulogy. On the dais sat King Vladimir, wise and just, his fur-lined robes glimmering with gold thread. And fairest of all was the lady at his side, Princess Veronica, the beloved rose of the Carpathians, hair black as a raven's wing cascading down her back, lips red and full as the wild poppies seen only in the highest mountain passes. The ghost sighed deeply, a whisper of undying grief. She must have been beautiful, Bravo said, sensing that there was more than just the love of duty reflecting in Radu's words. Radu's hollow voice dropped lower. You speak true, Tovarash. She was an angel, skin white as new-fallen snow that dusted the Carpathian peaks, her eyes green as spring grasses, gazing out from beneath lashes dark as the heavens at night. The spectre wrung his skeletal hands. I stood vigil, clad in armor that shone like the moon's reflection on the river Siret. In one hand, my blessed sword, Pommeldrake, its jeweled hilt wrought by the dwarves of old. In the other, a shield emblazoned with our dragon sigil in crimson and gold. Radu shook his head mournfully, but no earthly weapons or armor could defend against the horrors that descended one cursed night. For evil came on bat's wings with the feast of St. George, our patron. The ghost's voice dropped lower, barely above a chilling whisper. They fell upon us as wolves upon lambs, eyes aflame with malevolence, their shrieks and howls louder than thunder, fangs flashing, talons hooked, and sharper than Damascus steel. Radu let out a long, grievous moan like a raging winter wind. It was an awful night. I recall Veronica's cries as they dragged her down into endless darkness, and no matter how I fought, it was not enough. My vows turned to ashes, just as these ancient bones will one day turn to dust. The spectre gazed upward in despair, bony arms stretched toward the heavens, as if pleading for redemption long denied. The moon's pale light filtering through Gothic arches high above illuminated his skeletal form. The ghostly Radu sank to his knees amidst the ruins, anguish etched on what remained of his features. All lost, everything gone, he moaned mournfully. Bravo leaned forward intently. Yet you did not pass into the eternal realms. What kept you here amidst the decay, good sir? Radu lifted his head slowly. It is my lot to walk these hollow-hauled ruins in torment until the end of days. Bravo considered the ghoul's sad words. Radu's eyes went blank and he groaned again. Who are you, mortal? Be gone from this place. He raised his half-fleshed arms high overhead and shook them, as if this might frighten Bravo, his sword blade waving menacingly. Chapter 11. Sir Radu. Despite the ghoul's gruesome appearance and attempts to frighten him, Bravo felt not a whit of trepidation or hesitancy. He also wondered if perhaps Radu had a spotty memory. Gently he chided, "It's me, Hank Bravo. I gave you the wine you drink." The ghoul blinked his eyes and looked down at the wine. "I think I remember." "This eternal sentence of yours, this punishment. I have a similar curse, Sir Radu. I am a werewolf." "Werewolves don't exist," the ghoul scoffed. "Wait until the full moon and I'll show you they do," Hank assured him. The ghoul eyed him skeptically. "The other knights often made a fool of me. They called me gullible, and one easily swayed. You swear you are not making sport? Hank replied with an earnest tone. It is true. Though I wish it was just a jest, I am cursed to be a beast when the moon comes out. Radu poked Bravo's arm with a gnarled finger, as if to check if he was real. I spy the moon out that window there. How is it you are not changed? The moon is tepid tonight, having little power. Bravo tipped the empty brown bottle upside down. And I have this special wine that is chilling my blood. As you can see, however, the wine is gone. Tomorrow night I will change if the moon is strong. He sighed heavily. It isn't always a sure thing. Sometimes I feel the pull like the swift current of a river, yanking me down to the beastly depths. Other times I can resist without difficulty. The ghoul perched his bony posterior on the edge of a dilapidated chair. That must be a frightful thing. Bravo was afraid to even think the truth, that he was beginning to like the surge of it. He nodded instead. Yes, and I fear that one of these times it happens, I will not come back. After another eye-blinking memory lapse, Radu came back to his senses and declared, We must seek the Romani wise ones. They will know how to help you. Hank felt some excitement at the idea. There might be another method to overcome his wolf blood issue, but he decided to inform Radu about why he'd come all this way. I was told there was an elder werewolf who has learned to control the curse. I need to find him and learn his ways if he will teach me. Radu's eyes sparkled as he gazed through the broken stained-glass windows at the clouds and the inky darkness. He declared, The Romani, a sage werewolf. Either way, it sounds like a quest. Bravo pressed his lips together to prevent a smile. He didn't want to temper the ghoul's enthusiasm. Yes, a grand quest indeed. The ghost's enormous eyes grew sad, their glow faltering. I forgot. I cannot leave this place. That is my curse. Really? What is it? Does some unearthly lock and chain bind you to this castle? It does. You see, there is more to my story. Sir Radu stepped up near a dilapidated throne. Next to it was another chair. Once fine, Bravo could make out delicately carved roses and leaves on its high back. Someone had kept this chair unmarred by dust or debris, though the paint was somewhat flaky and chipped. The knight placed one hand on the back of the chair, his fingers light and soft. Princess Veronica, the most tender of women in life, as a vampire, became the most vile and spiteful. She was already a powerful sorcerer, and so the blood drinker curse made her that much more potent. Calling my failure to protect her a great crime worthy of a great punishment, she cursed my dead body, raising the ghoul you see before you, part flesh and bone and part ghost. And then she... An inhuman shriek came from outside the crumbling keep. Bravo had never heard its like, part hound and part demon. The cry was one of fury. Radu looked at the ground. They come to tear me apart. Bravo faced the door. Who comes? Her ghostly hellhounds. Every night they rip me to pieces, and every morning I rise again. Truly? Yes, every night, for hundreds of years, I cannot stop them. Bravo held up his walking stick as a weapon. Your princess did this? Radu frowned, correcting Bravo. You mean the fiend who was once my princess? Perhaps we can stop them, Bravo offered. Radu's hands shook, his voice unsteady. No, I've tried 10,000 times. They'll rip me apart. You should flee, my friend. It is me they want. I'd not see you hurt, Henry Bravo. Scratches sounded at the boarded windows, making Bravo jump. Glowing eyes peered through cracks in the rotting wood. Bravo grabbed Radu's shoulder firmly. We will fight them together, my friend. The knight's hollow eyes held only resignation. Nothing can stop them. More unearthly baying carried on the wind as Bravo barricaded the decaying door with worm-eaten furniture. Drawing out Radu's rusted broadsword, he pressed it into the wraith-like knight's limp hands. Here is your sword. What was its name again? Pommeldrake, Radu said with resignation. Bravo regarded the rusting thing, its guard corroded away, and hilt decayed down to the steel tang. It had seen better days. He licked his lips. Yes, a mighty blade. Swing it true. No, we cannot stop them. My blade has never been enough. If we cannot kill them, perhaps we can drive them off until dawn. Bravo added as much encouragement to his voice as he could, but Radu simply sank to his knees. The hellish cacophony outside swelled, joined now by frenzied clawing at the stone walls. Bravo's pulse raced. "Please, Radu, you must try." But the knight silently mouthed a prayer, awaiting his gruesome fate. A resounding crash shook the hall as the barricade split, and grotesque beasts stalked through. Bulky like boars, but covered in thick bristly fur like a shaggy dog. Their eyes smouldered like furnace coals. They fanned out, blocking all escape, hot breath fouling the air. With desperation, Bravo lunged at the nearest hound. His hard walking stick glanced off the leathery hide. Claws raked his chest, drawing blood. Still, Radu knelt, frozen. A hulking hellhound heavier than a bear charged Bravo, slamming him to the floor and pinning him beneath its crushing bulk. His ribs cracked under the force as vicious talons dug into his chest, the creature fouling the air with its rancid breath. The surge inside him started as a tremor, a subtle ripple that coursed through his body, coiling around his muscles like the air around a lightning strike. His senses sharpened with an almost painful intensity. The night seemed to come alive, revealing secrets that lay hidden to ordinary eyes. The scent of stone and decay filled his nostrils, mingling with the metallic tang of bone and the musk of fur. Every sound became amplified, from the distant hoot of an owl to the crackle of a fallen pebble beneath his boots. His amber eyes flickered, a feral glimmer taking hold, as his heightened vision absorbed the details of the surrounding landscape. The world transformed into a realm of vibrant hues. Each hair on the hellhound attacking him came into focus, and every crevice of the castle's crumbling walls etched vividly upon his consciousness. The wolf blood surged through his limbs, muscles rippling beneath his skin. He could feel the raw strength building, the power of a beast yearning for him to allow it to slip its leash and hunt. An electric current pulsed along his nerve endings, urging him to embrace the power of it. His hands, once steady and controlled, twitched with an unyielding desire to rend and tear. A low growl rumbled deep within his chest, escaping as an ominous warning to the beast that had him pinned. A predatory smile curled upon his lips, revealing sharp canines. His beastly strength gave him unmatched power, and Bravo violently twisted with all his might. His spine nearly snapped from the explosive effort, but he hurled the hound sitting on his chest off balance. While it lay dazed, Bravo flipped to his feet, seized the creature, and hammered its head against the stone floor with a gruesome crunch. Seeing his new friend attacked ignited Radu's warrior spirit. Gripping the corroded pommel drake, he roared a battle cry that shook the hall's aged rafters. Flinging himself into the fray, he confronted two of the fiends who feinted and circled him. Only Pommel Drake's long reach saved him from being hamstrung, the ancient steel edge constantly swinging to clash against gnashing teeth and rending claws. Wherever it landed a blow, the blade left trails of sizzling black ichor. But despite Radu's desperate whirling onslaught, the tireless hellhounds were relentless. Their gnarled talons found gaps in his rusted mail, shredding fabric and flesh. Crimson rivulets streamed down his shredded gambeson as he weakened from countless wounds. Seeing Radu's dire peril against the circling beasts, Bravo slammed into the flank of one horrendous creature with primal fury. He latched on savagely, shredding until the beast began to smoke and boiled away like a puff of morning mist. "Sorcery," Bravo called. Haven't you been listening to a thing I've said, Bravo?" the knight inquired. As the mortally wounded creature howled in its death throes, another lunged at Bravo in a rage. But he grabbed its lolling tongue and yanked it painfully forward, the beast shrieking in surprised anguish. He pummeled the thing until it fell lifeless, then burst into a blast of smoke. Though leaking heavily from countless gashes, Radu fought on with rekindled fervor against the remaining fiend. But each parry came slower, as his fading vigor steadily failed against the tireless horror. Bravo wheeled to aid the undead knight's valiant last stand. Just then, one final beast dragged its bulk through the shattered doorway, beady eyes fixing hungrily on Radu's flagging form. With a primal roar, Bravo vaulted the length of the hall and intercepted it in full charge. They crashed against a wall with bone-cracking force before Bravo ended the horror's existence in a merciless storm of slashing claws. With a puff, it vanished. Limping back to Radu, he found his victorious friend pulling his trusty sword from a dead hound's side just as it became foul smoke that slipped away in the air. The knight fell to his back, and in his last moments before death reposed upon a stone slab. He had lost an arm, and much of his face had been torn to ribbons, but still Radu smiled. "Ah, that melted the ice in these old bones. Thank you, my tovarysh." Bravo looked the knight over. He wasn't sure how he could administer aid to one who was already dead. "Is there something I can do?" "You've already done much. I can feel that the foul enchantment keeping me here in this haunted place has lifted." He brought up his hand and clasped Bravo's. He shook and then vanished. Bravo sighed. "Goodbye, my friend. I hope your journey takes you to a happier place." He settled against a crumbling wall, his own wounds grievous but healing already. He was glad to see. There were some advantages to being of the wolf blood. He closed his eyes and slept the exhausted, dreamless, peaceful rest of one fresh from a good night's work. A steady, frigid hand woke him. Radu stood before him, once again the same as he'd been before the battle, partly decayed, but with his limbs intact. "What is this sorcery?" Bravo leapt to his feet. The ghoul smiled, revealing a partly open cheek. "I told you. It happens every night, though that is the first time I've ever beaten the beasts, and I can feel a change in the place, like it no longer holds me here." Shocked, Bravo sputtered for a moment before whispering, "I thought you were gone for good." Radu held his hands out in a questioning shrug. "No, there must be some other quest I must fulfill here. I think it might be about you, comrade." Bravo sighed. "I don't know where my journey will take me. I'll go to hell and back, to Asia, to Europe and Arabia. But know this, wherever I have to go, I will learn to control this beast inside me, if I cannot rid myself of it." The ghost's burning gaze turned to Bravo. "I will journey with you, and then, when you have learned to control your animal urges, we will purge the evil from this land. For only then, maybe the curse upon me will release, and I will rest at long last." Radu stretched forth a bony hand. Bravo shook it. The wind swirled around the ruined towers, carrying the mournful howls of wolves in the distance. "I'm still not sure if you're a ghost or a ghoul, a wraith or a wight," Bravo told him. "Call me what you will, noble Hank. I'm alive with the fervor of the quest. Whether I have blood in my veins or dust, it is coursing with the thrill of the grand expedition we are embarking upon. We fashion our own truth, my friend, and today I feel alive." Chapter 12. The Search. The moon was once again, thankfully, a waning, pitiful thing, and Bravo had complete control. It cast a pale glow on the sheer cliffs rising on either side, making the rock faces look almost otherworldly, as if they were grim old people passing silent judgment on him. He'd traveled the entire day and now into the night, faithful Radu at his side. Bravo, thinking if they pushed harder, they might come upon some magical fountain or wise sorcerer waiting to give them the details needed to break Bravo's curse. He thought he might be headed back home by daybreak, ready to resume his life as a normal man, or at the very least be in complete control of himself. The first miles passed joyfully, the next few less so, and by the afternoon the realization had come to Bravo that this might take some time. Of course, he was no fool. He knew Transylvania was a large country, and he wasn't even sure what he was really looking for. He doubted he could go about asking everyone he met if they knew of a werewolf elder who could help him break his curse. Now, under the cloak of darkness, they continued their journey. Radu never requested a pause. He appeared tireless, trudging forward in his heavy boots without slowing or showing any inclination to rest. At first this suited Bravo, but eventually his own energy waned. He would need to rest soon, even if the apparently unstoppable Sir Radu could walk forever. Radu's large glowing eyes scanned the road ahead, ever vigilant and ready for whatever lay in store. Something about that steadied Bravo. Much had changed in Bravo's life since he was cursed. In the past, he would have shot and killed Sir Radu without so much as a conversation, especially when the knight brandished his corroded broadsword. If that approach failed, which Bravo suspected it might, he would have resorted to his own sword, its silver inlay capable of vanquishing various types of fiends, particularly with a beheading or a stab to the heart. If direct combat proved ineffective, Bravo would have sought the aid of a local clergyman or resorted to hexes recorded in his journal. At times, a unique artifact or a specific blend of plants and materials could be the solution. No matter the means, his goal would have been the destruction of the undead creature. Observing the earnest Sir Radu now, his armor softly clinking as they walked side by side, Bravo thought how regrettable that would have been. But what was Radu exactly? The question continued to occupy Bravo's thoughts as they walked. Radu maintained a physical form, which, to Bravo's understanding, ruled out him being a ghost. Yet his desiccated flesh and exposed bone confirmed his undead status, akin to a ghoul. However, Radu didn't exhibit the malevolent demeanor typically associated with ghouls. His large, round eyes were almost innocent, glowing a soothing blue. Occasionally, when moonlight graced the undead knight's countenance, it seemed as if a living man's face was briefly restored. During these fleeting moments, Radu's aura would flicker with a faint luminescence, almost ghost-like. But regardless of whether Radu was a ghost or some other creature, Bravo felt grateful for his unexpected ally. As he reflected once more, so much had altered in his life since the curse. Bravo's thoughts were interrupted by the mournful, bone-chilling howls of distant wolves echoing off the cliffs. The sound reverberated up and down the mountain walls, seeming to come from everywhere at once. It made the fine hairs on the back of Bravo's neck stand up, but he held control of himself. Radu's hollow, raspy voice broke the eerie stillness. Many a night I stood guard on these same hills, watching the moon traverse the heavens above. A bitter wind howled, knifing through their cloaks and biting exposed skin like needles of ice. As Bravo pulled his coat tighter, the glow of a campfire emerged around a bend up ahead. Soon the companions drew abreast of a weathered wagon adorned with charms and arcane symbols. A middle-aged woman of striking beauty sat huddled by the crackling flames, wrapped in a dark shawl. Despite the remote location and late hour, she showed no surprise at their arrival. Beckoning with a finger, the woman whispered in a musical voice, "Come, warm yourselves by Zana's fire, travelers." Bravo and Radu exchanged an uneasy glance but accepted the invitation, grateful to thaw their stiff hands and ease their aching feet. What sort of normal person might tromp about in these dark mountains alone? Up close, the woman's shapely features were lined with age but still breathtaking. Her long raven hair was streaked with silver, matching the snowy peaks overlooking the pass. But her dark eyes glittered alertly, set beneath elegantly arched brows. The woman pulled out of her pocket a worn leather pouch. Opening it, she cast a handful of small bones marked with cryptic sigils into the heart of the fire. Sparks flew upward as the bones cracked and popped amidst the flames. Thin plumes of red smoke rose, twisting into shapes only the seer seemed able to decipher. She rocked back and forth, chanting in an ancient tongue, her voice rising and falling like the winter wind. Transfixed, neither Bravo nor Radu dared break her trance. The woman's dreaming eyes reflected the flickering fire as visions took form. After long moments, she slumped forward, spent. Fixing her gaze on Bravo, she grasped his hand with shocking strength. "The moon marks you, outsider," she intoned. "Your curse is your doom, but a slim chance at salvation lies on the path ahead." "My doom? Whatever do you mean?" he asked her, yet she would answer him not. Releasing his hand, the seer turned to Radu. Placing one slender finger on his sunken chest, she said, "As for you, knight, death's bitter sting shall pierce your heart many times more before you fulfill your vows." Radu gave a heavy sigh. "I've died thousands of times, wise one. A few more will make no difference." She raised her hands and pointed one at each of them, then brought the hands together in a crisp slap. "The fates decree your paths converge. Seek the elder wolf, who dwells amid the snowy peaks where the great river springs in the fortress of Norilo. Few survive the perilous climb. Of those few, still fewer return." She fixed them both with her gleaming obsidian eyes. "Remember, the future is a river that flows wherever we direct it. Shape your fates wisely." After bidding the mystical Zana farewell, Bravo and Radu continued their journey. I remember now, I have heard this name before. Norilor, Hank said. Do you know this fortress? Radu thought for a time, then said, I know of no fortress, yet I do recall a valley with the same name, located high on a mountain top. That must be the very one, Hank replied. Chapter 13. Into the Mountains. On the second morning of their journey, Bravo needed to rest. He considered stealing off into the bushes lining the road to catch some sleep. They would need to find thick tree cover, though. The sky was a blanket of heavy grey, showing smudges in the distance. Rain was coming. They walked further, Bravo hoping they'd see an abandoned cottage or tower, but before they could find such shelter, they caught the scent of wood smoke, baking bread, and the sizzle of metal being worked in fire, and as they crested a rolling hill, a village came into view. It was an old settlement with timber-framed cottages clustered around a stone well and a humble chapel. Villagers in sheepskin vests and wool dresses eyed the travellers warily as they passed. The pounding of a blacksmith's hammer rang out from a squat workshop, followed by the hiss of hot metal plunged into water. In the village circle, an old crone sat whittling bird figurines from wood while children played skip rope while singing a catchy folk song. The comforting aroma of roasted mutton and root vegetables drifted from an open window as a dog nearby dozed happily in a rare patch of autumn sunlight. At a tiny trading post, Radu lingered outside with his hood pulled tight over his partially decayed face and glowing eyes, while Bravo purchased rucksacks, cured meats, hardtack, and skins of water. As Bravo waited for his bill to be tallied, he perused the interesting mix of religious items for sale: iron icons of saints, strands of painted beads, amulets of carved bone, and flasks of mysterious provenance tied with sprigs of plants or crispy-stemmed little wildflowers. He didn't understand what he was looking at, but could tell this place was home to a deeply spiritual people who stood in possession of some complex beliefs. There were also crosses, sprigs of wolfbane, and bulbs of garlic. They knew the ways to ward off fiends here. The sharp-eyed shopkeeper caught him staring at the display and gestured, asking if Bravo wanted to buy any of the items. Bravo shook his head, took his goods, and left the store. Stepping back into the crisp mountain air, the companions took a winding path out of the village. The murmur of voices faded, replaced by bird song and the crunch of leaves underfoot. Radu inhaled deeply, savouring the wood smoke mingling with evergreen and autumn moss. The sun cast long shadows behind the pines and set the frosted peaks aglow like beacons to guide their way. Bravo checked the compass hanging from his neck to fix their northward course. On the second day, emerging from thick stands of fir, they caught their first glimpse of a sheer mountain face that was close to their destination. A formidable obstacle, but their resolve only strengthened. Zana's prophecy had been cryptic, the outcome left in doubt, but she'd given them a name, and they headed towards the dot that marked the spot on Bravo's map. As the trail became steeper and the air grew thin, Bravo was glad for the sturdy walking stick to aid each arduous step. Radu gave him advice such as, "Lean into the mountain, comrade. Cling to her tight." The further Bravo and Radu ascended into the jagged Carpathian peaks, the more arduous the path became. For much of the route, they navigated a narrow goat trail wound precariously along sheer cliff faces, loose stones and shale shifting treacherously under their feet. Gusts of wind shoved and pulled at the travellers. They held on with a white-knuckled grip to any handhold they could find, jutting rocks, gnarled roots, stone outcroppings, as chilly blasts of wind tore at their cloaks and stung their faces like knives. Showers of jagged pebbles cascaded over the precipitous edges. Each glance downward turned their stomachs with vertigo. The valley below them lay so distant, it seemed a kind of land of miniature where the villages were mere specks, the winding roads tiny threads of silver wire. As if the terrain weren't challenging enough, ominous storm clouds mottled the summits above them. Before long, thick raindrops pelted down, followed by bands of fierce rain that pounded the exposed mountain face. The companions ducked into a small hollow in the rock, scant refuge from the tempest. Icy runoff coursed over their hunched forms. Thunder detonated through the peaks, echoing like the blast of siege cannons. When at last the cloudburst relented, a cloying fog rolled in to replace it. The mist obscured all but a few feet ahead, erasing their sense of the dizzying heights. Still, they refused to turn back, edging forward with painstaking care. Despite the harsh environment, there was beauty on the mountain too. Once they traversed a field of golden wildflowers on a narrow plain of normal land, suspended precariously on a rocky shelf. Another time, they drank from icy trickles of water trailing off a sheer rock face that rose 1,000 feet above them. The water was exceptionally sweet and so cold and left Bravo both shaking and refreshed. They saw smudges of rain in valleys that spread to the ends of the earth below them, and a double rainbow that ended in dark hills covered in a wall of black trees that stretched onto the horizon. Still, they took little time to gawk at the panoramas and vistas. A slight misstep here would lead to more than a twisted ankle, so they kept their guard up and ready. The enshrouded trail played tricks on their senses. Sheer drops appeared out of the gloom as the two intrepid wanderers trudged along the narrow trail. A break in the swirling mist revealed an astonishing sight. Perched upon a knife-edged ridge far away across a seemingly unending plain, loomed an ancient stronghold of weathered stone. "What a sight!" Radu exclaimed. Twin crenellated towers clawed at the bellies of passing clouds, their parapets wreathed in fog. This Gothic citadel appeared less a mortal construct than a mountain given sentience and purpose. Whatever builders had raised such a structure carved the imposing bulwarks from the very crag it inhabited, and in places it was difficult to know what was part of the mountain and what was the fortress. As the companions crept ever closer through veils of mist, details emerged like relics from a dream. Obsidian gargoyles crouched beneath stained glass windows, frozen in fierce guardianship. Their grotesque visages glared out from the gloom, unwelcoming of visitors. Age-greened copper domes crowned several of the lower bastions, with tall oriel windows providing views of the abyssal drop. All around, the mountain's broken teeth formed a jagged crown upon which this otherworldly castle perched. Transfixed by the view, Bravo and Radu could scarcely fathom how ancient hands had crafted such a monument in so hostile a setting. What secrets lay beyond those towering gates? As the companions descended, dusk slowly surrendered the stronghold to encompassing night. Their path ahead glimmered only faintly through the gloam. Distances deceived them, whether by some trick of the light or by the necessity to stay on land instead of flying as the crow does. The castle was not as close as they initially thought. The journey to reach it, which they now clearly observed would be an arduous one, involving more mountain trails and steep climbs. But before they could even reach those paths, they must pass through a humble patch of stone buildings clinging to the hard ground, a village constructed of the same stone as the distant fortress. As they entered, the settlement was abuzz with activity. It was market day, apparently, and villagers browsing wares choked the muddy streets. Makeshift stalls lined the main square, laden with the local bounty. Plump hens squawked in their wicker cages, while farmers' wives hawked eggs so fresh they were still warm from beneath the hen. Clay pots brimming with wildflowers added cheerful bursts of color. A boy struggled to control a pair of piglets on ropes, their indignant squeals drawing laughter from the crowd. Villagers clustered around barrels overflowing with apples, pears, and plums, holding the fruits up for inspection. Bravo's mouth watered at a display of roasted fowl turned slowly on spits, their crackling skin releasing a rich aroma into the smoky air. Across the way, a baker pulled fragrant loaves of rye bread from a stone oven to the excited cries of children. The din of haggling and gossiping blended with bleating goats and clucking hens. Dogs wove underfoot, opportunistic for fallen morsels. From an open-fronted smithy came the peal of a hammer striking iron and the hiss of cooling metal. The discordant notes of a musical instrument of unknown origin, some wind-driven pipe, Bravo assumed, struggled to rise above the cacophony. Pushing through the market throngs, Radu stepped aside as a horse-drawn wagon trundled past, its wooden wheels splashing through deep, muddy ruts from the recent rains. The pungent scents of animal dung, wet hay and industrious humanity mingled with the mouth-watering aromas of the food stalls. Though humble and crude, the market glowed with a vitality that stirred the companions' spirits after their strenuous, lonely journey through the mountains. They each felt that a touch of fortune had guided their footsteps to this place. Radu clapped Bravo on his shoulder. "We made it." Bravo studied the patch of bone sticking out of the pallid, deathly green fingers of his friend. "Aye, best you stay covered, my friend." Radu looked down at his hand and grinned. He threw up his hood and drew his cloak tight about him, not an oddity in the chilly mountain air. Beyond the village sprawled verdant plains dotted with grazing flocks. Shepherds adorned in cloaks of undyed wool tended to their placid charges. It was a beautiful place with cheerful people, and Bravo felt relaxed for the first time in months. Now he just needed to talk to this werewolf elder and get this curse business settled. Chapter 14. The Guide. Radu and Bravo wove through the busy marketplace, wondering who they could approach about their mission. 2 streets deeper into the village, the companions came upon a commotion unfolding by the town hall. A crowd gathered around 2 men locked in a shouting match. One wore fine clothing, a gentleman's jacket, well-turned-out cap and soft boots. "Blasphemer," he roared, pointing an accusing finger at the other. Several broad-shouldered men had to hold back the seething speaker from lunging at his opponent, a simply dressed man who glared back defiantly. He spat out angry words. "Your blind adherence to the old ways leaves us vulnerable." "Watch your tone, peasant." The first man threw back his cloak and placed a hand on the hilt of a long-bladed knife. As Bravo and Radu drew nearer, a hush fell over the crowd. The 2 rivals stiffened as the strangers approached, falling silent. Their supporters ushered them in opposite directions, eyeing Radu and Bravo with unspoken suspicion. Before they could inquire about the dispute, a friendly old woman with a gap-toothed smile emerged from the dispersing onlookers. "You seek the castle, no? My son can take you there before dusk." She led them to a strapping youth who stood cleaning a saddle near the village stables. An aroma of hay and manure mingled with the alpine breeze, while inside the low-ceilinged, thatched roof building, horses neighed and chuffed. The young man's guarded nod confirmed he was a guide. He said while continuing his work, "This is not a good time to go to Norilor. Come to me in the morning." So close to his goal, Bravo pressed, "The castle is not far and there are hours of daylight left." "And I thought I was the guide," the young man said with a twist to his lips. "You can take them and see your woman," his mother began. The young man silenced her with a frown. He sighed and turned to Bravo. "If we are to make this journey, we must leave swiftly. The trail grows perilous after nightfall." Bravo gave a slight bow. "We appreciate any help you can offer." "Of course. My name is Andre. I will guide you, but first give me one moment to see to my mother." The young man spoke to his mother quickly in Romanian, pointing off towards the houses. She gave him a spirited tongue lashing, then strode quickly towards the buildings, her mouth tight and face flush with anger. Bravo noted the tension and inquired, "Something is wrong?" The young man's serious expression did not change as he turned on Bravo, but he assured them in a light tone, "All is well. However, I don't want my mother on the streets when those fools are arguing." Bravo saw an opportunity to learn more. What was the source of their dispute? The young man's eyebrows drew into a tight V. He muttered, "There's no shortage of fools on this mountain." He almost ran towards the stable. "But we must hurry. The darkness isn't kind on this mountaintop." "I haven't ridden a horse in hundreds of—" Radu began. "Days," Bravo finished for his absent-minded friend. Andre looked suspiciously at Radu, who kept himself tucked back into his thick cloak. The young man frowned the entire time as he readied 2 mares the color of driftwood. He also brought out his own mount, a small dark pony with a stout body and an agile look to her. He patted her neck as he watched the 2 others mount their horses. "This is Neklintit." Radu nodded solemnly and explained to Bravo, "Neklintit means unwavering. No finer horses for climbing mountain trails than Carpathian breeds," Andre remarked as he secured provisions behind the saddles, "and no finer Carpathian than my girl." He scratched under the horse's chin, and it nuzzled his cheek. Soon they were picking their way up a winding forest path softened with pine needles. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy, birdsong trilling around them. When the trail grew too narrow to ride abreast, Andre told them, "Don't attempt to guide them, they know the way." Suddenly the sides of the path fell away 1,000 feet. Bravo felt his breath quicken. The beast inside him did not like such things. It wanted to run. His horse sensed his unease and whickered, sidestepping dangerously close to the edge, its eyes white. Andre grabbed its reins and whispered to it, his eyes hard like coals as he stared at Bravo, as if the man had done something untoward. When they came out on a surer path, Andre spoke over his shoulder. "Sorry for that turmoil back there in the village square. No need to worry, though. All is well in this mountain plateau. There is nothing to fear." "Yes, obviously all is well," Bravo whispered to Radu, too low for Andre to hear. Radu's childlike eyes showed confusion. "I believe the exact opposite, Tovarish. There is tension here." Bravo sighed. His friend did not exactly understand the subtleties of wordplay. Andre made some small talk as they rode, though it was mostly centered upon his horses. "My father helped breed these mares. Steady and sure-footed, they never startle. I've had Neclintit since she was a foal." The guide reached back to rub the horse's chestnut coat. "I'd trust her with my life in the roughest terrain." "You seem to know this area well," Bravo said carefully, as a magnificent waterfall emerged beside the path. "Can you tell us anything about the castle's past?" Andre stiffened slightly but kept his tone casual. "Ancient, built long ago by the same family who holds it now. I know little else." They rode in silence for a time, Andre having apparently said all he wished to share with outsiders. As the sun dipped toward the western peaks, the dusty trail gave way to paved stones, indicating they were nearing their destination. Andre brought his horse to a stop before the formidable gates and turned back to Radu and Bravo. Norila Castle, home of the great mountain Magi. Bravo thought about that word, Magi. He had heard it before from street peddlers in Turkey, wanting him to pay for his fortune, and once in Arabia, from a man claiming to be able to track vampires with a wizened switch cut from a cedar tree. The Arab had been a liar, and Bravo had ignored the street peddler, telling the man that he made his own fortunes. Andre held his reins and Bravo slid down, thanking the young man and examining the structure before him. Set deep into the weathered stone walls, the iron-banded doors towered overhead. Strange symbols decorated their surface, angular and unreadable. The scrawls made Bravo's stomach queasy, as if he had gazed at them too long. The massive doors emitted an ominous groan. Ponderously they swung inward to reveal a tall, powerfully built man silhouetted in the entryway. He stepped forth into a shaft of sunlight, his strong features coming into focus. Though richly dressed, a weathered quality about his sun-browned face suggested a life lived outdoors. His keen, dark eyes scrutinized the new arrivals with thinly veiled suspicion. "I am Nikolai, assistant leader of the Magi and commander of the castle guard," he announced in a resonant baritone, his chin held high. His piercing gaze lingered on Bravo. "State your business here and be quick about it. I've no time to talk to waifs or layabouts." Bravo stepped forward, heat rising in his face at the man's imperious tone. "I've been told there is a wise elder here who knows many secrets." The man threw his thickly muscled arm up to bar their way, but it was his sharp gaze that made Bravo pause in his tracks, sharp and angry. "We have many learned scholars here, though this is no college for the curious, and no amount of money or baubles can buy entry." Bravo wasn't sure how much to share with this man. "I've come from America." Nikolai's eyes narrowed and his nostrils quivered, as if he sensed a familiar scent. "Ah, you've been touched by the wolf." He dismissively waved Andre off. "See to their horses, then return home. I will handle things from here." With a curt nod, Andre led the horses into a sheltered courtyard. Nikolai watched him depart, a shadow of irritation passing over his stony features. He told them in an unfriendly tone, "Follow me and be quick about it. My father is the head of our order. He will determine if you are to be welcomed as guests or put out as intruders." Chapter 15, The Lord of Norilor. "I would not wish to disturb him at this late hour. Tomorrow morning is soon enough." Bravo spoke these words, though he did not feel them. He wanted help now. The more he felt the wolf blood in his veins, the less he seemed to exercise patience and control. He was even worse at remembering his gentlemanly manners and qualities, but still, he remembered that arriving late to a home was bad form. Nikolai's pupils flashed like golden moons for a few moments, as bright as lanterns. Night is when we conduct our business. We're most of us werewolves here, and those who aren't still are used to the late hours. With brisk steps he led them into the keep, striding as if heading to battle. They entered a long, high-ceilinged entry hall. Despite the grand dimensions, there was a faded quality to the stone walls, and the torches were guttering and blue, near to dying, and a smell of must and stale air met them. Their footsteps echoed across cracked flagstone. At the end of the hall, a staircase spiraled upward, the walls decorated with elaborate bas-relief patterns. As they ascended, Bravo noted the curving walls held leather books, brass astrolabes, and other esoteric objects. Faint notes from a lone flute somewhere above reached their ears, a melancholic yet hauntingly beautiful folk melody. The lonesome sound gave Bravo a prickle on the back of his neck. When he glanced upward, he saw the stairs seemed to coil endlessly into darkness. Finally, they stepped off the stairs into a long hallway, and Nikolai turned to scrutinize his guests. "You never stated your full reasons for coming uninvited to these remote mountains. You have the gift, but why do we care? We cannot take in every wretch who haunts our doors." Bravo met the penetrating emerald gaze steadily. "I seek a cure for my affliction, nothing more. We intend you no harm." Nikolai's eyes narrowed, unsatisfied. "You could not harm us, no matter your intentions. I'm just trying to decide whether I should waste my father's time or have you whipped and put out into the frosty night." He waited long enough to draw another long breath, and then must have come to some conclusion because without another word, he marched down the hall. Unsure of what to do, Bravo and Radu exchanged an uneasy glance and then followed silently. He didn't like this Nikolai. The man had an evil bent to his countenance. They passed open doorways with dark and long unused rooms, with white sheets lined with dust thrown over the furniture. "This place is empty, is it not, Tovaras?" Radu asked, his voice soft enough Bravo knew it was meant for his ear alone. At last the hall ended at an arched wooden door bound in tarnished silver. The strange music they had detected floated through the heavy oak planks, louder here. Nikolai studied them both with an intimidating glower before pushing open the door. His grave voice echoed off the enclosing walls. "My father, Lord Akiva, awaits." Beyond the door stretched a grand, high-ceilinged chamber. Ornate stonework and enormous carved pillars supported towering, vaulted ceilings. Faded banners hung in tatters from the rafters, shifting slightly in the drafts. At the far end, upon an imposing throne carved with arcane symbols, sat an elderly man with long, unkempt grey hair, Lord Akiva. He was murmuring quietly to himself, eyes staring vacantly at the floor strewn with rushes. Beside him stood a beautiful raven-haired woman. Though of middle years, she retained a striking, queenly bearing. Her piercing emerald eyes scrutinized the visitors keenly as they entered. The torchlight gleamed off her opulent gown of brocaded silk. "Father, these visitors request an audience," Nikolai announced. The elderly lord glanced up absently before his eyes drifted away again. Before Nikolai could continue, the doors swung open once more. Another man strode in briskly, this one lean and with sharp features and a neatly trimmed beard. His fanciful robes suggested wealth and station. "Brother, why was I not informed we had guests?" Though polite, his question held a challenging edge. His gaze turned to appraise Bravo and Radu like a farmer examining livestock. "Welcome," he pronounced finally. "I am Victor, the youngest son of Akiva. Please excuse my late arrival." His smile was thin and did not touch his eyes. He turned and bowed to his father and the woman standing near him. "Father, Lady Ileana." The beautiful woman inclined her head gracefully. Nikolai ignored his brother and stepped toward the throne, speaking slowly, enunciating each word. "Visitors have come requesting counsel, father." The aged Lord Akiva glanced up blankly, as if pulled from a vivid dream. He squinted at Bravo and Radu with rheumy, unfocused eyes. "Visitors, you say? How wonderful. We so rarely receive visitors in this lonely corner of the valley." His reedy voice quavered with pauses between words. He smiled vacantly, eyes already drifting away. Nikolai grimaced before continuing louder. "This one is afflicted and seeks your wisdom and guidance, Father." He indicated Bravo. Akiva's wandering gaze settled on Bravo and struggled to sharpen. "Afflicted, you say? With what malady, my son?" Before Bravo could respond, the old man waved a trembling hand. "No matter. No matter. Every illness under heaven comes from an imbalance of the humours." "I suggest you consult with the elders of the Magi," Lord Akiva said with a trembling tone. He held up a shaking finger and added, "If anyone can assist you, they can, young man." His features went slack and his eyes unfocused. Victor came forward, saying to the guests, "You must forgive our Lord Father. He has more lucid days and less so, but his knowledge remains unparalleled." The pride in his voice rang hollow. "Lucid days?" Nikolai scoffed. His tone suddenly changed from the deferential one he'd shown his father before. He had a wild, base look to him now, and Hank felt a change in the air, like the giant man might turn into a werewolf right this instant. He growled, "Let us speak plain, brother. His great mind is now lost in fog and flickers like a candle in the wind." Victor bristled, eyes blazing. "Mind your tongue. You know as well as I that Father's fugues come and go. The illness that clouds his eyes will lift in time." But his tone held little conviction. "The episodes get longer and longer," Nikolai pressed contemptuously. "How long until his brain wanders into the metaphorical mists and never returns? We should move forward with myself as the Alpha immediately." Victor huffed at that, and Hank noticed the man's hackles seemed up as well, his anger directed at his brother. Nikolai gestured sharply at Akiva's vacant form. "Look at him. He barely clings to this mortal realm, yet still you refuse to prepare for what must come next." Victor advanced with fists tight, voice dropping dangerously. "Nothing will come next. Father will recover and lead us for years beyond your impatience and callous doubt." Nikolai stood firm, chin raised imperiously. "Keep lying to yourself then. But you know the truth deep down, even if you fear it." His piercing eyes gleamed with cold ambition. "When the time comes, will you yield leadership, or fight me tooth and nail?" "Mind what you insinuate, brother," Victor growled. "I act only for the good and survival of our order, not personal glory as you hunger for." He seemed to remember their audience and mastered himself with effort. Turning to Bravo and Radu, he continued through gritted teeth, "Forgive this family matter. Any guidance Father can still provide is yours for the asking during your time here." Nikolai's lip curled sardonically. "Yes, by all means petition the great Magus. Perhaps you will speak to him on one of his lucid days." His mocking tone echoed off the chamber walls. Victor stepped forward, hands dropping to his side, his posture like one ready to spring forward. "Brother, I've had enough of your biting words." "Peace, my sons." The musical voice of the raven-haired lady cut through the rancor. What had been her name? Bravo seemed to recall her being greeted as Lady Ileana. Both men looked at her resentfully. "I'm not your son, woman," Nikolai said, stroking his pointed beard forcefully. With quiet dignity, she turned and gazed at him with those strong eyes. After a few moments, he looked down, and she gently guided the mumbling Akiva toward a side passage. Pausing by Bravo, her piercing gaze probed his intently. "We shall speak again soon." Without awaiting a response, she withdrew, the elderly lord leaning heavily upon her slender frame. Nikolai, however, angrily shoved past all of them, storming out into the hall while bellowing, "Get out of my way!" Ileana barely kept her feet, and the old Lord Akiva might easily have been dumped on his rump by his angry son, yet his wife's firm hand on his arm kept him upright. Victor called one last angry insult at his brother, who ignored him as he departed. The younger son of Akiva turned to the two visitors. "I'll escort you to a room where you can rest. It will be a weak moon tonight, so you probably will not change." "And if I do?" Bravo asked. "We'll worry about such things when the time comes," Victor said with a friendly smile. "If the worst happens, we'll lock you in the kennels." His grin was sharp. and Bravo could not determine whether his remark was sincere or a jest. Chapter 16. A Late Dinner. After the tense encounter, Victor brusquely escorted Bravo and Radu to the western wing where the private family chambers were located. He led them to an opulent guest suite decorated with ornate wood furnishings and lavish fabrics faded by time. This castle attends to its business in the evening and rests during the day. The first meal will be at exactly 9 o'clock. I will send someone for you. It would be safest for you not to leave your room, he suggested. Your brother? Hank let his words trail off. Yes, he's angrier and angrier these days. I suppose we'll all soon be giving in to our baser instincts. Whatever do you mean? Hank asked. Victor shook his head as if his comment didn't matter. I've read of you, Hank Bravo, and I know what kind of man you are, so I'll give you a warning now. It would have been better if you'd never come to this place. Without another word, he left Hank and Radu staring at each other with concern. After he departed, Bravo and Radu took in their accommodations. A huge four-poster bed dominated the space, draped with velvet curtains that were now moth-eaten along the edges. Once vibrant tapestries covered the stone walls, their intricate details worn away by centuries of smoke and sunlight. The companions swept their gaze over the spacious sitting area, furnished with elaborately carved chairs padded with feather cushions. Though well-crafted, the furniture showed its age, with wood rubbed dull and upholstery gone threadbare in places. Heavy velvet drapes could be drawn over tall, mullioned windows that looked out onto a vista of mountains and valleys. A place that works in the night and rests in the day. Most peculiar, Radu said. Bravo grunted. They're all of the wolf blood. It makes some sense, I suppose. Radu turned his big blue eyes on Bravo in surprise. All of them are the hairy beasts that growl at the moon? Bravo frowned. I'm not sure I like that description, good Sir Knight, and I suppose you might be right. Some of them, at least, might not be werewolves. What do you think of the two brothers? Radu asked, reclining into an ornately embroidered armchair. Bravo remained standing, too preoccupied to relax into the lavish surroundings. Victor seems nice enough, though I'm not sure about his final warning. I can't tell if he's serious or wishing to frighten us. And Nikolai, I think he's a rotten apple, and likely a very dangerous one. Radu's luminous eyes blinked twice. I thought they were both very nice. Of course, my only companions for hundreds of years have been the hounds that came to rip me apart every night, so my grasp of what constitutes pleasant conversation might be a trifle looser than it once was. Bravo paced the faded oriental rug, boots sinking into pile worn thin by generations of feet. Lord Akiva's mind is not his own. I fear coming here may prove fruitless. Radu nodded his agreement. The aged magus seems lost in fog and shadows, yet mystical knowledge surely remains here, if we can uncover its hiding place. A pensive silence fell over the lavish but faded chambers. Bravo stood gazing out the window at the breathtaking vista. Mist wreathed the sheer cliffs and scattered pines, cloaking the landscape in mystery. What obscure knowledge waited somewhere in this ancient fastness, passed down through generations? Yet the man said to wield such power now seemed but a shell, mind fading like the last embers of a dying fire. Radu nodded in sympathy. I understand your frustration, good Hank Bravo. But recall Zana's prophecy, Radu continued fervently. She foresaw your path leads through this place. We must have faith. There are revelations yet to unfold. Bravo searched his companion's face, finding the wisdom in Radu's clear eyes that cut through his own bitter doubts. Finally, he nodded. Your counsel proves sound, as ever. I will not relinquish hope so swiftly. He turned back to the window where the valley below was now swallowed entirely by mist. Somewhere in this isolated realm, what I seek still lingers. We must discover the path, however obscured we find it. Radu smiled. Well said, and I shall remain at your side wherever the road may take us. His enthusiasm lifted Bravo's mood, as it always did. Very well. With any luck, the brothers may help us with our search. I'm famished, Radu said suddenly, changing the subject. I thought you didn't need to eat, Hank asked. 'Tis true I don't have to sleep or eat or drink, yet I enjoy all three. Let us say I can sleep, eat, or drink if I wish. Hank nodded. still learning more about his friend every day. Boom, boom, boom. A heavy knock at the ornately carved door interrupted their hushed speculations. Before they could respond, it creaked open to reveal an elderly servant. Though wrinkled with age, he carried himself as a gentleman. His posture ramrod straight. His white hair was neatly trimmed, and he wore a crisply pressed black suit and white shirt with a dignified air. Milky eyes stared blankly ahead as he addressed them in a thin, reedy voice. "Esteemed guests, please follow me to the dining hall. The evening meal awaits." Exchanging glances, Bravo and Radu rose to trail the grim attendant. Holding a lantern aloft with a palsied hand, the guide led them along an interminable series of corridors, embellished with baroque details, but empty of any life or light. Their footsteps echoed forlornly off the cold flagstones. Bravo imagined this place once teeming with residents, the halls bright and cheerful. But if it had been so, it was the reverse of that now, each corridor with its rooms. A collection of hollow spaces, long neglected. At last, the servant arrived at an arched wooden doorway, carved with mysterious symbols, and pushed it open. Beckoning them inside, he bowed slightly before departing. The companions stood in a cavernous dining hall, illuminated by the quavering glow of candlelight. Though its vaulted ceilings and marble columns hinted at past grandeur, neglect had settled over the chamber in the same manner as every other they'd seen. Faded frescoes decorated walls hung with time-ravaged tapestries that did little to muffle the cold draught sneaking through cracked window panes. The chill seeped up even from the worn flagstones beneath their feet. At the massive table's far end, Victor and Nikolai were engaged in a heated debate, oblivious to their new arrivals. Their words echoed oddly, muffled by the gloomy hall's peculiar acoustics. Andre, their village guide, sat nearer to the entrance, looking supremely uncomfortable at the brothers' rancor. Bravo greeted him with a smile. "I thought you would travel back to the village tonight." The young man gave a sidelong look at the brothers, then said, "The winds are bad tonight, too dangerous. I'll have to stay here." "You should have tried it," Nikolai told the villager with a near growl. Before the awkward tension could stretch too long, a side door flew open, and an energetic young woman with the most infectious smile Bravo had ever seen burst in. Everything about her was generous, from her ample, curvaceous figure to the exuberant warmth of her smile. A mass of coppery curls spilled over her pale shoulders, complementing the smattering of freckles across her cheeks and nose. But most striking were her violet eyes, fringed with long lashes. Their vivid color seemed to shift hypnotically in the candlelight. "Welcome, honored guests," she greeted them in a honeyed contralto. "My name is Tatiana, and please pay my brothers no mind. Their debates rage like the north wind and have about as much use." Tatiana's tinkling laughter broke the tension. "Come, you must be famished from your journey." The vibrant young woman ushered Bravo and Radu into two chairs before settling in gracefully across from them. No sooner had she done so than servants emerged bearing trays of roasted meats, warm bread, tart pickles, olives, and sharp cheeses. As the companions began eating, wind howled outside the dusty window panes, and the building made groans and creaks of its own. Bravo's wild hunger emerged, and he clasped his hands together to keep from launching over the table to rip at the pig resting on one of the platters. Closing his eyes did not help, as the scent of it strengthened as it was carved. "Are you well?" Radu asked, clapping a hand on his shoulder. A servant placed a slice of the pork with the crispy skin still on in front of him, and he dug in with a vengeance. The first few bites calmed his raving hunger somewhat, yet still he savored each one and let the juices run down his chin and onto his shirt. Yet he was not the only one. Nikolai and Victor also ate with abandon, both changing somewhat. Victor's ears grew. They were large and pointed. His mouth became a snout, and his teeth enlarged into fangs. Nikolai's hands grew into bestial claws, and he dug like a dog in the yard at the food on his platter. Yet still, the brothers argued. "Your rashness will bring disaster upon us all." Nikolai's voice held a monstrous tone now. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve and grabbed a wine cup and drained it with messy gulps. Victor pushed back his chair. snapping a roast bird's chest open with his hands, licking at the meat, and then chomping at it. With his mouth full, he proclaimed, "And endless obstructionism dooms this family to decay. I wish you weren't so blind." Andre winced at the two brothers, although Bravo wasn't sure if it was their savage table manners or their words he found painful, before offering tentatively, "Perhaps there are merits in both views." But he trailed off as their wolfish glares skewered him. Andre, it seemed, was not a werewolf, since he ate in a much more polished and reserved fashion, his features not changing at all. "Quiet, village boy, you should be dining with the servants," Nikolai said. Tatiana delicately dabbed her mouth with a linen napkin, but her eyes flashed. "Andre brought our guests. Be kind to him," Nikolai growled. "Brought our guests? Well, double damn you, Andre the peasant boy." Andre's face went red as a beet and he clenched his jaw. He stood, and after a lingering glance at Tatiana, he fled the room. "You supercilious bastard! You speak to the villagers as if they're your slaves." Victor's voice held its own frigid notes. Tatiana stood up and was near tears. "How dare you?" she said with a glare for Nikolai. She fled after the village guide. Chapter 17. Most Interesting Company. Nikolai smiled as his sister ran from the room, while working at bits of meat from around bones. "That was not well done," Bravo said to Nikolai, and the man's mirth faded. He sat forward, his eyes flat and dark. "What do you know of it, traveler? They are our slaves, all of them. They're here to serve us." An awkward silence took over the room. Bravo and Radu ate like the pickiest men now, appetites gone. They were bystanders to some feud they didn't have enough knowledge to understand. Tatiana returned with a glare for her brother Nikolai, her eyes red. A side door creaked open, all eyes turning to see who had entered. It was Ileana, Akiva's lovely wife. Tatiana stood and kissed her mother and helped her to get seated, while Ileana touched the girl's tear-wet cheek affectionately. The mature beauty was sober, and took no wine with her meal, eating only sparingly. She did not change into a werewolf either, and Bravo wondered if she was a werewolf. He couldn't sense any of them here, not even the brothers, who clearly had the same curse as Bravo himself. There must be some enchantment on this place that dulled his senses. Victor waited for his stepmother to sit before he resumed his argument with Nikolai with an impassioned plea. If the privileged few hoard knowledge, then ignorance spreads like a plague among the masses. We have a duty to uplift humanity by sharing our insights. Nikolai twirled a bone around his fingers and scoffed. And what becomes of our order when mystical secrets are peddled in village squares like scarves and trinkets? Some powers cannot be unleashed without destroying all in their path. Victor's reply was sharp, ever resistant to change even if it betters lives. Clinging to outdated hierarchies serves only your own status, not the people. Nikolai bristled, but before he could retort, Lady Ileana's melodious voice interjected, "Come now, let us speak of more civil topics, lest we spoil the meal." As she gracefully turned the conversation, Bravo noted lines of worry on her brow, though she pretended to be at ease. Victor and Nikolai sullenly allowed peace to fall, exchanging subtle glares while ripping and chawing on their food. Meanwhile, Tatiana, recovered from her bout of weeping, found opportunities to flatter both Radu and Bravo, though he thought her eyes might have moved a bit too frequently to the door from which Andre had departed. As the meal progressed, Lady Ileana turned the focus of her keen gaze onto the visitors. "Honored guests, you must tell me what brings you to our remote valley. We so rarely receive visitors to these isolated hills." Bravo chose his words carefully. "I seek to lift an affliction laid upon me. Your lord husband's wisdom is renowned across oceans." "Is that so?" Ileana smiled gracefully. "And what is the nature of this affliction that drives you to such lengths?" Bravo had already told the reasons for coming to most of the people here, and he was one who was naturally inclined towards discretion, but noting the other werewolves in the room, he told them once again, "I have been bitten by a werewolf, my lady. I seek to either control or remove the curse which afflicts me." "Curse?" Nikolai growled. "You foolish peasant." Bravo bristled at those words, but thankfully Ileana stepped in. He was here for help. It wouldn't do to start a ruckus. Ileana said, If there is someone who can help you, it is my Lord Akiva. My husband was once a gifted healer before his health failed. I'm sure my papa can help you. He will see you right, Tatiana said to Bravo. Ilyana studied the ceiling, deep in thought, then advised, however, since his temporary frailties are an impediment, you should seek out my husband's college within these walls. There are many wise sages among them who might help. Thank you, I will, Bravo replied, feeling some hope at the notion that there might be others he could consult besides the roaming mind of Akiva or his contentious and exceedingly ill-mannered sons. Ilyana turned curiously to Radu next. And you, my silent friend, what impels you on this journey? Radu bowed his head deferentially. My name is Sir Radu Tanase, sworn knight of the realm. A knight? How wonderful, Tatiana declared, then leaned in closer to get a better look at Radu. Meanwhile, the stalwart yet undead knight tucked himself deeper into his hood. Despite hiding himself, he gestured with a fork and pronounced with conviction, I but keep a promise made to this newfound friend. I will see him cured or at the very least able to contain his curse. Remarkable loyalty, Ilyana mused. A rare trait in this world of shifting alliances. Lady Ilyana turned next to Victor and Nikolai. My sons, what are your thoughts on our visitor's quest? Was I right in my advice to seek out the knowledge of the Magi? Victor nodded enthusiastically. Of course, many of us here have learned to control the beast inside us. He ripped a bone with his teeth, spraying bits of flesh about the table. Hoarding what we have when others are in need is poor stewardship over what we've been given. Nikolai looked displeased with his brother's assessment. What we've earned, you mean? We must be discerning about who deserves access to centuries of carefully curated wisdom. You would have us give everything away so that we have nothing left. Ilyana stoked the fire of their argument by turning to her guests. Tell me, which of my sons strikes you as the more reasonable voice? Bravo glanced around the room. It seemed all eyes waited expectantly for his reply. I'm not from this high place, so I might be missing some nuances of the arguments. He turned to Victor. Where would the world be if the knowledge of the printing press had not been shared, and of medicines that doctors use? What about the nature of fire? At some point, long ago, primitive peoples shared that knowledge. Without it, most of us would be a good deal colder come the winter. Victor raised his glass in agreement, while Nikolai's face darkened. Bravo raised a finger up near his face. But some knowledge is dangerous. We don't give a babe access to a match or teach them how to use one until they can understand how to be safe with them. Many a house has burned and many a child has died when children play with fire. Well spoken, Nikolai agreed. Your response is wise but lukewarm. You tread the middle ground, neither hot nor cold, Ilyana said. Perhaps my response is tepid, but I just spoke my views honestly. Some knowledge should be shared to the betterment of society, while other secrets are best kept limited to a few trusted souls. And what if we decide that the knowledge you seek should not be shared with you? Ilyana's stare had abruptly gone cold. Well, I will have spent a month locked in a cage, tossed about in the hold of a cargo ship for nothing. Truly? You spent a month in a cage like an animal? Tatiana's eyes were wide. What man did this to you? Nikolai's brows drew in tight with anger. Bravo smiled. I did it to myself. I felt it was the only way I could ensure I would not hurt someone. Ilyana waved a hand at Bravo. An incredible story, if true. That must have been a hard month, Tatiana said, her voice tinged with awe. I've had better ones, I assure you. Bravo winked at the exuberant girl. The table erupted in laughter. As the mirth died out, Nikolai studied Radu's appearance. And you keep your hood forward and your collar turned up. What do you hide? Radu smiled wanly. Nothing interesting. Ilyana could not so easily be put off. I sense more than just a mysterious traveler here. Look at those bright blue eyes. They almost glow. Radu shrugged and removed his hood, revealing a mix of skullbone and white dead flesh. I am a ghost. There were shouts around the table, and the brothers jumped to their feet. Radu held up his hands to placate them. I mean no one here any harm. Ilyana looked him over with a measuring eye. You are a zombie, you mean. Not a ghost, for you cling to bits of your flesh still." Radu looked himself over while nodding. "I did not know this word, zombie. I thank you for enlightening me." The brothers were still on their feet, hands clenched. Nikolai's chest heaved. Ilyana waved her hand at the men. "You act as if you've never seen an undead man before." "I never have," Victor declared. He turned to Radu. "And what brings a ghost or a zombie here?" He looked ready to launch across the table to attack. The brothers apparently had found something they agreed on, as Nikolai also let out a warning growl. Radu did not seem concerned. He took a bite of cooked tomato. "I told you, I'm here to help my Tovarish, the great Hank Bravo, lift his curse, or failing that, learn to control it." Radu's gentle response and lucidity must have reassured them as slowly the brothers retook their seats. Bravo was glad his friend did not blink and lose his mind at that moment. For when he did, and his jaw hung open, he looked like one of those lunatics they house away at the asylums. Tatiana's eyes sparkled. "This has been a most interesting dinner, with most interesting company." Chapter 18. The Sacrifice. Bravo's footsteps echoed as he entered the hushed sanctum, its polished marble floors and soaring ceilings giving off an air of grandeur. Gilded busts of past Magi masters lined the walls, stern stone faces turned as if to monitor all movement within their domain. He and Radu had taken Ilyana's advice and were on the way to visit the Magi College, which was contained in a wing of the castle. At the far end of an impressively long corridor loomed an imposing table and several high-backed chairs atop a dais, intricately gilded woodwork glinting in the candlelight. Beside it stood a lone attendant, hands folded behind his back. His ornate robes appeared freshly laundered and meticulously pressed. As they approached the attendant, Bravo noted the gleaming room, everything polished and sparkling. But his trained investigative eye took note of the shadowed alcoves along the way, various artifacts covered in a fine layer of dust. Their once vibrant colors faded beneath a patina of age. The corners of the room held silky cobwebs, and the glass display cases had grimy smudges on the corners. This was a place that showed well, but when one looked closely it was not quite so grand. They followed the man to a cluttered study, serving as an antechamber to the head Magi, Bravo presumed. Sunlight strained through dusty stained glass windows to illuminate overflowing bookshelves and tables. Ledgers stacked neatly on the desk looked untouched, inkpots and feather pens awaiting a scribe's hand. There were several cushioned chairs arranged along a back wall which held peeling wallpaper. As Bravo perused the books, he saw many interesting tomes with names that inspired curiosity, such as The History of the Northern Wars of Indigenous Forest Elves and Practical Magic Logically Applied, while others promised tedious reading, such as The Complete History of 3rd Century Magical Inks and the Comprehensive Encyclopedia of Dragon Scale Patterns, Volume 7. The door slid open, and a tall, slender man emerged, moving briskly. His spotless, black-as-midnight robes were even more ornate than those of the attendant, with gold piping and moon and star-shaped gems inlaid on the sleeves and collar. But as he drew near, Bravo noticed his neatly trimmed beard failed to hide entirely the neck hairs he had missed when shaving. "I am Cyrus, High Magister of this great College of Learning," he declared. "What assistance might this esteemed institution offer?" Though his voice still rang authoritatively, Bravo sensed a brittle edge beneath the sonorous tones. The man made constant nasally humph and throat noises, his eyes rheumy and unfocused. Bravo recounted his desperate search for a cure, how the lycanthropic curse had ravaged his life. Cyrus murmured under his breath as Bravo spoke, as if half listening while responding to some phantom voice. His gaze grew distracted and wandering. Radu clumped closer. "Are you able to help my friend?" Cyrus blinked in momentary confusion before turning abruptly to the bookshelves. "I must consult the texts," he mumbled, fingers trailing over the gilt lettering, but seemingly unable to grasp their meaning. "You seem unsure. Can no one aid me?" Bravo asked urgently, sensing time slipping away. Cyrus paused his fussing and blinked up at Bravo. "There is only one who yet retains such knowledge, Akiva, founder of our order, Seek him out. But we've already spoken with Lord Akiva, and he advised us to seek help here, Bravo replied. I'm sure our esteemed lord said no such thing. He yawned. Or perhaps he did. Either way, I can offer you no assistance. Bravo ground his teeth and Radu frowned at his friend. Another dead end, it seems. Suddenly, the heavy door burst open as two robed men trudged in, dragging a disheveled village girl. She was weeping, her clothes a ragged mess. Cyrus looked her over and asked some appraising question in Romanian. The two men holding her replied with some deference. What crime has she committed to be bound like this? Radu asked, and Bravo could see his friend was growing angry. His blue eyes held a few sparks of red. I no commit crime, the girl said in broken English. The High Magister turned to Radu. Her village has selected her. It is a great honor, a chance only granted to one person every 7 years. A chance for what? Bravo asked. The man ignored his visitors, focusing on the girl. He barked some orders in Romanian, and the two robed men dragged the girl out. Radu explained what he'd heard to his friend. He just told them to fatten her up, that they have 2 weeks. A kind of cold realization came upon Bravo. Fatten her up for what? He asked Cyrus. The snooty maid showed a wolfish smile. She is our sacrifice, during our lunar festival. Surely you're joking? Bravo asked incredulously. The High Magister gazed at him with flat eyes. Bravo caught sight of the raw and hungry wolf in them. It must be done to preserve our sanity, the man told them. Does Lord Akiva know of this barbaric practice? Bravo inquired. The arrogant elder gave a mirthless chuckle. He's the one who ordered it. It's vital to those of us who wish to keep the wolf blood restrained. There are a lot of scientific details. I'm not sure someone of your ilk would appreciate. My ilk? You arrogant jumped-up scamp, I'm going to stop that girl from dying, Bravo said. A sneering reply came from the Magister. You're welcome to try. All you need to do is kill the dozen elder werewolves here who will partake of her flesh. I'll do what I need to do. Bravo felt a low heat rising in his gut. He wanted to turn loose his claws and teeth. Cyrus turned his head, then gave a smug smile. A warning, pup. You're freshly changed. Have you ever seen an elder werewolf in its full transformation? We'll kill you fast as you can blink. Radu and Bravo were too stunned by the revelation that these seemingly civilized people ate human flesh to do much more than follow another arrogant attendant out of the chambers. The attendant collected them and walked them out of the draughty, unkempt halls. They passed centuries of stern portraits, the subjects' painted eyes seeming to judge these outsiders in their midst. Bravo wondered if the young attendant knew. Did André know? Did his mother know? They were from the village, so they must. Radu was also furious, but he waited until they were out of the college and in a deserted main corridor before giving voice to his feelings. I can't believe it. They're going to eat her. We must stop it, Bravo declared. Do you think Tatiana is aware of this, or gentle Lady Ilyana? And what of wise Lord Akiva? Do they all accept it? Bravo's companion asked. I don't know. Radu shook his head. I can't imagine that sweet girl we met at dinner eating human flesh. I've seen plenty of darkness hiding under a sweet smile, Bravo said, but he felt a tinge of hope that he was wrong about Tatiana, at least. I can't sit idly by and do nothing. It is against my knightly vows. Radu jerked, his face going blank and his jaw hanging down in a kind of stupor. When he came back a few seconds later, he shook himself. We will do something, I swear it. Bravo stared straight ahead, jaw tight. The knight's glowing eyes narrowed. And I know it may seem an improper time to bring it up, but we also learned nothing about how to control your curse. His own problems seemed trivial now, or at least only part of a greater issue. True, although I believe Cyrus was lying to us. If they all can control their natures, they must have some idea how it happens. Radu's eyes turned the palest blue. Hopefully. It would be terrible if all the secrets for controlling your curse were stuck in Akiva's unreachable brain. There must be other paths where the knowledge lay, Bravo muttered bitterly. Well, I saw a library on the way here. Maybe we should see what knowledge we can glean from it. A library? Good find, my friend. It couldn't hurt to look it over. Chapter 19. Libraries and Love Potions. Here. "Here it is," whispered Radu, a note of unconcealed excitement in his voice. The heavy wooden doors of the library were open, and a chilling draught wafted through the room, stirring the dust that danced in the pale starlight that peeked through tall stained-glass windows. The library stretched away into shadowed corners, an expanse of darkness punctuated only by the flickering candlelight the pair had brought with them. Dozens, or maybe hundreds, of ornate bookshelves, reaching towards the vaulted ceiling, lined the chamber, their spines neglected and dull with time. The scent of aged parchment hung about the room, mingling with the faint aroma of mildew, adding a sense of antiquity to the vast space. On the ceiling hung long-dead wrought-iron chandeliers, and around them, painted and intricate frescoes depicted mythical creatures and scenes of long-forgotten battles, though much of the paint was flaking off to the ground. The library's towering fireplace, now cold and lifeless, loomed in one corner, its stone mantel etched with cryptic symbols and runes. Leather armchairs, worn with time, sat beside the hearth, as if waiting for readers long departed. A single desk stood at the center of the room, adorned with an ornate quill, inkwell, and an open book, the writing frozen in mid-sentence, a testament to interrupted knowledge. "I don't like this place. Whispers hang in the air, makes my bones shiver." Radu's voice was low and tinged with dread. "You're a ghoul yourself, Radu. What have you to fear from haunting or even death?" "I can still feel fear, believe you me, and getting killed hurts." They deftly navigated the labyrinthine corridors of knowledge. Bravo's heart raced with a mix of excitement and dread, hopeful that within these hallowed halls lay the cure to his curse, if only he could find it. Radu stayed close behind him, his large eyes glowing with their blue, otherworldly light. Bravo found comfort in this small reminder of his loyal companion, whose unwavering support had kept him from succumbing to despair in this desperate quest on more than one occasion. "A question, Bravo," the ghost whispered, his voice barely audible above the creaking of ancient wood and rustling pages. "Do we have any idea what we're looking for?" "No. Perhaps a book entitled Werewolves and Their Curses." He jested lightly and ran his fingers along the spines of countless books, their titles hinting at forgotten knowledge and arcane secrets. In his mind he fervently hoped that one of them held the key to breaking his dreaded lycanthropic curse. Radu was excited. "Yes, let us hope we find such a book." As they rounded a corner, a soft, melodic humming caught their attention. Bravo froze, his senses heightened, his body tense with anticipation. He motioned for Radu to hang back, then slid forward until he glimpsed a pool of candlelight and a figure seated at one of the reading tables. Tatiana, the ebullient daughter of Akiva and Ileana. Her lips moved as she scanned the pages of an old book, a lock of fiery copper hair tumbling over her eyes. Bravo's pulse quickened. What was she reading? He inched closer, straining to see over her shoulder. A recipe for a love potion? His throat tightened. Radu shuffled up beside him, armor clanking. Bravo silenced him with a glare, but it was too late. Tatiana glanced up, eyes widening. "Oh, you startled me." She snapped the book shut, color rising in her cheeks. Hank felt silly to be caught spying over her shoulder and grinned guiltily. "Hello, Tatiana." "Ah, Monsieur Bravo," she said with a smile. "What brings you and your ghostly friend to the library?" "Merely seeking knowledge," he replied, his voice betraying a hint of unease. "Though I must admit, I did not expect to find you here." "I spend a good deal of time here. Reading is one of my pleasures," she confessed, her eyes sparkling. Bravo glanced at the book on the desk in front of her. Elixirs of Love, a compendium of potions and charms. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her choice of literature. A wistful sigh escaped her lips. The library holds many secrets. Secrets indeed. Bravo studied her, wondering whether she was an ally or an obstacle. "Love potions?" he asked, unable to keep the curiosity from his voice. "Even a lady of my standing has desires, Bravo. But let us speak no more of it," she said, setting aside the book as if it held no significance. Her cheeks flushed a delicate rose color. "You are here for a reason, are you not? Perhaps I can be of assistance." As Bravo hesitated, Weighing the risks of revealing his true purpose, Radu spoke plainly. As we mentioned at dinner, we're searching for a cure for Bravo's lycanthropy. Radu speaks truly. A cure for myself is what I'm after. But tell me about this book, Bravo said, his voice low but insistent. Why do you find it so captivating? Tatiana hesitated for a moment, before finally relenting, unable to resist his earnest gaze. Very well. You've told me your reason for being here, and I'll tell you mine. She sighed, opening the book once more, and running her fingers along the ancient pages. Love potions are said to be powerful and unpredictable. They can bestow the most profound happiness or the darkest despair. Have you ever tried to create one? Bravo asked, his eyes never leaving hers. Tatiana hesitated again, her cheeks coloring at the question. No, she admitted quietly, but I have often dreamt of it. There is someone I care for deeply, but he seems so far out of my reach. I do not know if he cares for me at all. Who is this man? Radu inquired, his ghostly form shimmering with curiosity. Andre, Bravo said, and knew he was right when a blush rose in Tatiana's plump cheeks. Radu's already large eyes grew even bigger with surprise. The young guide from the village? She nodded and confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. I believe he might be my only chance at true happiness. Bravo studied her closely, taking in the vulnerability in her eyes and the longing in her words. He could understand her plight all too well, the desire for something or someone that seemed impossible to attain. It was a feeling that had haunted him ever since his own curse had taken hold. Love can be a powerful force, Tatiana, Bravo said quietly, perhaps more powerful than any potion or charm. Indeed, she replied, her eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight as they met his. But it never hurts to have a little magic on one's side. With love, anything is possible, even getting out of this old dingy castle. Bravo sensed a kinship with the young woman and a good deal of empathy. She was spirited, and she obviously felt confined here in this isolated mountain home. She probably believed the world was like the stories she found in this library, full of chivalry and lovely ladies. He opened his mouth to correct her, but Radu jumped in. "Milady, we would take you with us when we leave, if you wish," the dead knight said with a bow. "I'm not so sure," Bravo said, but the girl was all smiles again, practically dancing. "Yes, I wish that. Could you take Andre as well?" Bravo sighed when Radu nodded vigorously. He was not sure what they were promising exactly, but he doubted her family would appreciate them absconding with the girl. "And of course, if you help Andre and I would definitely aid you," she promised. Bravo considered that, but then said, "First, I must ask you something. We spoke with the High Magister Cyrus, and a pair of the Magi dragged in a girl." Tatiana clapped a hand over her mouth. "Oh no, so they have chosen the sacrifice." Bravo was wary, so he kept his tone neutral. "Tell us more about this sacrifice." "My father has created a method. What is that word in English? Method. This method grants werewolves the ability to control themselves. He's a careful man, though, and he's never shared his secrets as far as I'm aware, not even with my mother. Now that his mind is locked behind this wasting sickness, we may never get these secrets back, which is terrifying for all of those who've been able to keep the beast at bay." Now they were on the right path, Bravo thought. He probed, "Is it some tonic, an elixir, some magical enchantment?" The exuberant girl answered quickly. "Some combination of herbs and magic taken in a tonic form, as you say. He usually had us all drink it once every 7 years, and we must also eat the flesh of a human being. The two go together." Radu exclaimed, "That is heinous and disgusting." She paled. "I agree. At the very least, I've argued, we should find someone who is already near to death, or some vile prisoner somewhere already condemned for their crimes." "I don't like that much either, but it's better than killing an innocent girl." Bravo agreed. Tatiana hung her head. "Yes, it's all based on tradition. Hundreds of years ago, the werewolves here demanded tribute from the nearby villages, and in return, they kept the villages safe." Bravo's tone was thoughtful. "Traditions can change." She nodded briskly in agreement, then added, "My father would agree with you. He is the reason the sacrifice only happens every 7 years, because he figured out that this was the maximum length of time that one of us can go in between feedings without going berserk. Does that mean you will also have to do the same, Tovarishch? Radu asked Bravo. A chill ran up Bravo's spine. He'd never thought he would be a cannibal. He'd much rather prefer to meet his death with some of his morals intact. No, I never will, he vowed, though he recalled the ship and the bandits, and thought he'd likely already broken that promise. Tatiana's face had gone a distinct shade of green. Please, gentlemen, can we speak of something else? This conversation has made me nauseous. Do you have any of this tonic? Bravo needs some. Radu's blunt tone was less impactful because of his large, childlike eyes. She shook her head. Everyone is scrambling to find any remaining vials, but without any luck. Soon, we will all lose control. You have no notion of how he created it? Bravo asked. None, though I wonder if there might be some cache of it somewhere we could analyze in order to make our own. The problem is that my brothers and the Magi have the same idea, and they've scoured over the entire castle, searching for the elixir. If Victor found it, he would have told me, but if Nikolai finds it, I believe he'd secretly hoard it. He still has his men searching, however, so I don't believe he has. Bravo paced the shadowy aisle. Yes, if your father had obvious caches and storage places, they would surely be found by now. Tatiana bit her lip and stood up suddenly. You're right. There is one place. I'm sure they haven't searched it. She leaned toward them, voice dropping to a whisper. I know of hidden caverns beneath the castle, though it's been ages since anyone has visited them, and most believe them sealed. I always thought my father used a grotto there to hide his secrets and perform his experiments. Radu's eyes glowed excitedly. A hidden vault, lost knowledge waiting to be rediscovered. Can you find this chamber? Asked Bravo urgently. There are some tunnels, but they aren't easy to approach. They're treacherous. Tatiana looked at them hesitantly. I can show you the entrance, however. It is a perilous route. Bravo felt a bounce in his step. Take us to these caves. With luck, your father's lost secrets await below. Chapter 20. The Cliffs. The sheer cliff face plunged thousands of feet to the rocky valley floor as Tatiana led Bravo and Radu along the precarious mountain path. They edged sideways, heels scuffing along narrow ledges with barely enough width for a footprint. Gusts of wind buffeted them relentlessly, threatening to hurl them headlong into the abyss. Bravo kept his eyes fixed ahead, focusing on each measured step, but his heart hammered against his ribs, pulse roaring in his ears. Since becoming afflicted with the curse, heights affected him strangely, stirring the beast within. He'd noticed it on the perilous trek to get here, though these trails were half the width of those. Just a bit further, Tatiana called over the whipping winds, her copper locks dancing wildly around her face. She clung to the rock wall beside her, knuckles white. Though also frightened, she squared her shoulders and forged ahead. The path ended at a sheer wall split by a narrow crevice. Tatiana slipped inside and Bravo followed, senses heightened. The temperature plummeted, and the light faded as they descended into the mountain's depths. The claustrophobic confines closed around Bravo. His breathing grew ragged, the beast surging dangerously, though the moon was but a sliver. He stumbled over jagged rocks, struggling to restrain the mounting feral instincts. "Steady, Bravo, steady!" Radu's voice echoed, distant and muffled. But Bravo teetered on the edge of control, muscles spasming as canine features emerged. Tatiana turned back, violet eyes wide at the sight of Bravo, convulsing, half transformed. "Are you well, Monsieur Bravo?" She reached out a steadying hand, but yanked it back when he snapped at her with his sharp fangs. He let loose an anguished howl. The sound reverberated across the mountaintops, heralding the loss of Bravo's hard-won discipline. The wolf was free under the mountain. He eyed the terrible drop just a wrong step away, and his bestial eyes went wide with raw, primal terror. He raced back toward the castle, hissing and snarling. His lupine form tore along the narrow cliffside paths in a frenzy, reduced to sheer animal instinct. Ropey saliva flew from his gnashing jaws as his powerful limbs propelled him forward with fantastic speed, kicking up plumes of dust in his wake. Tatiana and Radu's panicked cries were lost, drowned out by the mournful, howling winds, as the crazed werewolf rapidly outdistanced his companions. As the imposing stronghold of Norilor Castle came looming into view, atop its sheer-faced crag, two hulking figures emerged from the towering oaken gates to intercept the frenzied beast. Victor and Nikolai, elder werewolves of the dwindling Magi Order, sons of the great werewolf Lord Akiva, moved with terrifying speed that belied their bulky frames. Wolfish features contorted into an animalistic cunning, eyes burning like golden hellfire. They swiftly cut off Bravo's mad flight. Trapped between the ancient lycanthropes and the plummeting gorge, Bravo turned on Victor in a mindless rage. He leapt at the grizzled youngest son, who was still a vaunted and powerful elder werewolf, Bravo's wolf form, seeking to rip into sinew and bone with his curved black talons. But Victor's brawny arm shot out quicker than a striking viper, a massive hand encircling Bravo's throat. Calloused fingers hardened by centuries of life, squeezed like unrelenting iron bands. With a guttural snarl, Victor hurled Bravo effortlessly against the sheer rock face. Stone cracked and splintered under the crushing impact, leaving a ragged indentation as Bravo's body bounced off the unforgiving cliffside. He tumbled to the ground, bones rattling and vision swimming from the skull-cracking force. Before Bravo could rise, Nikolai was upon him. Using his dense mass like a battering ram, the hulking elder werewolf slammed him viciously back against the mountain, pulverizing rock to powder. The brutal onslaught came relentlessly as Nikolai unleashed devastating blows with his massive fists. Bravo's writhing efforts to break free were useless against such overpowering lycanthropic strength. Under the merciless barrage, the fight rapidly drained from the frenzied younger werewolf. Unable to withstand more gruesome punishment, his twitching body finally reverted to human. Nikolai poised with a claw above Bravo, ready to strike a death blow, but his younger brother growled at him and pushed his arm away. Nikolai snarled back, but then gave the lichen equivalent of a shrug and let it drop. With palpable contempt, he seized Bravo's battered form by one arm, fresh blood dripping from his split and swollen lip, broken nose gushing crimson rivulets. Victor grabbed the other arm. The elders dragged Bravo's limp body effortlessly through the towering gates of Norilor Castle into the labyrinthine corridors within. Bravo's head lolled and feet scraped along the stone floors as the werewolves pulled him deep into the mountain fortress. Twisting and turning through dim passages unseen by human eyes in centuries, lit only by the flickering glow of iron sconces choking on tallow smoke. At last, they descended time-worn stairs into the dusty dungeons buried far below the sturdy stone walls of the ancient castle. There the elder werewolves hurled Bravo like a rag doll inside a frigid cell, fronted with black iron bars, etched with ancient mystical runes. He collapsed in a broken, agonized heap, the fury utterly pummeled out of him. As the iron door clanged shut with a bone-chilling finality, icy tendrils of darkness seeped from the bare stone to envelop Bravo's prone body. His eyes slid closed as the darkness took him into its embrace. Chapter 21. The Cell. Bravo awoke to an oppressive atmosphere of damp cold and enveloping blackness. The air itself felt heavy, as if it carried the weight of centuries of suffering and despair. He found himself crumpled on the bare stone floor, a pitiful existence amidst the harsh reality of his captivity. Limbs screaming in agony, protesting every movement he dared to make. Iron manacles gnawed mercilessly at his raw wrists, their unyielding grip leaving his skin rubbed raw and oozing crimson. Tattered shreds of his shirt and breeches clung to his battered frame, sodden and chilled from the frigid sweat that clung to his skin. As he turned his head, pain shot through his neck like bolts of lightning, a reminder of the merciless beating he had endured. Broken bones, contusions, and bruises adorned his body, forming a grotesque tapestry of his torment. But the details of his descent into this infernal dungeon eluded him, obscured by the haze of the monstrous beastly fugue he fell under when turned. Fragmented images flickered in his throbbing skull. A treacherous mountain path, a frenzied flight, and the fateful encounter with Victor and Nikolai. A guttural groan escaped his cracked lips, a sound laced with resignation and remorse. The unleashed beast within him had extracted its price, and now he bore the scars of his own transgressions. The cell itself seemed to conspire against him, its icy stone leaching away what little warmth remained in his battered body. He mustered his dwindling strength, dragging his broken form into a sitting position, the scrape of chains against the unforgiving floor echoing through the desolate chamber. He winced in pain. Time became an amorphous construct, losing all meaning within the confines of his dungeon. Seconds stretched into agonizing hours, hours into interminable days and nights. No glimmer of light penetrated the oppressive darkness of the underground cell, leaving him imprisoned in a never-ending abyss. In his moments of waking, he was plagued by feverish shakes and nightmarish visions, a relentless onslaught of blood-soaked terrors that stalked him even in his conscious state. In lucid moments, he determined that between this time and the weeks he'd spent in a cage on ship, he'd had enough of being restrained. Finally, after an eternity of torment, the heavy door creaked open, and a flickering torch thrust itself into his dilated pupils like searing daggers. He recoiled, his weakened frame unable to shield his eyes from the overwhelming brightness. Blurred figures emerged from the blinding glow, their forms shrouded in shadows. At first he was in awe of the light, hoping that these sentient creatures brought freedom. But then they seized him with callous hands, dragging him from the cell and along a corridor that offered no respite from the oppressive darkness. They bound him to a stone wall, each chain link rattling with the weight of his captivity, then mercilessly hurled buckets of cold water at his shivering body, icy tendrils penetrating his skin and numbing his senses. The shock jolted his mind, dispelling the diabolical visions that had plagued him. Gasping for ragged breaths, his wits gradually returned, his tenuous grip on sanity slowly reclaiming its hold. The figures jeered with sadistic pleasure, fading back into the suffocating gloom, leaving him dripping and frozen yet momentarily lucid. The haze of madness lifted, and for a fleeting moment, his humanity reclaimed its fragile dominion amidst the abyss of his torment. The same hardened hands hauled him back to his cell and dumped him there like refuse. Later, maybe only seconds or maybe months when there was light outside his cell and movement, Bravo recoiled, sure they meant to subject him to some awful treatment again. He glimpsed two silhouettes hovering there, voices familiar beneath the pounding in his skull, Tatiana and Radu. Hope flickered weakly in the confused confines of his mind. The two looked in on him with wide eyes. "My friend, we've come to break you out of this foul place," Radu whispered urgently. "This'll just take a moment," Tatiana whispered, slipping a metal pin from her hair. She turned to the cell door's ancient lock, fiddling delicately. The minutes stretched taut as she struggled to spring the stubborn mechanism. Bravo watched helplessly, hardly daring to breathe. Finally, the lock emitted a resonant click, the door inching outward. The sound was sweeter to Bravo's ears than any heavenly chorus. Tatiana's delicate hands felt along Bravo's chest, probing his injuries with care. He groaned, the pressure of even the lightest touch igniting fresh agony through his battered frame. Tatiana motioned urgently for Radu to help as she slid her slender arms under one of Bravo's shoulders. "Quickly now, before someone wanders by," she hissed through gritted teeth. With a sympathetic wince, Radu went to Bravo's other side, jostling his throbbing ribs. Bravo choked back a cry as they carried him swiftly from the cell, fresh agony coursing through his body with each faltering step. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Bravo let his head loll as Tatiana and Radu hurriedly carried him from the wretched cell. Each jarring footfall sent new shockwaves through his battered frame. They stole swiftly through the dim stone halls, the sputtering torches barely piercing the gloom. Bravo's pulse thundered in his ears, nearly loud enough to drown out the clanking of Radu's armor. He willed himself not to pass out, to remain alert for any sound of approaching guards. Rounding a corner, Tatiana stifled a gasp. A hulking jailer was trudging toward them, whistling tunelessly. They shrank into the shadows, holding their breath as he lumbered past obliviously. Once his footsteps faded, they continued on, faces taut with fear. The rendezvous point was near, but every second brought peril. Reaching a crumbling side passage half caved in with rubble, fresh air kissed Bravo's skin. They finally made it outside this accursed tomb. With the last dregs of his strength, he staggered the final few steps, aided by his companions. André was waiting anxiously by a wagon, horses stamping impatiently. At the sight of Bravo's ruined body, his eyes widened in dismay. But there was no time for shock. He helped hoist Bravo into the back, draping scratchy wool blankets over his trembling form. The others scrambled in behind, concealing themselves hastily beneath hay bales. "Hurry now, let us be away," Radu urged. With a snap of the reins, the wagon jolted forward, pebbles crunching under squeaking wheels as they rumbled into motion. Bravo slipped into shallow, feverish dreams of wolves and moonlight as André spurred the horses on, headed towards the village. As the wagon jostled down the winding mountain pass, Bravo drifted in and out of consciousness. When lucid, he focused on taking slow, shallow breaths to minimize the fiery pain in his ribs. Tatiana dabbed the crusted blood from his face with a damp rag, shushing him gently when he moaned. "Almost there," she whispered. "Just hold on." "Where do we go?" He managed through lips that felt clumsy and unresponsive. Tatiana cradled his shoulder as she gave him some water. "To the village." He recalled the perilous journey on horseback to the summit. "On a wagon?" "Yes, we're very close to the edge," Radu informed him, and Bravo settled back and let delirium take him. Sometime later, Bravo could not have called it a moment or a millennia. He was suddenly awake and listening to the creaking wagon and watching Tatiana and Radu sway in the sunlight, slicing through the slats in the canvas cover. Radu kept watch through a gap, his glowing eyes vigilant, but the castle remained dormant, for a time oblivious to its escaped prisoner. The zombie settled back and sighed with relief. Yet too soon, for they all heard a sudden eruption of faint yet menacing howls. André's knuckles whitened on the reins at the sound. "They've discovered your escape," he said through gritted teeth. "The hunting party will be swift on our trail." Another chorus of baleful howls echoed across the rocky peaks and valleys. Tatiana trembled, making the sign of the cross. Bravo peered back the way they'd come through swollen red eyes, but could see nothing. Spurred on by desperation, André snapped the reins, recklessly hurtling the wagon down treacherous inclines. Its contents bounced and rattled violently at every jolt and rut, but he did not dare slow their breakneck pace. Now and then André glanced back at the towering castle receding into the distance. "There," he called out, and Bravo fought through the pain enough to sit up and look back. Tiny torchlights bobbed along the castle ramparts and mountainside, but remained remote pinpricks. They drove on, André pushing the horses and wagon with all speed. Time passed, Bravo fading in and out of consciousness. Sporadic baleful howls echoed across the peaks and valley, seeming to come from all directions. They seemed much closer, the pursuers, but no shapes emerged from the shadowy depths of the forest. Still, the chilling, ominous sounds alone were enough to spur the fugitives onward. At last, the crumbling, overgrown buildings of the village outskirts emerged from the gathering night. André guided the wagon off the main track, choosing a winding path through the dense underbrush to throw off any trackers. Before long, they arrived at an ancient, sagging barn on the fringes of the village, hidden from casual view. As André drew the horses to a halt, the distant howls arose once more. But for now, the pursuers remained far behind. Chapter 22. Hiding. In the musty shadows of the derelict barn, Bravo reflected on all that had transpired since he arrived in this mountain valley. Why had the brothers attacked him? Was it because he had been in a state of frenzy, or for some other reason? Nikolai had been ready to kill him, he was sure, but Victor had stopped him. Certainly neither brother had any interest in releasing him. He'd still be rotting in that cell if Tatiana and Radu had not freed him. He shifted slightly in the straw, expecting some pain, but there was only a little. Some gentle probing of ribs that had been broken found them only lightly bruised. He pressed his tongue against his teeth, expecting to find one of his front molars missing, but no, it was there. He was sure he'd spat it out after being attacked by the brothers. Nearby, Radu kept watch through gaps in the weathered planks. The ghost's eerie blue glow provided the only light. He looked back at Bravo. "You're healing up well, my Tovarish." Bravo took a deep, raspy breath, then said, "As we saw after the attack in your old keep, Radu, my wolf blood offers me some mystical healing energy above and beyond that of a normal man. It's true, we found you nothing more than a bloody mess in that cell, and now you're on the mend." "How long has it been?" Bravo asked. Radu shrugged. "A day and part of another. The sun is throwing out the orange light of late afternoon." Bravo held his aching head. "Any idea how long they were going to keep me in there? Did Tatiana or you discuss it with them?" Radu turned away from the boarded window and sat. Tatiana tried, but Victor and Nikolai are once again fighting, and neither would see her. You'd gone berserk, though, Hank, and so I believe they did it to protect both you and the others. You might meet while in your grisly killing form. They definitely had little sympathy for me, considering they are also werewolves. They treated me poorly in that cell." Radu considered that. "I don't think Victor had a hand in your ill treatment. He seemed to want to help you, but Nikolai is the eldest child and head of the castle guard, and so there wasn't much that he could do. Victor might be the younger brother, but you'd think he'd still have some say in how things are run. You'd think, but Tatiana says that Victor has never been interested. Also, the Magi apparently have this concept of the alpha wolf, and with Akiva no longer able to rule, Nikolai has been acting in that role." "Why has Victor never been interested?" Bravo was curious now. "Tatiana says that Victor cares more about science and about helping people. He would like to be a physician." "Really, very interesting. A werewolf doctor? Best pay your bills, eh, Radu?" Radu looked at Bravo blankly, a little put off by his companion's inability to grasp the finer points of Bravo's clever wit. He scowled, but then remembered the argument between the two brothers at dinner. Yes. Well, he does want to share the Citadel's knowledge with the world. Right, whereas Nikolai is definitely interested in taking over his father's role, though I think he'd be a pale imitation from what Tatiana and Andrei say." Bravo looked round the dim barn interior. He was alone with his spectral knight. "Where are our two star-crossed lovers?" "Out to gather information and some food, though Andrei's worried that Tatiana shouldn't be in the open with the foul mood of the villagers." Bravo tried to stand and wobbled until he sat back down. "Mood?" "Yes, there's an evil temper covering the village. There's many rumors floating about, making the villagers eye Noralor and its occupants with some anxiousness." Bravo could understand that. He wondered if the villagers knew that the magical balm that kept the werewolves from going berserk would soon be running out. How long would it be before livestock and children began to disappear? And of course there was worse to fear. The revelation of the human sacrifice ritual had repulsed him, and now that same revulsion washed over him anew. How could he selfishly seek only a cure for himself when innocents were being slaughtered? Radu looked over, brow furrowed with concern. "Troubled thoughts, my friend?" Bravo nodded grimly. "I'm rethinking my priorities, Radu. We must find a way to protect these people. Our quest matters little compared to their lives." Moving shadows obscured the daylight filtering in through the cracks in the walls. Radu resumed his scan through the old knotty wallboards, anxiously, but then relaxed. "Here they are." The door creaked open and Andrei entered, burdened with several jute sacks loaded down with red balls of cabbage, dirty gnarled carrots, aromatic onions, beets, and turnips. Tatiana followed. She produced rolls of salami and loaves of bread with crusts as black as night. The jars had fresh milk, a skim of creamy-looking butter, some fruit jellies, and even some plump black cherries. There was a brick of honeycomb wrapped in waxed paper and a tub of amber-brown honey. Bravo's mouth watered. He was ravenous and scrambled to the food, ignoring the lingering pain in his side. He snatched a loaf of bread and took a wolfish bite from the salami. "Control, Monsieur Bravo. Remember you are a man," Tatiana admonished, and Bravo looked down at his shaking hands and felt bestial drool on his chin. The urge to consume felt like the pull of a strong current. Andrei and Radu were both watching him, appraisingly, the young village guide taking a step back and putting a hand to the hilt of the sharp knife that hung at his side. Bravo put the food down and sat back, forcing himself to wait for the others to get their own before he retrieved some for himself. Apologies to all of you." Tatiana held out a half of chicken to Bravo. "You must eat, however. Eat your fill, sir. Your body needs sustenance. Healing like you did takes a lot of the body's internal stores and it must be replenished. Just remember who you are. A gentleman." He tore into it but remembered himself and ate with manners and dignity until he was sated, sitting back and issuing a loud belch. He'd consumed the chicken, much of the salami, a loaf of bread loaded with butter and honey, a brace of sour pickles as well as some eggs pickled in the same way, a handful of carrots. He even forced himself to down a half a head of cabbage, though he would gladly have just eaten more meat and forgotten all the fodder. Bravo eyed Tatiana, delicately nibbling at a cucumber slice. "You have the wolf blood, do you not?" He could feel it on her out here, away from the confusing sensations he experienced at Norilor. She waited until she had swallowed her food, and then replied, "Yes. And to answer your next question, I have taken the elixir, of course, twice in my life, and should be taking it again soon. I'm also half human, born of a Kiva, but also my mother, who does not have the wolf gift, and this grants me a more gentle nature." She glanced at Andrei with a tremulous smile, and he reached out and squeezed her hand, and then went back to eating. "I try to never change into a wolf. I want to keep my human form." "You're very fortunate to have such control," Radu said. "Why, Bravo is a raving maniac when he changes." Bravo frowned, and his friend retracted his statement. "I mean, that you're a beast. No, that you're trying to control the, beast." Bravo smirked at his bumbling, good-natured friend and let him off with a gracious nod. After the satisfying meal, Tatiana and Andrei relayed what they had learned during their time in the village. "The townsfolk are filled with unease," Tatiana said. "They make signs against evil at every turn and whisper of beasts descending from the castle at night." Andrei nodded grimly. "Some speak of livestock being mauled recently. Rumors fly about monsters roaming the woods." Bravo eyed his companions thoughtfully. "How many werewolves are at Norilor, and are they all of the ones in this area?" Tatiana squinted at the ceiling of the barn, doing some quick arithmetic before she spoke. "There are at least 24. Most elders. I'm the youngest. There are no others nearby. The wolves of the Magi are like the alpha pack of this region. There was once a challenger many years ago. The story is called The Folly of the White Wolf." Chapter 23, Wolves and Hunters. Andrei grunted. "It might be good for them to hear the story, my love." Tatiana blushed at the endearment. Something had passed between the two while Bravo had been ill, some acknowledgement of their feelings. He was glad to see it and hoped, despite their differences, that they could be happy. She squeezed Andrei's hand, then spoke. "Very well. We have a story that we tell of a rival pack who gathered 100 strong wolves to come and take the riches, the stone castle, and the knowledge of the wolves of the Magi. This was some time ago, maybe a century or more. The rival pack stalked through the pass like ghosts, encroaching in the darkness. No pack has 100 members, so this must have been some aberrant fused-together pack of packs, led by a fearsome giant white wolf who had never lost a fight. Maybe it was this monstrous warrior who had forged them together with swipes of his massive claws." Andrei cut in. "My Baba said that the villagers had been told to lock their doors and bar their windows and not to come out the entire night. She said that the attacking wolves striding by the village houses went on and on, that there were so many that no one slept that night. One old rascal ignored what he'd been told and opened his door and was ripped to pieces." Tatiana took the story back over. "Wolves don't like fire and they don't like silver, and more than any of that they don't like magic, and that great wild pack of wolves found all three waiting for them on the mountain that night. It is said that the few who were allowed to flee had their hands sheared off so that they'd never raise a claw against the wolves of the Magi again." Andrei leaned forward, as if imparting a great secret. "Akiva the Great himself carried the white wolf's head to our village square the next day and impaled it on a spiked pole. No one is sure why, but Baba said she believed that some in the village had perhaps sent for this white wolf, maybe even guided his pack through the mountains, that they'd wanted to replace Akiva with this rival." Tatiana tried to suppress her pride, but didn't do a great job. "My father won't speak of it, but Victor told me that at the end of the battle, the White Wolf could not be overcome, and that he'd already slaughtered Father's oldest son, Matthias, killed the High Magister and slew a pair of Father's guards before Father and he locked into one-on-one combat. At the end, the White Wolf fell, and Father hadn't even been touched. "Your father must have been a great warrior." Radu's voice held more than a tinge of awe. "I'm glad such a staunch warrior is not my enemy," Bravo said. Then, changing the subject, he asked, "Is it possible some of the wolves of the Magi are already losing control?" Andre, being a human, looked alarmed at the thought. Tatiana's face colored, and she wouldn't meet her love's eyes. "Yes, it's likely, though it is hard to know what form that process would take. It'll probably be different for every one of us." To his credit, and despite his obvious discomfort, the young man took her hand and smiled when she glanced nervously at him. "What other news?" Radu asked, changing the subject. "The Magi representatives who still come and go from Norilor are eyed with fear and mistrust," Tatiana replied, her relief obvious at being able to talk of something else. "I fear the villagers' minds turn toward revolt." Radu's glowing eyes widened in alarm. "Revolt? But against forces like Nikolai can muster they would stand little chance." Tatiana wrung her hands. "Desperate souls rarely reason rationally. I fear the simmering feud between my brothers spurs much of this unrest." Pondering all they had learned, Bravo spoke, "Change is in the wind. We must be cautious." His words reminded him of his staunch, ill-fated companion, Charles. Yes, caution must be exercised if they were all to survive this. Tatiana assured them, "I don't believe Victor or my parents would attack the villagers unless their lives were threatened." "And Nikolai?" Radu asked. She breathed out a long, tremulous breath, though she kept her voice level as she answered the query. "Nikolai has changed since our father grew sick. He and I were once close, but he's become severe and impatient. He'll do whatever he determines needs to be done to preserve the power of the Magi." For a few minutes they lapsed into a silence, where each of them lingered in their own thoughts and considered the next course of action. There was no simple solution. Bravo came to a conclusion on his next steps faster than the others. Despite his lingering injuries, he felt compelled to see the tensions himself. "I'd like to walk the village streets for a bit." Tatiana protested, brow creased with concern. "It is too perilous, Monsieur Bravo. You are not yet recovered enough for such exertion," he assured them all. "I'll be discreet and quick about it. I have a good deal of experience gauging the mood of a place. Saved my life a time or two when spirited crowds went against me." He donned a simple disguise which consisted of a moth-eaten cloak he found hanging from a rusty nail. Andre nodded emphatically. "Please, sir, reconsider this rash action. We will keep watch on the village and report back." But Bravo remained resolute. "We've a decision to make. I'd thought we might find allies in the village, but I want to see their mood for myself. I don't want to recruit a mob or to lead 1,000 innocent souls to slaughter." Seeing his determination, Radu drifted to his side. "I will accompany you and warn you of any threats that may come." Bravo put a hand up to stop the goodly knight. "Not this time, my friend. One can more easily hide or run than two. Stay here and watch over our companions." Radu frowned but bowed slightly in assent. Leaning heavily upon a staff, Bravo began the painful limp toward town. Each throbbing step slowed his progress through the quiet back lanes, and he almost turned back more than once when some agonizing shock coursed through his flesh and bones, but decided to steadily plod forward. He carefully made his way toward the village square, keeping to the back alleys and side streets, winding between modest thatched cottages. Away from the main thoroughfares, he could avoid crowded areas where he might be recognized even in disguise. Bruises and lacerations from his injuries still pained him, but he kept a close eye on his surroundings, head swiveling this way and that, his shrewd eyes vigilant for any sign of trouble or threat. As he drew nearer to the village center, angry shouting arose and grew louder and more distinct with every step. Bravo whispered to himself, "Mind yourself, Hank. You know not what awaits." He pulled his hat lower to further conceal his battered features. The market square lay just ahead, and with it, the source of the commotion. Reaching the edge of the opening, he cautiously peered around a building. A phalanx of soldiers had claimed the space as their own, scattering across the marketplace like chess pieces, demarcating an intimidating perimeter. Villagers watched in awe, drawn like moths to the flame. Apprehension took hold of Bravo. The sudden appearance of this martial presence was ominous at best. Each soldier was a study in military rigor, their crisp uniforms a rich tapestry of blue and red. Their facades were hard and unyielding as the metal of their weapons, with eyes that held a stern determination and mouths set in grim lines of resolve. The glinting bayonets affixed to their muskets danced menacingly under the afternoon sun, while the vibrant feathers in their shakos bobbed rhythmically with their movements. The air around them hummed with a crisp rhythm, punctuated by the sharp barks of the sergeants, issuing orders in accents thick with authority. The officers, in contrast, wore an air of haughty confidence, their gazes sweeping over the villagers with an almost imperious disregard. Their immaculate uniforms glimmered with ornate embroidery and an abundance of gold braiding. Plumed hats and polished boots enhanced their regal stature, making them appear as kings among pawns. From his shadowed observation post, Bravo felt an icy dread coil within his stomach as he identified the commanding figure at the center of the formation, the infamous Bella Blackthorn. Her lovely yet stern features carved a daunting silhouette, her imperious demeanor thick with confidence. A jolt of adrenaline surged through Bravo at the sight of her. What grim turn of events had drawn this relentless predator to their humble village? But suddenly he knew she must be here to capture or kill him. The soldiers and villagers interacted in a friendly way to Bravo's eyes. In contrast to their typical wariness towards outsiders, the townspeople welcomed the troops eagerly, reaching out to pat shoulders and exchange greetings. Children gazed in awe at the imposing figures marching through their modest village. No one paid any notice to Bravo, lurking undetected in the shadows nearby. Blackthorn's piercing gaze swept across the crowd as she surveyed the area. Bravo crouched lower, hardly daring to breathe. Her eyes passed over his hiding spot without indicating she had noted him amongst the villagers. Still, he did not breathe easy. If anyone could sniff him out, it was this veteran hunter. She waved her arm to quiet the crowd, and there was something about this woman that made the soldiers stand taller and the villagers respectfully fall silent. Her voice boomed. "I'm looking for a man named Hank Bravo." Alarmed, Bravo slowly inched away from the market square before he was spotted. His heart pounded, the sight of the relentless hunter filling him with dread, despite her obliviousness to him for the moment. Turning swiftly, he limped as fast as his injuries would allow, fleeing the village before his luck ran out. Well, that decision was made. He'd find no assistance here. Chapter 24. Bella Blackthorn. The sun was sliding away, its warm late afternoon glow weakening as a crisp evening chill set in. It'd be cold tonight, Hank could tell. Where shadows had beaten back the light, the air was a frigid blue. Ugh! He didn't have time to think about the weather. Bravo's heart pounded as he limped back to the barn with as much haste as his injured leg would allow. The sight of Bella Blackthorn filled him with dread. Even this remote hamlet was no longer a sanctuary. He could only hope his disguise and the distracted crowd had concealed him from her piercing gaze. But for how long? Even now, soldiers were likely spreading throughout the area at her command. Yet he also felt a stirring in his core, a yearning. He missed her, missed their conversations, missed her brash confidence and strength. She held a sort of hypnotic power over him, yet he did not think she would welcome him with open arms. More likely she'd embrace him with the point of her sword or the hot silver shot from her well-aimed pistols. By the time Bravo reached the secluded barn, he was pale and shaking. Seeing his distressed state, Tatiana rushed to his side. "What is wrong? You look as though you've seen a ghost." She helped him sit and offered a cup of water. Between labored breaths, Bravo described the soldiers occupying the village, led by none other than his sworn nemesis, the hunter Blackthorn. "It's only a matter of time before they come searching here," he said grimly. "We must flee this place at once." His warning proved prophetic. Within a few moments, André, who had been out checking on his horse Neclintit, came bursting into the barn, winded from running. "Soldiers are in the village asking for Hank Bravo by name," he panted. "We must leave." Andre's dire news galvanized Hank into immediate action. Although the pain from the injuries inflicted during his earlier brutal beatings continued plaguing him, Bravo scrambled with the others to gather the supplies they'd acquired earlier that day. They crammed the food they had not yet eaten into bags. There was not a single moment to waste if they hoped to evade capture by the invading forces. The vibrantly copper-haired Tatiana drew a moth-eaten woolen cloak over herself to conceal her eye-catching locks. Andre stamped out the small cook fire they had kept burning to prepare hot meals over, extinguishing the wisps of smoke that would act as an instant beacon, giving away their location. With immense caution, Bravo peered out through gaps in the warped wooden door of the dilapidated barn, scanning in every direction to confirm that the adjacent road remained empty for the moment. "Stay close and keep silent," he whispered to the others. With the armored, ghostly Radu protectively at his side, Bravo crept from the decrepit barn. The evening had come, and with it a frigid night wind that whistled through the buildings, grasping at exposed skin, tapping at cloaks, and pulling at hoods. Besides the nagging breeze, an eerie, foreboding silence permeated the village, interrupted only by the occasional torch beam cutting through the gloom, borne by the searchers now swarming the area. Bravo felt a spike of adrenaline course through his veins at the raw exposure of being outside in the open, but firmly pushed down any sense of encroaching fear or panic. He focused on the task at hand, moving stealthily on steady feet as they slipped through the back alleys and side streets, avoiding the primary thoroughfares now teeming with squads of hostile troops. Although the various injuries he had sustained, the gash on his thigh, the blows to his side and arms, continued throbbing with each hurried step, Bravo marched on like a war-weary soldier, with the reserves for yet one more battle. He peered about, ears straining for any sound of potential pursuit, nostrils flaring as he inhaled the pungent scents of livestock and wood smoke permeating the village, now amplified by his lupine abilities. Bravo froze, his sharpened senses detecting the unmistakable sound of boots tramping on packed dirt somewhere ahead, at least 2 sets of heavy footfalls echoing off the close-set buildings from the muffled sounds. He threw up a hand to halt Tatiana, Andre, and Radu in their tracks, then pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for renewed quiet from the group. Moving slowly to avoid any noise, they melted into the deepest pool of shadows that they could find. A small, lightless alcove beside a timber-framed workshop. Heart thudding against his ribs, Bravo scarcely even dared to draw breath as the ominous figures drew nearer, their footfalls measured and steady. 2 soldiers emerged around a bend in the alley, just paces ahead of where they concealed themselves, kicking up small clouds of dust with their heavy boots. From the jangling of equipment and the occasional glint of metal in the dimness, Bravo could discern bayonet-topped rifles held at port arms, and suspected more weapons hanging from their belts and tucked into holsters. Despite straining his sensitive lupine ears, he could not make out what the intimidating figures were saying to one another in low voices. But as the gap between them closed, their words became more audible over the tramping of their boots. It was Romanian. He was picking up some of the language but couldn't quite catch every single word being uttered. He'd been a soldier, though, and he could tell by the tone they were complaining to one another, as soldiers do. One whispered something in an angry, resigned voice. The other scoffed in clear derision. The first replied with a dark chuckle. Andre bristled at something they'd said, but Tatiana held him still. Bravo dared not move a single muscle as the surly soldiers continued their relentless march along the alley. The men soon passed by the hidden group, oblivious to their presence just feet away. The bulk of their intimidating forms flickered in the dancing light of the torch one carried, but it also blinded them to their quarry, which hid just an arm's length away. Plodding past, then off to another street, the soldiers' voices grew fainter. Even once the tramping of their boots had receded and blended into the distant sounds of the village, Bravo did not dare move from their cramped hiding place. Through sheer force of will, he slowed his breathing, calming his racing heart until enough time had passed that he felt certain the soldiers were well out of earshot. Finally, allowing himself a silent exhale of relief, he turned and gave a single nod to the others. "They called the village a pigsty," Andre whispered angrily. Tatiana reached out and squeezed his hand, and he calmed down. They emerged from concealment into the alley once more, continuing their journey with quiet, careful steps, skirting along behind darkened cottages and workshops on the village outskirts. Step by step, they drew closer to the fields and forested land that would provide cover from any roving search parties. Just a trifle further, and they could disappear into the wilderness. At last, the outermost buildings gave way to an open expanse of grassy fields and tilled soil. Andre pointed toward a patch of dense, waist-high grass, just acres away, that could obscure them from view if they bent as they walked. Beyond that, a black wall of trees waited. "We must hurry and reach the tree line before—" A thunderous shout cut off his whispers, echoing through the narrow village streets. "You there, halt right this instant!" a gruff voice bellowed. Icy fear lanced up Bravo's spine. He spun to glimpse a squad of at least 6 blue-coated soldiers at the far end of the alley, rifles already raised and taking aim in their direction. In an instant, his senses took in every detail: the torchlight glinting off polished steel barrels, the telltale sounds of triggers being pulled back, the wisps of acrid smoke rising from the barrels of weapons. The boom of the shots. A fiery musket ball slashed through a mud-daub wall near his head with a great thwack. With no time to think, he grabbed Tatiana and Andre by their cloaks and guided them through the open doorway of the nearest building, a small animal enclosure. They tumbled across the dirt floor amidst startled bleats from a nanny goat, just as a volley of thunderous shots cracked through the air. A ball smashed right through one wall and went out another, leaving perfect little holes. Ears ringing from the deafening report, Bravo risked a frantic glance out the gaping entrance to glimpse the soldiers reloading, balls of ammunition grasped in their gloved hands. "The back way," he hissed, pointing to a ramshackle door hanging crookedly from wooden hinges at the rear of the single-room structure. Staying low, they scrambled toward the rear exit, weaving around sacks of feed and a water trough. The frightened goat reared up, tugging with panic at its tether as the intruders crashed through its small domain. Bursting through the warped wooden door, they fled into a cramped courtyard, shared by several cottages, nearly tripping over a woodpile before stumbling out into another tight alleyway. Shouts rang out as the soldiers spotted their retreating forms. The bursts of musket fire resumed, lead balls tearing through the air just inches from Bravo's face. They wove between cottages and market stalls, darting through gardens and courtyards, dodging ornery pigs and shrieking fowl. Still, the enraged shouts echoed behind them, along with occasional gunshots whenever the soldiers drew near enough to take aim. At last the houses gave way to open pastures. With lungs burning, they raced on, boots pounding over the soft earth. To their left arose the swaying stalks of grain they'd spotted earlier. "This way!" Tatiana gasped. They plunged into the waist-high rows of green plants, like swimmers going against a current. And then they were in the trees, but not daring to stop, crashing heedlessly deep into scratching branches and tripping over thick bushes until the shouts of their pursuit faded, replaced only by the rustling of leaves. Glancing frequently over his shoulder, Bravo expected any moment to hear the renewed sounds of the red and blue-coated men shouting and trampling through the woods behind them. But there was only the shushing rustle of their own passage through the thick growth stretching for acres in all directions beneath the moonless night sky. When they finally staggered to a stop, hands braced on knees as they gulped air. The village had vanished from view. A sea of undulating green branches and silver trunks surrounded them. Radu was the only one not winded, and he moved effortlessly through the trees to rejoin them after scouting ahead. "No sign of them," he reported between Bravo's heaving breaths. Andre shook his head in wonder. "Amazing that we outran armed men." "Tell me, friends, what were those long poles they held that spat fire?" Radu inquired, his bright eyes curious. "Seemed most dangerous." Bravo explained about firearms as they plunged deeper into the dark forest, putting as much distance between them and the soldiers as their exhausted legs could manage. After nearly an hour of stumbling through thick woods, the hard-packed soil beneath their feet gave way to tufts of grass and weeds. Winded but alight with relief at having gained the road leading to Norilla Castle, the group collapsed in a small clearing dotted with lichen-spotted boulders, ideal for resting upon. Bravo gratefully settled onto one of the weathered rocks, the stone cool and solid beneath him. His companions likewise sprawled across the glade, chests heaving as they all attempted to restore the breath to their lungs and recover the energy depleted during the arduous flight from their would-be captors. The luminous eyes of Radu manifested atop a nearby outcropping, the faithful zombie keeping diligent watch over his exhausted friends. Though lacking their mortal needs for rest and sustenance, the protective spectre seemed to understand the other's frailties all too well. As her gasping subsided into steadier rhythms, Tatiana sat up, running her hands through her wind-swept copper locks to smooth them back into place. Catching Bravo's eye, she gave him a rueful half-smile of commiseration for their shared dishevelment. Despite all they had endured and the perils yet ahead, her lovely violet eyes gleamed with resilience and a stubborn refusal to abandon hope. Heartened by the sight, Bravo managed a weary smile in return. Meanwhile, Andre rummaged in his worn rucksack for sustenance, producing the remnants of their food, stoppered clay jars of fresh milk and water. Though humble fare, the food and drink helped revive them as they sat together on the weathered boulders. Hank most gratefully accepted the provisions, consuming the offering from the young villager, who had selflessly risked everything to help them escape the area safely. Finished doling out the meals, Andre sat near Tatiana. They smiled and shared the food, enjoying just being close to one another. When they'd devoured the last crumbs, Bravo stood, feeling new determination flowing into his limbs. His injuries still hindered him, but the nourishment had gone a long way toward restoring his spent reserves. The others too seemed reinvigorated, their resolve refreshed by the brief respite. Radu tramped closer as Bravo moved to the edge of the clearing. "The soldiers will organize search parties once full daylight arrives," the ghoul said, a note of concern in his hollow voice. "We cannot tarry here long." Nodding, Bravo surveyed the dense woods. "Then it is time we were off. I propose we make for the cave network under Norilor, where Tatiana's father might have hidden some of the elixir needed to stave off the wildness of the wolf blood." The others agreed, and they steeled themselves for the journey ahead with comradely nods and determined looks. Renewed purpose drove Bravo onward, despite the lingering pain of his injuries. He led the way forward until they reached the most dangerous parts of the path, while the others followed close behind. After that, Andre took the lead, the experienced guide's grey cloak the beacon which they all followed, stepping only where he stepped on the treacherous path. Bravo made the mistake only once of looking to the side of him, and saw nothing but a yawning black chasm that dropped away only inches from the edge of the trail. It seemed as if it took forever, but they eventually came to steadier ground, and as the first hints of dawn peered through the misty peaks overhead, Bravo grew wary. Blackthorn would canvass the area at first light, unleashing her forces to sweep the terrain. What would happen when she realized the castle was garrisoned by a force of werewolves? He wasn't certain, but he knew there'd be blood spilled on all sides when that occurred. "Freezing," Andre said, shivering, and Bravo saw the man's lips were blue, his face pasty enough to match Radu's deathly countenance. The chill did not bother Bravo, though he felt it, and so he took off his cloak and gave it to the grateful guide after checking that Tatiana was also comfortable. There must be something in the wolf blood that lent them warmth. Renewed somewhat, Andre took them off the path to the fortress and along the face of a stony cliff, walking right up against its sheer surface, with only a foot or two off their left side before a breathtaking drop. And then, just ahead, loomed a rocky outcropping dotted with shadowy openings, the cave network. "Here it is," Andre said with some trepidation. He then slipped into a cave opening that looked like the open jaws of some primal giant, followed by the others. Chapter 25. The Caves of Norilor. They'd arrived. As his vision adjusted to the dim interior of the caves, Bravo took stock of their new surroundings. The cavern ceiling arched high above them, the weak dawn light filtering down from the entrance. Some distance behind them now, insufficient to pierce the musty gloom that clung to the subterranean space like cobwebs. The rocky ground underfoot was uneven, but solid. Gnarled tree roots snaked overhead in places where they had bored through cracks and fissures, seeking sustenance over untold years. The air hung cool, damp and stagnant, with a loamy fungal scent and without even a hint of a breeze. The chamber they occupied was spacious, but clustered with natural rock formations jutting at odd angles. Narrow, twisting passages bored further into the earth from here. Seemingly an entire network of tunnels and caverns awaited them. André lifted a small oil lantern he had presciently thought to bring, its quavering light pushing back the cloying darkness somewhat as they peered about. Radu's spectral eyes likewise helped illuminate their surroundings with their pale blue luminescence. "Which way should we go?" André whispered, voice hushed as if fearful of awakening spirits that may dwell in this subterranean realm. Tatiana stepped forward, holding the tattered cloak she'd used as a disguise in the village round her shoulders, biting at her lip. "I may know the way." Bravo, Tatiana, André and Radu descended deeper into the cave network, underlying the ancient mountain stronghold of Norilor. Guided only by their meager, trembling light, they picked their way over uneven, rocky terrain pockmarked with stalagmites jutting up precariously from the gloom. The air grew heavier and more oppressive as they left the outside world further behind with each step. With only her vague childhood memories to guide them, Tatiana led the group through the shadowy tunnels. They crept past enormous limestone formations built up over eons of minuscule drips and rivulets. The route divided and Tatiana hesitated, brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to recall the correct path. When she chose incorrectly, it forced them to double back and retrace their steps after reaching a dead end or cave-in. But steadily they progressed deeper through the subterranean maze, seeking the grotto that Tatiana believed might harbor her father's abandoned alchemy laboratory. Bravo tried to quell his simmering unease at being sealed so far beneath the impenetrable stone layers overhead. The wolf stirred just under the surface of his skin. The deeper they delved through the claustrophobic tunnels, the more signs of structural instability they encountered. Jagged fissures mapped the cave walls and ceilings, leaving piles of rubble strewn along their path. In several locations, entire sections had collapsed, sealing off connecting passageways with tons of debris. It forced them to scale crumbling slopes of smashed rock and dirt to navigate around the cave-ins. When the rubble proved impassable, they turned back to seek alternate routes, but each detour cost them precious time and energy. Bravo felt a growing dread that they would become trapped or lost in the treacherous underground maze. Worse still was when they reached areas where ancient wooden supports, installed generations past by unknown hands, had long since rotted through. They inched along narrow ledges skirting yawning chasms, or else scrambled over perilous gaps, relying on the remnants of the failing supports and buckling wooden beams. Each time they used the ancient structures, Bravo's heart thundered, until they returned to the solid cavern floors once more. Tatiana proved nimble, scurrying adeptly across even the most hazardous sections. When asked where she acquired such skill, she admitted with some embarrassment that she and André had often played as children in the caverns, much to their parents' chagrin. Now those youthful exploits helped guide them ever deeper through the mountain's perilous depths. André gave her hand a squeeze at the memories. "Yes, it's when I first fell in love with her." He looked into her eyes, and she blushed. "I did not know," she said. Radu glanced at Bravo with his innocent smile. Then his look changed to one of melancholy. Bravo was sure he was remembering his own beloved princess and the curse she'd placed upon him once changed into her vampiric form. Someday, Bravo thought, he must take his friend to wherever the lovely fiend now called home and free him of her grasp. They pressed on, and after navigating a narrow chasm bridged only by a collapsed wooden scaffold, Tatiana paused to gather her bearings. Her brow furrowed in consternation. "I fear we're traveling in circles," she confessed. "So much looks the same, yet nothing is familiar." André lifted the lantern, casting wavering light over the claustrophobic tunnel walls surrounding them. "Don't lose hope yet," he urged. "We knew it would be like navigating a maze. Let's rest a moment to regain our strength before we continue on." While they sat, Bravo's unease grew. This subterranean labyrinth could become their tomb if they weren't careful. His nerves already felt frayed after the repeated close calls on faulty scaffolding over fathomless pits of darkness. His heart thumped. The wolf wanted out, Radu rested a bony leg on a stump-like rock, then reassured his comrades with a determined wave of his fist. "Courage, friends," the zombie said. "I sense we draw nearer to our destination." Heartened by their undead companion's declaration, they ventured forth once more down ever-narrowing passages until the tunnel opened into an elevated cavern. Along one wall glowed a shelf of luminous blue fungi, bathing the space in an ethereal aquamarine light. "I remember these mushrooms." Tatiana rushed to the shelf, a grin breaking across her smudged face. "My father's hidden workshop must be close by." She kissed Andrei's cheek, and the young man put a hand up to the spot where her lips had touched in wonder. Radu, who stood near Bravo, whispered with a sigh, "I'm glad to see that young love still happens in this strange modern world." Bravo put a hand on his stalwart friend's armor-clad shoulder. Bolstered by their discovery of the man-made shelf with its mystical contents, they continued with fresh vigor. Before long, ornately carved stone archways emerged from the gloom. Intricate symbols decorated the weathered portal. Beyond lay Lord Akiva's lost sanctum and their desperately needed answers. Stepping beneath a dilapidated stone archway, Bravo felt as if he'd entered a lost world. The spacious grotto before them bore little resemblance to the barren tunnels they had traversed to reach this sanctuary. Above, mineral deposits built up over untold ages had formed into glittering crystal stalactites dangling from the lofty ceiling like fiery gems in the light of their torch. Dominating the broad chamber was a sprawling workshop of enormous wooden tables cluttered with tools of esoteric purpose. Scattered across the worn surfaces sat countless alchemical containers and vials gone dusty and dry from lack of use. Coils of glass tubing winding aimlessly, and mortars still containing hints of ancient pigments and powders within their bowl-like forms. Bunches of desiccated plants and roots dangled overhead from the crossbeams and rafters. Their vibrant colors long since dull and faded. Crumbling scrolls littered every table, weighted down by geodes, jars with their contents solidified into unidentifiable masses, and other inscrutable implements. "Just as in the stories," breathed Tatiana, picking her way deeper into the long-abandoned alchemical sanctum of her father. She slid her fingers over the clouded vials and instruments as she moved, leaving meandering trails through the thick patina of fine dust that had settled over everything within the chamber. While Andrei held the lantern aloft to cast wavering illumination across shelves, groaning under the weight of countless bottles and canisters, their contents now evaporated or transformed unrecognizable, Bravo stepped past a hulking furnace gone cold and dark, after years without fresh wood or fuel. He could envision Lord Akiva stoking the archaic contraption's fires, boiling mixtures day and night in his obsessive pursuit of esoteric knowledge. Much of the outdated equipment meant nothing to Bravo, but he knew somewhere in this lost sanctum answers awaited, and that was enough. "Here, look," Radu's hollow voice echoed, pulling them over behind a towering shelf bowed under stacks of manuscripts and tomes piled haphazardly from floor to ceiling. Tucked into the corner, the ghost had found a small curtained-off alcove. Within rested an oaken cabinet fronted by locked iron doors forged into the shape of a ferocious, snarling wolf's head. Tatiana gasped at the sight, rushing over to kneel before it. She laughed with delight. "The clever old wolf," she whispered. Reaching within her dress, she withdrew a tarnished brass key hanging from an old chain around her neck. "My father gave me this key months ago when his illness first manifested." With trembling fingers, she fit the key into the cabinet's lock. The mechanism creaked and clicked after years of disuse, but turned. The etched doors groaned outward. She explained, "When I asked him what the key was for, he'd teased me, I thought, by telling me it was to unlock buried treasure. He told me to keep it close to remind me I must always seek to unlock more knowledge." They peered into the open cabinets. Chapter 26. The Elixir. Tatiana opened the cabinet doors, the motion creating a muted cloud of dust motes that sparkled around rows of vials nestled in faded velvet. Carefully, she lifted one glass container from its slot, gazing at the viscous liquid within. "Here lies a way to control the beast, Monsieur Bravo," she said, holding it forth. As Bravo accepted the vessel, its pearly contents glinted in the spectral light. Studying the rare potion, he tilted the vial, watching it coat the interior surface. Only a few containers remained. "Remind me again, how often have you needed to consume the elixir?" "My father has us take a dose every 7 years, so I assume that is how long it lasts." Tatiana did not sound entirely sure, but her conclusion was logical. 7 years. Bravo studied the vial. The temptation was strong to down the entire draft, to feel control over his mind again, but he stayed his hand. This small cache had to be reconstructed and reproduced if it was to help all of those who needed it, and they would need this sample to make more. "Are we sure this is the only cache of the liquid?" Radu asked. A fine question. They searched about. There were no closets, cabinets, or other storage places in the immediate vicinity that held any more of the precious potion. When they'd satisfied themselves that this was the only close cache of the elixir, Bravo said, "We must use this to determine your father's formula, Tatiana," he said, stepping up to the cabinet to place the vessel back in its dusty slot. "Then we can brew enough elixir to tame the curse in ourselves and others." Radu put out a hand to stop him, pointing a bony finger at the vial. "What is that light shining within?" Bravo held the vial up and saw some faint ethereal glow inside the liquid. Tiny bubbles shimmered and popped with almost microscopic multicolored sparks within the small container. "I think this is more than some earthly concoction," the zombie knight concluded. Bravo breathed out. "You have a keen eye, Radu. Tatiana, is some kind of sorcery needed to complete this concoction?" She grew serious for a moment. "Likely, yes. My mother may help to decipher the incantations needed." Bravo remembered the graceful woman who he'd met upon first arriving at the castle. Could they trust her? Studying Tatiana's face, he knew the girl must be struggling after leaving her parents behind and fleeing to the village. "Is there a way to see her without being discovered?" he asked. Tatiana considered that. "Maybe. There once was a passage to this chamber from inside the castle. It is hidden well, but I may be able to find it." Bravo considered the idea. "It could be dangerous," he told her. "But I would go with you, and perhaps Andre and Radu can stay and see if there is anything in these books that can help." Andre looked as if he'd swallowed one of the large rocks lying about the cavern. "I can't read, sir, and I'd prefer to stay close to Tatiana if possible." The two held hands. Radu set his decayed chin with determination. "Yes, I'll look around. I was something of a scholar in my day." Then his eyes glazed over, and his mouth fell open, and he moaned before snapping from his fugue. Bravo patted his friend's shoulder, then turned for the door. Guided by the faint light of Andre's flickering lantern, Bravo, Tatiana, and Andre walked among the shadowy tunnels and yawning caverns far beneath Norilor Castle. They wove through the gloom, searching for the hidden staircase Tatiana recalled finding as a child while playing in these self-same caverns. Once or twice startled bats flitted away from them and disappeared into dark crevices. Bravo eyed the creatures with suspicion, though on reflection he very much doubted a vampire would survive very long so near the pack of werewolves who lived in Norilor Castle. Occasionally the twisting passages branched, and they had to double back after reaching dead ends choked with rubble. But steadily they eliminated options until discovering a weathered wooden door well hidden behind a rocky wall. The ancient hinges creaked as they eased it open to reveal spiral stairs winding up into darkness, the secret route into the stronghold. They crept as silently as possible up crumbling, cramped stairs that spiraled upward through oppressive darkness. The ceaseless confinement of the rough-hewn walls felt smothering to Bravo's enhanced senses. His shoulders brushed the stone abrasively with each careful step upwards, and his nose wrinkled at the stale mineral scents cloying in the dead air. Even sound felt muffled here, their anxious breathing and scraping boots swallowed by the gloom. Water droplets fell on his face and rats scurried about, his wolf sense tricking him into thinking they were at his feet, though when he looked down, they never were. Once Andre's lantern revealed that part of a stone stair had crumbled away, and below it there lay a black expanse of nothingness. The young man shoved his lantern down into the hole, and an icy wind nearly gutted it out, and everyone watched with apprehension as he yanked it out of the opening and stoked it back into life. Bravo's pulse had quickened so much in that moment, he was afraid he might turn into the wolf right on that stair, but a gentle hand on his shoulder from Tatiana and some calm breathing lowered his tension enough they could continue their ascent. After interminable climbing, Tatiana halted before a wall of damp stone blocks, indistinguishable from the rest. Feeling along the edges, she found a hidden lever, pulling it with a creak. A section of the wall pivoted inward, revealing a cobweb-strewn corridor beyond. Stepping with care into the passageway, the musky scent of aged mortar and faded tapestries enveloped Bravo's nose. He froze, listening, but no sounds of footsteps or voices echoed down the empty corridor. This wing of the castle seemed abandoned. According to Tatiana, it had housed guests and dignitaries during her father's more active era, but with visitors now rare, these rooms sat dusty and neglected. Tatiana hurried them onward, wincing at each scuff of their boots on the stone floors. She kept one hand trailing along the wall, fingers brushing across grooves and cracks in the granite blocks. Despite the risk of encountering guards, she moved with more confidence here on familiar ground. They passed vacant chambers blanketed in white sheets that billowed slightly, disturbed by their passage. Bravo's nerves tingled, feeling watched by judgmental ancestral portraits frowning at them from ornate gilded frames. The entire stronghold seemed to be holding its breath. At each junction, Tatiana slowed, some instinct perhaps from the many years of childhood exploration she had told her companions about, guiding her unerringly toward the private family wing. A murky light emanated from the dirt and cobweb-encrusted windows, guiding their way. Soon a doorway to her parents' bedchamber emerged from the gloom ahead. Tatiana hesitated, the graveness of defying her brother's control fully hitting her. Then she lifted her chin and, using an old request pattern from childhood, tapped on the carved wooden door. 3 quick, 3 slow, 4 rapid knocks. For agonizing moments, only silence answered her coded knock. Then came the grinding sound of an iron bar being drawn back. The door creaked open a sliver, and soft, flickering light escaped the room beyond. Backlit in the doorway stood the graceful figure of Ileana, clad in a dressing gown. Her striking features flickered with shock as she took in her daughter's haggard and travel-stained appearance. Bravo and Andre stood silently several paces behind Tatiana, awaiting the woman's reaction. "Daughter," Ileana whispered, "where have you been?" Her stunned gaze traveled over the 2 men standing tense in the corridor shadows behind her child. Before Tatiana could reply, alarm kindled in Ileana's piercing emerald eyes. "In here, quickly," she hissed, motioning them inside and securing the door behind them. "If Nikolai finds you here—" She trailed off, eyes darting about as if she expected him to appear at any moment. The spacious bedchamber was lit by flickering candles on ornate candelabras. In the enormous 4-poster bed lay the slumbering form of the wizened Lord Akiva. His rattling breaths filled the room as Ileana led them to chairs by the cold hearth. Settling gracefully, she turned eyes bright with fear and hope to her daughter. "Tell me everything," Lord Akiva's wife ordered. In a hushed tone, Tatiana recounted all that had transpired since Bravo arrived at Norilor. Her aid in his escape from the dungeons, finding refuge with Andre in the village, and uncovering her father's hidden workshop deep in the mountain caves. Ileana listened intently, her sharp gaze revealing a keen intellect behind her beauty. When Tatiana described the dwindling elixir supply found in the grotto, worry etched itself upon Ileana's brow. "Your father guarded his formula closely even from me," she said. "He feared potential misuse. But without it, when the stocks run out—" She trailed off as all considered the implications, imagining deranged werewolves ravaging the countryside unchecked. An uneasy silence settled over the bedchamber, broken only by Lord Akiva's labored breathing. Bravo tensed as a painful spasm seized his frame. He gripped the arms of the chair, breaths growing ragged. The curse was going to make an appearance tonight. Chapter 27. An Unwanted Change. "Please, my lady," he implored through gritted teeth, "we must recreate the elixir swiftly if I and others of my kind are to maintain control." Ilyana studied him, indecision plain on her face. Helping them meant betrayal of Nikolai's authority, yet showing mercy was just, and they all needed the protection the potion would provide. At that moment Akiva stirred, blinking rheumy eyes. "My dear," he murmured. Ilyana rushed to sit beside him, cradling his withered hand. The aged lord peered up in confusion. "Is that you, Tatiana?" He smiled weakly at his daughter. "You've returned to us." Tatiana knelt to kiss his forehead, blinking back tears. For this ephemeral moment, lucidity had returned to him. Tatiana embraced her father with care, then drew back to study his time-worn face. "I have returned, but only briefly, dear father," she began. "Troubled times are upon us." She provided an abridged account of all that had occurred since his decline, Bravo's arrival afflicted by lycanthropy, her brother's quarrel intensifying, the growing rancor between the Magi and the fearful villagers. Lord Akiva listened gravely, showing more clarity of mind than he had in ages. When Tatiana described the waning elixir supply found in his secret grotto workshop, Akiva nodded. "I feared this day would come. My elixir provided balance, yet I foolishly hoarded the knowledge." He sighed. "If only I had mentored another to continue my work, but the formula's power frightened me." He gripped Tatiana's hand. "We Magi must serve, not terrorize. I pray my weakness has not doomed innocence." Tatiana glanced back at Bravo. "If we can recreate the elixir using the reserve vials, we can give everyone the dose they will need in the coming weeks. But we need your guidance, Father. Please, help us." Akiva's eyes drifted around the room, cloudy and unfocused. Then they cleared again. Yes, of course. I shall tell you all I can recall." He shifted on the bed, gathering his thoughts. "The ingredients are not exotic, but the preparation, that is key. The minerals, the distillations. Fetch me parchment, and I'll write it down." Tatiana rushed to fetch ink and paper. Lord Akiva's frail hand trembled as he sketched symbols and scribbled line after line, muttering all the while, explaining to Tatiana as he wrote. Bravo tried to glean some essence of the intricate process Akiva described, though he didn't feel he grasped much of it. When the frantic burst of effort ceased, Akiva slumped back on the silken pillows. Fresh beads of sweat dotted his wrinkled brow as he pressed the scribbled parchment pages into Tatiana's hands. "There lies the most important piece of my life's work, set down in mortal ink at last. Guard it well," he smiled. "And thank you, daughter. My spirit feels freer, having passed on this burden." With those final whispered words, Lord Akiva's eyes closed. His chest rose and fell with the cadence of sleep. The episode of lucidity had ended. Tatiana folded her father's parchment pages with reverent care before turning back to her mother. "The base formula is here, but preparing the elixir is beyond my skills," she admitted. "Please, will you help us recreate it?" Ilyana hesitated, worry plain on her face. "You ask me to deceive my own stepson. Nikolai would not be happy with me performing this errand. What you propose could be seen as betrayal." "Surely brewing medicine to aid the infirm is no sin," Bravo countered. "We seek only to prevent innocents from suffering harm." Ilyana remained conflicted. "My husband wished none outside the Magi to know of this elixir, yet keeping it secret risks calamity." She rose gracefully to her feet. "I shall help you with this endeavor, but we must take utmost care in how we proceed." Swiftly dressing, Lady Ilyana allowed herself to be led by Tatiana and Bravo back through the hidden passages down to Lord Akiva's vast underground grotto as Andrei kept watch over her aging husband. Moving to the great work table, she studied her husband's cryptic notes, brow furrowed in concentration. "Yes, I begin to see," she murmured. Drawing a small iron cauldron close, she directed Tatiana to gather ingredients from around the workshop. Bundles of herbs, vials of viscous tinctures, trays of minerals and ores. Bravo helped stoke the furnace flames, generating searing heat to distill and blend the components. As night began outside, the pull of the wolf blood exerted its diabolic influence. Bravo clenched his jaw as an agonizing spasm gripped him like a giant's tight fist. Sweat beaded his brow despite the chill cave air. He could feel his tenuous control slipping as the beast within strained for release. Working swiftly, Ileana mixed pulverized minerals and crystal powders in precise ratios, adding droplets of distillates that filled the chamber with pungent fumes. The contents of the iron cauldron transitioned from a thin grey gruel to an opaque reddish substance as she stirred methodically. "It appears correct, yet I fear we are missing some vital catalyst," Ileana pronounced as midnight approached. The resemblance to Akiva's elixir was uncanny, yet the substance remained inert. There were no fanciful sparks of light, like the ones that glittered in the original drafts. Bravo howled as another intense convulsion racked his body, his bones shifting beneath his skin. "Please hurry," he begged, but the formula still lacked the animating essence. Ileana rushed to his side, but could provide only scant comfort. There was still one component missing, and soon it would be too late. Ileana studied the incomplete elixir, mentally sifting through every shred of arcane lore she possessed, but the solution remained lifeless. Nearby, Bravo released an agonized groan as his bones warped and twisted beneath his skin. The last strands of sentience were unraveling. "It's still not right. We need more time," Tatiana cried. "There is no more time." Bravo spat the words in guttural tones, the voice no longer his own. Flecks of saliva sprayed the dusty floor. "Go now, and seal the passage." He doubled over with a tortured scream as sinews in his back tore. At that same moment, the clamor of warning bells rang out from Norilo's towers far above. Tatiana's face drained of color. Had they been discovered? Then they heard another sound far off toward the entrance to the caverns. Loud calls. "Say it isn't someone on our trail again," Radu pleaded. Bravo grimaced. "I'm afraid it must be. No doubt it is Nikolai and his guards come to find the elixir." As the searchers' lupine calls drew incrementally nearer, Ileana grasped Tatiana's shoulders. "I must go see what sinister events have come to pass. Wait a few moments, and then follow me." With a swift kiss to Tatiana's brow, she turned and hastened from the chamber without looking back. Her retreating footsteps faded until only silence remained. "What do we do now, Tavares?" Radu asked Bravo. Bravo trembled as he fought the intensifying urges of the beast. He could allow it no purchase. Lurching to the workbench, he seized one of the vials with the elixir they had attempted to make. Guttural whimpers escaped his throat as he struggled to open it, nearly spilling the precious liquid. "No, that may kill you." Tatiana reached for the vial, but Bravo avoided her hand. Finally, the cork came free. Tilting his head back, he poured the contents down his throat. The voices of the searchers grew louder, on the very cusp of discovering this hidden sanctum. Bravo's back arched severely as the elixir warred with the curse inside him. Chapter 28. My Alpha. Bravo cried out in pain. Sudden convulsions racked his body, his limbs flailing against the unforgiving stone floor of the grotto. He howled in sheer anguish, guttural cries torn from somewhere deep within as the experimental formula warred with the lycanthropic curse seething inside him. It was as though a battle raged within his mortal form, venom and hellfire burning through his insides. His bones cracked and reshaped beneath his skin in gruesome contortions, coarse fur and jagged claws emerging only to retract back to human features moments later. Pain unlike anything he had ever endured engulfed his senses. Tatiana and Radu rushed to restrain Bravo's thrashing limbs, struggling to pin his arms before he slashed them to ribbons with his involuntarily sprouting claws. They shouted encouragement over his tortured screams, begging him to hold on. "Fight it, Monsieur Bravo. You must be stronger than the impulses of the beast," Tatiana urged. She cradled his head, heedless of the danger, trying to keep him from bashing his skull against the unforgiving cavern floor. But Bravo was deaf to their pleas, lost in a haze of sheer unrelenting agony. It was as though both the elixir and the lycanthropic blood coursing within him were determined to shred his mortal form apart in their battle for supremacy. He howled like a wounded beast, back arching so severely it seemed his spine might snap. Just when it seemed the unstable experimental elixir might tear Bravo's straining body irreparably asunder, the violent convulsions ebbed. The tension drained from his rigid body as he went limp, sinking into blissful oblivion. Tatiana pressed her fingers to his neck, terrified that his fluttering heartbeat might cease entirely despite the gradual stilling of his tortured limbs. To her immense relief, the faint but steady rhythm remained as his chest rose and fell in ragged gasps. Thank the heavens, he still draws breath. However, it is shallow, Tatiana pronounced, her own voice unsteady with palpable emotion. Seeing the kindly Hank Bravo reduced to this piteous state affected her profoundly. Their small group had grown closer through their shared adversity. She did not linger long over his haggard, unconscious form. Even now, the growing echoes of approaching hunters, Nikolai's werewolves and castle soldiers, she assumed, could be heard closing in. Tatiana and Radu worked swiftly, knowing Bravo's life still hung in the balance. Though the seizures had ceased, he remained still and unresponsive. Together, for a second time in the last 2 days, they lifted his limp body, one supporting his legs, while the other bore his weight beneath the shoulders. Despite their gentle movements, fresh blood seeped from Bravo's nose and into the corners of his mouth. The experimental elixir had taken a savage toll, his inner organs perhaps ruptured beyond repair. Yet still he clung to life, however tenuously. Tatiana and Radu began maneuvering his long, still form towards the hidden passageway to Ileana's bedchamber above. They moved urgently but with extreme care to avoid jostling their injured companion. Reaching the crumbling spiral stairs, they bore Bravo's weight between them, struggling up the cramped, uneven steps. Grimacing at every labored breath or pained groan escaping his blanched lips, they kept their ears pricked for any sign of approaching soldiers. Somehow they had to get Bravo to safety before it was too late. Bravo drifted back to consciousness, a fitful awakening from tortured dreams haunted by agony and fire. He became aware of muted voices and a sensation of motion, as if his body were being carried. With immense effort, he forced his leaden eyelids open halfway, squinting against an unexpected brightness. "Lay him here upon the divan," Tatiana directed. With Radu helping, she lowered Bravo onto the plush cushions of a settee nestled between bookshelves. He groaned as his battered body sank into the soft upholstery. He sneezed at the dust. He tried to speak, swallowed an uncomfortable lump in his throat, then tried again. "I feel awful." "Hush now, conserve your strength," Tatiana soothed, arranging pillows behind Bravo to prop him halfway upright. She wiped the traces of blood from his nose, lips and chin with a damp cloth. Still struggling to comprehend his circumstances, through the stupor of his potion-induced trauma, Bravo realized he was in one of the seemingly numberless abandoned rooms near the secret entrance to the castle. He rasped, What has happened?" The last coherent memories he possessed were of collapsing in the underground laboratory. How had he come to be here, tended by Tatiana? The energetic young woman exchanged an uneasy glance with Radu before replying, "You've endured a grave ordeal, but are back in the castle now. Rest and recover your strength." Her reassuring words proved short-lived. Without warning, a door at the end of the hall swung inward, revealing Nikolai flanked by a pack of hulking elder werewolves, eyes aglow with malevolent hunger. With them was a graceful, willowy beauty, the lady of the castle. "Mother," Tatiana declared. "Well done, Ileana," Nikolai pronounced before turning his baleful stare upon Bravo. Bravo tried to rise, but he was so weak all he could do was lay back and allow himself to slip out of consciousness. Dragged to the castle's courtyard, they were reunited with a kneeling Andrei, his clothes torn and his lip bloody. "Andrei!" Tatiana cried out in anguish. Nikolai ignored her, focused upon Bravo, now helpless before him. The moon was there, floating just above them, but Bravo couldn't feel it, damn it, now that he wished he could. "You will come to understand soon enough, my dear. Outsiders aren't to be trusted." Ileana's voice was serene, and when she looped her arm around the beastly Nikolai's in a more than motherly gesture, there was an audible gasp from Tatiana. "What is happening here, Mother?" Ileana's tone held a note of meekness. "This is my Alpha. I must obey him." "I can't believe you'd be such a fool." Tatiana's voice dripped with disdain. "Quiet, girl, you've earned a traitor's death as well." Hank could barely make out Nikolai's growling words. In that instant, Andrei wrested one arm free and shoved his captors aside, placing himself between Nikolai and Tatiana. "I won't let you harm her," the brave youth shouted. Nikolai's lip curled with contempt. With one swift slash of his gruesome claw, he cut Andrei down. An unstaunchable flow of blood poured from the young guide as he crumpled, his fluttering eyes seeking Tatiana. He attempted to speak, but his ruined throat would not allow it. In mere seconds he stopped his thrashing, his eyes unseeing. Bravo felt someone had punched him in the gut, and Tatiana screamed, "No, Andrei, my love!" She crawled toward the guide's body, but Nikolai's werewolves blocked her path, amused by her anguish. "It's only because of your mother that you're to be spared the fate of your companions." Nikolai's snarling voice was almost incomprehensible. Bravo roared in fury, trying to surge up from the stony ground to destroy Nikolai despite his weakened state. But the two elder werewolves pinned his limbs with little effort, their claws digging agonizingly into his flesh. Their cruel laughter rang mockingly in his ears. Nikolai ignored Tatiana's weeping over Andrei's corpse, turning his attention back to Bravo. "As for you, we'll prolong your death as long as possible. We shall find out what other secrets you possess." He raised his bloodied claw. But just then, Radu shook off his captors and hurtled forward. The werewolves had not thought their prisoners any threat to them and had not taken their weapons, so the undead knight raised his rusted broadsword to defend his helpless friends and proclaimed, "I sentence you to death, slavering fiend." With a quick, steady hand, Ileana drew a gnarled wand and fired a blast of a malevolent, inky purple energy. The lance of light tore through spectral flesh with devastating effect, a pocket of silver smoke pouring from the wound, and Radu's mouth dropped open, and he took on that incoherent gaze he sometimes assumed and fell like a chopped-down tree, his body frozen and unmoving as a statue. He did not stir. "Damn you!" Bravo cried, seeing his friends killed before him. He tried to rise, but his foolish drinking of the elixir had undone him, sapped his strength. He looked down at his zombie friend. Was he no more? The light in Radu's eyes dulled from their bright blue and then faded to the cold iciness of one long dead. His body's flesh began to rot away. Tatiana wailed at seeing the loyal ghoul collapse beside Andrei's body. Only Bravo's enraged, ragged breaths broke the terrible silence as Nikolai turned his malevolent gaze back upon him. Chapter 29. Civil War. Nikolai's blood-stained claws poised above Bravo's heaving chest, ready to plunge into the helpless man's heart. Tatiana wept bitterly beside Andrei's broken body, while the pack of werewolves looked on with eager, hungry eyes. All seemed lost. Suddenly, the towering oak doors leading to the courtyard burst open with a resounding crack. All heads turned in surprise as Victor strode into the chaotic scene, his piercing gaze taking in everything at once. Flanked by a quartet of his own allies, Nikolai's younger brother moved with confidence through the crowd. Fury blazed in his eyes. His small group looked so meager compared with Nikolai's larger numbers. Victor roared, "Cease this madness at once, brother," every inch of his powerful frame radiating authority. "Your reign of cruelty ends now." Nikolai rose to face the interloper. A guttural snarl escaped his elongated jaws as he turned the full force of his malevolent stare upon Victor. The two elder werewolves locked eyes, ancient simmering rivalries surging to the fore. "You should have fled long ago, brother. There is nothing for you here," Nikolai drawled, his words barely intelligible around the jutting fangs. "But perhaps you wish to beg for scraps from the Alpha's table." The surrounding pack of werewolves fanned out in a loose circle around the brothers. They licked their chops, anticipating fresh bloodshed as the brothers' confrontation unfolded. Victor stood his ground, unflinching before Nikolai's hulking form. "The only madness here is your tyranny and betrayal of our pack's ancient covenants," he declared, voice ringing loud in the silence. "Surrender the Alpha seat and stand trial." Nikolai let out a bone-chilling sound from his fanged jaws, not a roar of fury, but laughter. "Your foolishness rivals your arrogance, dear brother. I now hold dominion here." He turned and seized Tatiana by her hair, wrenching the weeping girl to her feet. "Be grateful I'm a benevolent ruler. I'll spare both your lives if you leave this place at once. Resist me, and I'll tear you both to pieces." Victor tensed. "Unhand her. Have you no shred of mercy or honor left within your festering soul?" Nikolai's fangs flashed as he gave a contemptuous grin. "You always were soft, Victor. Easy prey for those hardened by truth. The truth that power belongs to those with sharpened claws and the will to use them, not lofty ideals. Once I've dealt with you, I'm off to the village to feed. We're going to do it the old way. It'll be a massive banquet the villagers will provide for us, instead of the meager meal our foolish father wished us to have." Around Nikolai, his allies shook with nervous excitement. One panted as a line of drool dripped from his mouth. Another scraped his claw tips against each other, as if readying them for the slaughter of the hapless villagers. "You wish to murder all of the villagers," Victor said. "You've gone mad." Nikolai's eyes took on a feverish intensity. "I'm not mad. I have finally realized my destiny. We won't stop at the village, you fool. We're going to gather all the lesser alphas of Transylvania and band together under my banner, just as the White Wolf did. But unlike that doomed fool, we'll conquer the entire region. No, we'll destroy the Ottomans, supplant them with our own empire." With those shocking words, Nikolai let loose a bone-chilling howl and dropped his sister like a pile of forgotten rags, then launched himself at Victor, his muscular arm drawn back and claws extended. Victor avoided the lethal swipe, pivoting with agility, belying his bulky frame. As Nikolai's razored claws whistled past his throat, Victor seized his brother's outstretched arm and used the brute's own momentum to hurl him sideways. Nikolai crashed onto the flagstones, sending shattered rock flying, but he sprang up unfazed, a furious roar erupting from his throat. Victor circled warily, ducking a wild slash from his enraged brother. All around them chaos erupted, as the opposing forces clashed in a blur of fangs and claws. Victor's rebel werewolves grappled fiercely against Nikolai's larger pack, the courtyard ringing with snarls and pained howls. They moved with such speed, like furry darts or arrows, that Bravo could not track the individual motions. The vicious battle whirled on in a ferocious blur. Victor, in his tumbling battle with Nikolai, rolled close to his sister and whispered, "Go, quickly." Then he was away, locked in a spinning battle with his brother. In the frenzy, Tatiana seized her chance. She grabbed the weakened Bravo, and together they staggered toward a side archway leading out of the courtyard. None of the warring werewolves noticed their slow, limping escape. Nikolai charged Victor again, head lowered like a battering ram. But Victor sidestepped, sending his brother careening into the castle wall. Stone crumbled from the impact. Shaking himself free of the rubble, Nikolai let loose a howl that shook the stronghold to its foundations. At the chilling sound, his pack disengaged from Victor's rebels and turned as one upon their cornered leader. Victor braced himself, eyes blazing defiance as the pack bore down. His allies tried to shield him, but the overwhelming numbers swept them aside. Claws and fangs tore into Victor, shredding his fine robes to ribbons. Yet still he struggled on, lashing out, even as lethal blows rained down. He would not grant them an easy kill. The pack bludgeoned the proud werewolf to his knees where he swayed, lifeblood pooling beneath him. Through the haze of agony, Victor's fading eyes sought his brother's in bitter resignation. Nikolai stared down at him, no hint of mercy in those glowing orbs. "You should have fled when you had the chance, brother," Nikolai pronounced. "Your soft heart has doomed you." Raising his arms high, he slashed Victor viciously across the face, his razor claws laying open cheek to jawbone. Victor collapsed with a weak moan, scarlet streaming into his eyes. Around the fallen rebel, the pack growled in savage glee. Nikolai bared his bloodied fangs. Take this traitor to the dungeons, then root out all the rest of his allies and kill them. He glanced round for his sister and the weakened outsider, and found them gone. He smiled, a thin, cruel thing. When that's done, we'll hunt down my sister and her friend. Howls of savage triumph rose into the night as his followers stalked through the castle's halls. Bravo and Tatiana stumbled through the shadowy castle corridors, weaving unsteadily through less used servants' passageways. They clung to one another for support, both physically and emotionally shattered. Bravo tried to resist. "Take me back. I won't run when Victor is defending me." He stumbled and Tatiana dragged him on. "Come, there's little we can do. We're both done in," she said. It went against his character, but he felt as weak as a crawling babe, and he admitted Tatiana was right. That idiocy with the botched elixir had put a fog over his brain and body that he couldn't seem to escape. He mumbled, "Very well." The sounds of vicious fighting still rang out behind them, echoing through the stronghold's twisting halls, but neither dared look back. Raw survival instinct alone drove them onward, away from the bloody chaos erupting in the courtyard. Up ahead, the corridor ended at an exterior door left propped open. The tantalizing scent of pine needles and moist earth wafted through the portal, a promise of freedom. They limped toward that vault of night sky visible beyond the doorway, but just then Tatiana's anguished wail made Bravo freeze. "André, my love." Her cry was laced with soul-rending grief. She collapsed, sobs racking her body. "I left him there, alone, amongst the monsters." Her feelings, it seemed, had overwhelmed her, which Bravo could understand all too well. Now it was his turn to be the strong one. Heart-clenching, Bravo wrapped her in his trembling arms. "There was nothing to be done," he whispered, as much to convince himself as her. "Come, we cannot stay." He felt half a coward and could see in her tortured eyes the same pain. Yet, there was no time to waste. They passed through the humble door into the freedom offered by the open night sky dotted with stars. Crisp mountain air washed over their tear-streaked faces. For now, the hunting pack's baleful howls were distant, but they both knew that pursuers would come. A three-quarter moon peered between scudding clouds, casting diffused light, but there was no pull and no rush of energy or strength, and it was all Bravo could do to force his unwilling legs into motion once more. Together they staggered down the precipitous trail, leading away from the brooding fortress, relying on moonlight and instinct alone to guide their feet. Chapter 30. Unexpected Allies. Bravo and Tatiana stumbled into the hamlet as the first pale hints of dawn lightened the eastern horizon. Exhausted and bedraggled, they had pressed on through the night, putting as much distance between them and Norilor as their weary bodies could manage. Instinct drew them toward this familiar village nestled in the shelter of the surrounding peaks. They had taken refuge here once before after fleeing the castle. Now they prayed the humble townsfolk might grant them sanctuary once more. The streets and sturdy buildings remained still, the residents yet slumbering. Stalking between cottages and workshops along the deserted lanes, Bravo and Tatiana, with some unspoken agreement, made their way toward the barn on the outskirts where they had hidden previously. Neither of them knew anywhere else they might go. They slipped inside the musty interior just as the rising sun crested the jagged mountain ridges. In the gloom, Tatiana collapsed onto a pile of moldy hay, her tortured sobs beginning anew. Bravo's own battered body screamed for rest, but he forced himself to barricade the barn door before sinking down beside Tatiana. The hay rustled softly as he gathered her quaking form into his arms. She wept, overwhelmed by grief for her beloved André, murdered before her eyes. Bravo held her close, his own heart shattered. They'd also lost noble Radu, the chivalrous knight, never to offer kind words of wisdom again. And the pure-hearted Victor lay dead or tortured in Nikolai's fetid dungeons now. He and Tatiana were well and truly alone to face the gathering darkness. When her anguished weeping faded to soft whimpers, Tatiana remained curled tight in Bravo's embrace, seeking solace. "I'm so sorry, my dear," he whispered hoarsely. "They were the best of men." Tatiana's breath still hitched. "Only yesterday we all talked and laughed together. Now I am alone." Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Bravo tightened his arms around her trembling shoulders. "Not alone. I still stand beside you. We shall face whatever comes next together." Tatiana peered up at him, violet eyes shimmering with sorrow in the dim light. With a deep, shuddering sigh, she laid her head upon his shoulder, and they held each other in shared grief amidst the musty hay. Exhausted by their ordeal, they slept, unmoving and unnoticed. After many hours, Tatiana finally sat up, which awakened Bravo from his own slumber. She wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and squared her slender shoulders. Grief still haunted her eyes, but determination now hardened her delicate features. "I'm so angry," she declared, "but also so very sad." Bravo nodded in understanding, but it was time to act. "We cannot linger here feeling sorry for ourselves," he stated. "We must take action." Tatiana agreed. He could tell by the determined set of her jaw. "But what possible course can the two of us take? I do not see a way we can fight Nikolai on our own." Bravo had the first faint traces of an idea percolating in his mind, a plan. She must have noticed it dawn on his face because she sat back to study him closer. "What is it?" He spoke while thinking, working it out as he talked. "As you say, Nikolai has the pack wholly in his grip, which is good for us." Tatiana drew herself up, sticking out her chin, and he saw it then, maybe for the first time, the ferocity of her father and the grace of her mother. "You're speaking in riddles. How can it be good for us?" With the first true purpose he'd felt since their harrowing escape, Bravo rose on unsteady joints. He extended a hand down to Tatiana and pulled her to her feet. "I have an idea." The remote mountain valley remained hushed in the pre-dawn stillness. A thin mist clung close to the ground, muffling sound and obscuring vision. Somewhere a lone owl hooted, its call echoing through the peaks and valleys. Crouched behind an abandoned cart with a bad wheel alongside the muddy track, Bravo held himself still, scarcely daring to breathe. His enhanced hearing, dulled though it was by the potion he'd consumed, strained for the approach of what he knew must come. Before long, the steady drumbeat of marching boots resonated up from the valley below. The measured cadence grew louder, accompanied by the jangle of tack and equipment and occasional barked commands. Soon vague human shapes materialized from the swirling mists, a disciplined column of soldiers advancing up the trail. He forced himself to remain hidden a moment longer, watching the procession draw nearer. At the column's head rode a formidable figure astride a massive warhorse, features obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, but Bravo knew that silhouette all too well. As she approached his hiding spot, unaware that he was there, he realized how much he still thought about her. She was on his mind most days, the cleverness in her eyes, the scent of rose and leather and musket smoke. He saw the glint of the sun on the handles of her dual pistols and the hilt of her sword. If this went poorly, he was a dead man. Bravo stepped from cover, putting himself squarely in her horse's path. Soldiers shouted in alarm, raising weapons, but their leader threw up a hand, halting them. Tatiana sidled up next to him. He could almost feel her quivering. "Bella Blackthorn," Bravo called. "Here stands your quarry, unarmed." The company of soldiers reacted well, sergeants barking orders that brought rifles from shoulders. The rider dismounted, footsteps deliberate as she approached. Her piercing eyes were cold beneath the hat's broad brim. A platoon of soldiers with bayonets fixed on rifles spread round Hank and Tatiana, eyes hard, barrels leveled. Bella pushed through them. "Hank Bravo," she pronounced. "I knew I was on your trail. You didn't think you could escape me, did you?" Amusement laced her words, yet the twist to her lips held disgust. Bravo stood firm. "The man you knew yet lives beneath the taint of the curse. I come seeking aid, not conflict." He kept his tone calm despite the guns trained on him. Bella's lip curled derisively. "You are a beast wearing a man's flesh. I would do the world a service by putting you down here and now, like the rabid dog you are." Her hands settled on the handles of the matching pistols, holstered at her hip. Tatiana stepped in front of Bravo, folding her arms stubbornly. "Move aside, girl," Bella ordered. "Please, madam, listen to what Monsieur Bravo says. He speaks the truth." Tatiana pleaded. Bravo added his own voice. "Stay your hand, but one moment longer. If some shred of our past alliance still holds meaning, some inkling of the feeling you once held for me lingers, please hear my plea." Bella hesitated, eyes uncompromising as granite. Then she nodded once, stiffly. "You have 1 minute before I end your unnatural existence." Her fingers still rested on the pistol grips. Bravo spoke quickly, describing Nikolai and his cruel, bloody ways. He told Bella about how Nikolai would likely come to destroy the village once he'd finished his coup at the castle. These people are nothing more than cattle to him. He will slaughter them without mercy. He is a powerful elder werewolf and leads a pack of others who are nearly as strong. His goal is to band together all the alphas of Transylvania, forming one massive pack, and take over the entire region. He spoke of overthrowing the Ottomans. Bella's soldiers reacted with shock. Many began murmuring to each other with unease. She eyed Hank with skepticism. "And what do you think of that? You're one of them now, Bravo. Won't you just join up? Aren't they your allies?" Hank shook his head. "I'd never allow the slaughter of innocents if I could stop it. I'll fight them to the death." Bella was silent, stone-faced. The horses and soldiers remained still as statues, awaiting her command. At last she spoke, eyes glacial. "Even should I believe your tale, allying with a cursed creature is out of the question. I shall never consort with demons." "I'm no demon. And don't you see? Your arrival is providence. Together we can prevent further atrocities and free this land from his cruelty." He clasped his hands together, as if a prisoner or in the attitude of one who was praying. "Afterward, if you still view me as monstrous, I will surrender myself to your judgment without resistance." She drew her pistols, as smooth and steady as ever, as cold as a sheet of ice. "Your 1 minute has passed. It is time for you to meet oblivion, beast." Bravo eased Tatiana aside, despite her protest. "I would not see you harmed, Tatiana." He dropped to his knees, head bowed. "If my life will satisfy you, I relinquish it freely as penance for what I have become. However, know that you are destroying a man who is little changed from the one you once knew. It is true I labor under a bestial curse, but I still fight for what is good and right in this world." He looked up. If she was going to kill him, it would be while looking into his eyes. Bella hesitated, the barrels inches from his down-turned face. Her duty demanded she pull the trigger, yet doubt stayed her hand. This pathetic creature still held echoes of the righteous man she once knew. Cursing under her breath, she lowered the silver barrels. "Damn you, Hank," she muttered. Her expression hardened once more. "I will compromise my principles just this once, if doing so will spare innocent lives." Bravo slumped in relief and profound gratitude. "Bless you, Bella." Her mouth twisted wryly. "Do not mistake pragmatism for compassion. The moment your monstrous nature reveals itself, our tenuous truce ends." "I understand. Still, thank you." He was light as a feather as he hopped to his feet. She gave him a twisted smile. "Now what is your plan, Bravo? You always have one rattling around in that brain of yours." Chapter 31. Plans. Tatiana walked purposefully to the village hall. Still gripped by grief, her stride spoke of firm resolve. Inside, wary villagers huddled together, watching her. Tension hung over the hall like a knife's edge. She explained the situation with candor, which Bravo admired, speaking of her father's illness and her brother's quarrels. She admitted her father had been hard on the village but fair, and most seemed to agree. "I aim to see a partnership form between the Magi and this village, which has tirelessly looked after the inhabitants of Norilor Castle for so many years. We owe this place a debt, and I will see it paid." There were many unreadable looks shared between the people of the village, and it was hard to know on those grim faces what they believed. "I come from Norilor, so I understand if you find it difficult to trust me, but I always keep my word." "What do you want, girl?" asked a nearly toothless old man. "She wants us to die for her family squabbles," yelled another, the village butcher, a man known as bristly but fair. She raised a hand to acknowledge the butcher's comments. "I can't deny it. I ask for your help. But not just to help me. I'm asking you to aid yourselves." There were many nods and some whispers. Bravo felt a shift in the mood, though he couldn't discern which way it was leaning, since the discussion was in the local tongue. How he missed his staunch companion, the zombie knight Radu, who would have explained the proceedings to him. Tatiana finished the story of the warring brothers, of Nikolai's mad plan to unite all the werewolves of Transylvania, and the perilous position they were in with the lack of the elixir. She took a deep breath. She had never considered herself brave. In fact, she'd avoided falling prey to her more feral blood with its aggressive tendencies, working hard to maintain a kind nature. Yet now she must be a leader. Could she do it? And could she remain who she was? She knew she must do some hard things in the days ahead, and she hoped she had the strength inside her to do them. She cleared her throat, then pronounced, voice ringing with authority, "There will be no more sacrifices of your children, no more servitude and threats from those you call lords. There will be no more lords at all. We'll work together as a community." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Tatiana raised a hand for silence. "But I want you to know this fight will require ample sacrifice and courage. Those able must take up arms for the sake of your sons and daughters." This had been part of Bravo's plan. He knew that even with Bella's soldiers, there wouldn't be enough strength to defeat the dreaded pack of werewolves Nikolai would bring to the conflict. They'd need more help. The villagers must defend themselves if they wished to live. By the time she finished, even the most skeptical gazes now shone with tentative hope. The first person to rise was Andrei's mother, and Tatiana held on to her reserve, not weeping because she knew she'd lose some of them if she did. These were hard people who lived in a harsh place. She must show them she had the same iron in her veins. Andrei's mother had more reason than most to despise Tatiana and her family. She could create discord easily enough with her next words. Instead, she spoke simply, her eyes red with sorrow. "I'll stand with you just as my Andrei would have." Another stood, and then another, a dozen more. Soon, all were standing and pledging their support. The village teemed with purpose it had not known for years. Even the humblest folk rallied together, united by Tatiana's words. They weren't sure how much time they had before the battle that would surely come. They weren't even sure where the battle would occur, so they made two plans. The first one involved using their forces to attack Norilor Castle, using the underground passages and other methods to get inside the walls, though Bravo had his doubts about whether this plan could succeed. The second strategy assumed Nikolai would come to the village and attack. To Bravo, this was the most likely scenario. So they put people to work building defenses, starting with simple palisades with spikes on the top to protect the side of the village which faced the keep. They boarded up the lower windows of the sturdily built stone church and fortified it, expecting that it would be the sanctuary from which they'd mount their last defense if needed. They gathered all the silver in the village, which was a paltry pile, and Tatiana added her own necklace and 2 rings to it, to which several of the old women tasked with collecting the jewelry cheered, holding Tatiana's arm up and shaking it while they grinned, and she was proud to be with them, to be considered one of them. A burly, balding blacksmith with a curly, thick mustache melted the silver, then turned out simple, sharp weapon points, which were affixed to the top of stout branches cut from the trees and whittled down to be passable if rough-hewn spears. Bella's soldiers went to work as well, training villagers in simple fighting techniques. Those who weren't equipped with the silver-tipped spears used farming implements and other tools. They placed several youths who were adept hunters on high ground outside the village, setting up large signal fires meant to be lit when they spotted the enemy. When they had various work parties industriously at work on preparations, Bravo drew Bella and a few of her officers, along with Tatiana, to a shaded clearing near a copse of trees to plan. Bravo gave his recommendation. "Though they may attack us here tonight, I suggest we take the initiative if they do not, and attack them tomorrow at Norilor, or better yet, draw them out to a field of our choosing. I don't like the idea of trying to storm the walls. We're already going to be facing a formidable foe without also trying to deal with the fortress defenses." "What is the enemy's strength?" Bella asked, as always, cutting straight to the point. Bravo watched her eyes when she spoke. She had a bright, quick mind, and her expressive eyes often danced and glittered as she thought and conversed. She also had a way of speaking in a husky, breathy voice that Bravo realized he'd missed since they went their separate ways so many years ago. Bravo shook himself, pulling his mind free from the womanly enchantments of the person who'd likely put a silver bullet in his heart one day soon. He needed to focus and chided himself for letting Bella's presence ruin his concentration. Tatiana, in the meantime, replied to Bella's question. I'm not positive who is siding with Nikolai, who stands with my brother Victor, and who remains neutral, but there are 12 elder werewolves and a half-dozen sorcerers among the Magi, and 20 more soldiers and servants, some of whom are also werewolves. Bella's tone clearly was skeptical. Werewolves don't gather in such large numbers. They don't get along when their packs get too large. It was true, it was a primary reason werewolves weren't more common in the world. In small packs, they were easier to hunt. Tatiana nodded reluctantly. The Magi pack is unusual. My father's elixir allows... She paused. Bella did not yet know Tatiana was a werewolf, and Bravo could sense the young woman's reluctance to admit it. Those with the wolf blood to control their baser drives, should they choose to do so. The wolf blood? Bella asked. Yes, it's what we call those who are werewolves. Bella smirked, but it wasn't friendly. I call them hellspawn. Tatiana handled the dig with courtesy. Well, Miss Blackthorn, I've grown up with them, and not found any greater evil in them than in normal women and men. Bella's frown was thoughtful, and Bravo could have kissed Tatiana at that moment. Any shades of doubt they could put in the hunter's mind might give Bravo more slack in the rope that she was giving him. Tatiana continued, As I was saying, my father has forged them into a larger group than normal, with none of the typical infighting or competition for the alpha spot that often leads to culling of normal packs, or so I'm told. You're told right, girl, and if your brother gave that control to all the packs in the world, it'd be dangerous for the rest of us. Bella's tone held more than an edge of tension. Perhaps if we take back control of the castle, we'll make a pact to keep the knowledge of the elixir to a select few? Tatiana's statement was more of a question. Bella was a tough customer. Yes, that would be acceptable, as long as you can be trusted. Tatiana moved on. Sure, there was no chance she could convince Bella she was a woman of her word without building a stockpile of trust first. If we time the attack for dawn, most werewolves will be inactive. A stealthy attack may catch them off balance. Bella countered with, yes. Smart. Dawn or a couple of hours after. I've found midday a good time to strike werewolves. Tatiana showed some grit in response. Well, the timing can be up to you, but I would recommend we give ourselves as much daylight as possible so that we aren't still fighting when night falls. Bella conceded this point with a nod. Dawn it is. Bravo traced a fingernail in the dirt, marking the castle's overlapping courtyards and spiraling towers in miniature. What if we used the underground caverns to gain entry? They know about them now, Tatiana replied. They continued their discussion of the merits of various plans throughout the afternoon, and Bravo enjoyed the martial order of it, the stratagem and tactics. He'd always loved the ruthless efficiency Bella had when working out such ventures, and Tatiana had a skillful mind as well. Modestly, he admitted that his own additions were not half bad either, and once or twice Bella smiled at him before she remembered she would most likely be forced to kill him within the next few days. Still, the biggest concern was whether to attack the castle or to defend. They discussed armaments and weaknesses in the castle fortifications. Bravo advised they secure the armory first to gain weapons and cut off that resource if they did indeed end up storming the sturdy walls of Norilor. In the end, Bella proposed using a series of explosions along the walls to open up lanes of attack and to surprise and confuse the defenders. We'll blow several sections of the wall, but only attack in 2 or 3 locations where our forces can coordinate and support each other. Hank loved this idea. That was the thing about castles and other fortifications. As Napoleon and others had shown, modern weaponry, driven by the powerful nature of gunpowder, could neutralize many of their benefits. The others also agreed that Bella's plan could work. She gave orders for her soldiers to make explosive satchels, and one officer departed to see to it. As they wound down, Tatiana mentioned with some hope, "My brother Victor may provide help from within if he still lives." Bravo didn't have the heart to tell her that this was quite unlikely. During a moment of refreshment, Bella wandered off to see to some details, and Bravo caught her on the way back. She locked eyes with him, holding her chin high. Her fierce beauty still took his breath away, and he swallowed hard. "Who are these soldiers who are with you, Bella?" "They're Moldavians, Wallachians, Transylvanians. From the Balkans, some of them. The Turks don't do their own fighting here. Their empire is too large, so most of the soldiering is done by regional armies, under Ottoman jurisdiction. They weren't hard to hire and cost about half of what they would have in the United States. "Are you sure they can be trusted?" he asked, casting a sidelong glance at a cluster of them resting near some trees. "I'm not sure I can trust anyone, but they've performed well so far, and I have a writ from one of their governors granting me power as a local magistrate. They were most grateful when I said I could help cull the local pest population." She forgot herself for a second and added, "Some say, bravo, that many of the things we've been hunting for years originated here, vampires, for example." "Really, that is incredible. Maybe if we kill some of the masters, we might have an actual shot at controlling the population." "Using the word we is a mighty big stretch right now, Bravo." He smiled sadly, and then drew out the letter, carefully unfolding and smoothing it. "What is that wretched thing?" she asked. He held it gently as if afraid it might tear. "Your last letter to me. It's been like a guidepost, reminding me who I am, even in my darkest moments." Her eyes showed vulnerability for just a moment. It held for less than the time it took her to blink, and then it was gone. "Would make a good fire starter." She growled and marched back to where the others had resumed planning. Chapter 32. The Mushy Center. When they had finished planning for the next day's assault, Bravo drew Tatiana aside to a secluded glen and proclaimed, "There must be more to controlling this wolf blood than magic potions." Tatiana agreed. "You're correct, of course. I have very little experience with this, but I know the principles. They closely align with my own magical knowledge." Bravo's eyebrow shot up. "You speak of magic spells?" "No. I refer to preparing yourself, to achieving a state of control over your mind. Once you have achieved this state, you can do anything." Bravo flexed his arm and showed her the corded muscle. "I've always had a will of iron and a body to match. I alone am the master of my destiny and in control of my actions." "This isn't a barroom brawl, monsieur, or a contest of who can lift the heaviest stone. You cannot resist the curse through willpower alone," she said gently. "You must find balance within yourself, instead of only trying to suppress the beast." She instructed him to sit straight-backed and close his eyes. Speaking calmly, she urged him to visualize his breath flowing in and out like ocean waves. "Find your center, a place of stillness that resides deep inside." Bravo grasped her wrist urgently. "But that's where the monster lurks, in the deep recesses of my mind." "Calm yourself. The beast feeds on your fear and anger. You must control the beast. It does not control you." Though dubious, Bravo tried to follow her guidance. After much struggle, he found a few fleeting moments of equilibrium. It was mostly a frustrating experience, as he considered himself a man of action. And these attempts at introspection and control seemed a waste of time, though he was grateful to her for the effort and glad to make some progress, even if it was minuscule. There are places in the Asiatics, among the Chinese and the Japanese, the people of Tibet and the Hindi, they say, where monks learn to control every part of their bodies completely. She told him, and this got his attention. After all, the Asians were well known as people who were mystical and aware of higher spiritual planes than most. He promised her he would continue to try this mental mastery. As she turned away, he stopped her with a gentle hand on her wrist. "You've impressed me today, Tatiana." She blushed. "Thank you. We will need you during the battle, all of you." She bit at her lip, eyes narrowing. "What do you mean?" "You have the wolf blood. You are Akiva's daughter. We're going to need that strength." Balking, she looked at the ground, once again that energetic, yet unsure of herself maiden he'd met at the castle. He added, "You are strong. You've already shown it by what you've done here today. You saved me with Bella this morning. You convinced the villagers to fight. You were instrumental in the tactical planning of the attack. When it comes time to fight, fight." Her lower lip trembled, and he knew she was thinking of Andre, the poor young man. He saw resolve flare to life in her eyes, and her back straightened. "I will do the best I can." "I know you will," he said. As the day waned and the shadows mingled with the golden glow of twilight that ended quickly in these high mountains, Bella appeared in the company of several of her most dangerous-looking soldiers, each brandishing silver blades and guns. She scowled at Bravo, which only made her prettier. She was damned beautiful when she was driven, her eyes like the stormy green sea he crossed to embark upon the path fate had for him. Night falls. I would see if you truly are man or beast, Hank. Her tone allowed no refusal. Their frail alliance hung by a thread. What do you mean, Bella? He asked. There will be a strong moon tonight. I want to see if you truly can control yourself, or if you are a slave to the will of the monster inside of you. Bravo swallowed hard. He had deceived her slightly by not telling her of the few times he lost control. She grinned with dangerous intent, as if already aware of his secret, and drew her fine brace of pistols. She always carried two, and his guess was they were both armed with a silver ball and enough powder to drive them right through his heart. Night fell and the villagers went back to their homes to eat and prepare for the upcoming fight. The plan was to leave just before dawn and attack while the werewolves were the weakest. The moon rose, its pale light illuminating Bravo's rigid form. He closed his eyes, fighting back panic as sweat beaded his brow. Tatiana, who had come to talk with him before realizing the tension of the situation, now grasped his trembling hand. Peace, stillness, she told him, reminding him of her earlier instruction. Seconds stretched to agonizing minutes as the waning moon gradually crested overhead, large in the sky like a giant lantern. Still, Bravo stood unchanged. He thought maybe the elixir had robbed him of the ability to feel the wolf blood at all, and he wasn't sure if that was a blessing or a curse, but right now it kept him alive, and for that he was grateful. Finally, Bella gave a begrudging nod and put away her pistols. Bravo took a deep breath and grinned. He had proven himself for this night at least. As partners in business and in life, they'd been very competitive, Bella and he, and it felt like he'd gotten the better of her for once. Bella cut Hank's thoughts short as she declared to her comrades with a bloodthirsty grin, "I won't be getting a new wolf's pelt for my front entry quite yet." Raw laughter from her gang of killers washed over him. Was she still there? The woman he'd loved and who'd loved him? He tried to reach out. "I'm very sorry that I refused your offer of a better life. I wish now I'd stayed with you," he told her. Her eyes reacted as if struck. Pain. A minor tremor rippled through her frame. Gone in the blink of an eye, her face hardened. "Maybe we'll get to skin him tomorrow night, boys," she snarled. She marshaled her forces with a wave of her hand, and along with her cutthroats, marched away. Now it was Hank's turn to flinch. He'd been a fool to hurt her. He should have found some method to compromise, negotiated some arrangement that would have allowed them to stay together. Considering her final words, he wondered, would it be this way every night, her testing his control? Well, if so. One night down. Bravo frowned, thinking himself a male Scheherazade. Did he have 1,000 more nights of proving himself ahead? Tatiana gave him a quick light hug, standing on the tips of her toes and her curly copper locks bouncing. "Well, our alliance will hold for this night." Watching the retreating mercenary that had once been his love, Bravo nodded. "Yes, for this night at least." A gong startled them both and they jumped. It took Bravo a moment to understand what he was hearing, but Tatiana knew right away. The village church bells are tolling. Chapter 33. The Bell Tower. Bravo and Tatiana rushed by startled soldiers, hurrying towards the church. Bravo was looking to the hills. None of their signal fires were burning. They must not be under attack, unless the werewolves had stealthily done away with the youths who'd been set to watch for their approach. As the pair passed, Bella asked, "What is it?" In answer, they shook their heads and continued to where they could see up into the bell tower. There, in the stony cupola set against the black velvet of the night sky, they made out a hunched figure yanking the ropes of the massive iron bell. The being's luminous eyes focused on the task at hand, while ancient armor shifted with each movement. "Rouse from your beds! The wolves are coming!" The figure in the tower shouted, and large blue orbs turned to look down into the village. "It can't be," Tatiana gasped. "Radu!" Bravo felt it a miracle, yet still he caught the note of alarm in his friend's voice, and soon the content of the zombie knight's words trickled in, and understanding dawned upon him. He bellowed along with Radu, "To arms, come to the village square, the werewolves are approaching." With a last heave, the ghostly knight set the bell, swinging wildly. Its piercing peals rang out into the still night, shattering the deathly silence smothering the valley. Folk slumbering in cottages roused in alarm at the cacophonous tolling. Several chickens squawked in their roosts and lights popped on in the cottages. And then, from out of a clear sky, a purple-tinged lightning bolt shot down and smashed into the bell tower in an explosion of sparks and fire, and the unfortunate zombie knight shot out of the tower, body encircled by purplish aftershocks of the bolt, then crashed down through a barn roof near the church, shrieking the entire time he fell. "Radu," Bravo said, hoping his indomitable friend was still alive, or still undead. He wasn't sure what the proper vernacular was for such a being. "That insidious bolt was Mother's sorcery," Tatiana gestured at the purple flames that engulfed the church's tower. "I must see if my friend has been harmed," Bravo said. Just in sight of the village, hulking inhuman shapes stalked through drifting mist. At their head marched the imposing form of Nikolai, fur bristling and limbs swollen with the fury of the wolf's blood. The bright lunar light gleamed off vicious claws, and elongated fangs bared in anticipation of the violence to come. A guttural snarl rumbled deep in Nikolai's barrel chest as malevolent yellow eyes fixed on the valley ahead. Behind the werewolf leader crept Lady Ilyana and a pair of dark sorcerers, wraith-like in their cloaked robes. As the first peal of the bell's tolling alarm had disturbed the still night air, Nikolai threw back his head, bloodlust roused. His bone-chilling howl of hunger carried far, echoed by the pack of elder werewolves pacing eagerly, ready to charge. As the distant church bells continued their desperate knells, Nikolai turned to his forces with a twisted grin. "The cattle know the wolves are circling. Their feeble warnings will not save them." With that, he dropped to all fours and broke into a bounding run, leading the stampede of werewolves toward the valley and their defenseless prey. The deadly hunt had begun. Inside the village, Bella and her officers were marshalling the soldiers into skirmish lines, the men buttoning up jackets and fastening shako caps, loading muskets and affixing silver bayonets. Bleary-eyed villagers also appeared, and soldiers routed them into a semblance of a formation. Many clearly could not believe this was happening. From just outside the village, a long, eerie howl arose, the sound like the scrape of an iron nail on glass. Others answered, seemingly from all sides. A chill ran from Bravo's toes to his neck, and his hair stood on end. Deep in his throat, the wolf blood strummed at him once, much like a musician testing its chords. From his vantage, he could just see the fields of pastureland. Soon, hulking shapes loped into view, shambling and graceful under the golden moon. Chaos erupted as the werewolves bounded into the village outskirts, Nikolai leading the charge with fangs bared. Musket shots cracked out in panicked volleys as soldiers tried to halt the onslaught. The hulking beast shrugged off bullet wounds, adrenaline and bloodlust numbing any pain. Villagers fled screaming in all directions, desperate to escape the nightmare erupting in their midst. Mothers scooped up wailing children, old men hobbled on canes as fast as their aged legs could manage. Livestock bellowed in their pens, picking up the panic. The village leaders shepherded the villagers towards the church's protection, though the tower was still ablaze with purple fire. A squad of disciplined but unsettled soldiers formed a line, bayonets glinting in the moonlight. Their wavering commander shouted for them to stand firm and fire in unison on his mark. But before the officer gave the order, the werewolves were upon them. Nikolai barreled into the soldiers, shattering fragile human bones, sending his enemies flying like rag dolls. In an instant, the formation disintegrated into chaos. Lightning and fireballs fell on the village, catching buildings on fire and hurling defenders to the ground, burned and dying, as Ilyana and her pair of evil followers unleashed their magic. Bella, with her expert eye, drew a bead on one of them and shot the sorcerer through the chest with a ball from her pistol, killing her, though Bravo was disappointed to see it was not Ilyana. Bravo strode through the melee, sword drawn as he sought enemies to engage. Though still trapped in human form, he would not shrink from defending the innocent against the werewolves' onslaught. It was morbidly amusing how naked he felt without his wolf blood, as if he'd forgotten the many years he spent killing monsters as a man. A lean werewolf pinned a young villager, jaws poised to tear out his throat. With a roar, Bravo charged and buried his blade into its shaggy flank. The wolf yelped in pain, turning its fury on this new foe. Bravo barely evaded the snapping jaws, his weakened reflexes a fraction slow. He battled fiercely despite lacking his full strength, buying time for villagers to flee. But he knew the hulking elder werewolves outmatched him. Soon, his all-too-human blood would stain the ground like the rest. Suddenly, the ghostly Radu came hurtling out of the night to stand shoulder to shoulder with his embattled friend, his body still smoking from his recent kiss from a mystically delivered lightning bolt. The knight's rusted blade whacked the beast that Bravo fought on the shoulder, and the thing yelped in pain and fell back among its packmates. Radu let out a furious battle cry and leapt among the enemy, the elder wolves recoiling from the fearless zombie with his burning blue eyes. Together, Bravo and Radu turned the tide momentarily, driving the werewolves back to regroup. But more beasts soon joined the fray while Bella's beleaguered forces continued to fall. Bravo and Radu found themselves encircled by the tenacious pack, a whirling wall of razor-like claws and needle-sharp teeth. Radu's armor clanged as he took blow after blow meant for his vulnerable friend. "Why have you not become a werewolf, Tovarish? We need to meet their beasts with beasts of our own, Hank," Radu implored over the snarls. "It is our only hope." Bravo shook his head, even as he narrowly avoided another attack. "The elixir has locked it deep inside. I cannot reach it." Radu's eyes burned. "I do not understand all of what you say, but I have faith that you're still a raving lunatic under that calm exterior." Bravo smiled at his friend's unintentionally delivered insult, naively meant to be encouragement. He'd missed Radu. In other places, the fighting was not going well for the defenders. Despite the soldiers' and stout villagers' valiant resistance, the battle was turning into a rout. Their bayonets, sabers, and various improvised weapons proved useless against the hulking elder werewolves. Barely piercing their coarse fur and thick hides, musket balls fired in hasty volleys seemed only to further enrage the rampaging beasts, much like being set upon by a swarm of bees. Bella shouted orders for the militia to fall back and regroup, but panic had set in, and the chain of command was lost. A unit of fleeing soldiers threw down their weapons, scrambling for the main road out of the village. A pursuing werewolf pounced with bone-crunching force on those panicked cowards, goring men with long gouges of its unstoppable claws. Seeing the slaughter, Bravo was racked with agony. Here he was, a legendary hunter and protector of humanity. Yet now, with no way to reach the beast's curse in his blood, he was impotent against the fierce enemies who attacked them. He slashed and stabbed, with slowly flagging strength as the battle raged on. All around him the screams of the dying carried through the smoke-filled air. The soldiers' musket volleys grew ever more sporadic, as men fell beneath the werewolves' relentless onslaught. Bella's stern commands took on a desperate, almost pleading edge as she gave ground, her forces in disarray, and the village centre breached. Despair crept into her eyes, mirrored in the faces of the few remaining villagers who huddled together, trapped. And then Bravo knew all was lost when an ear-splitting howl announced another wave of werewolves bounding into the fray. Apparently, the Alpha Nikolai had held some portion of his forces in reserve, but now that he smelled victory, he'd ordered them into the fray ready to quash the resistance mounted against him. Bravo turned to glimpse Nikolai leading this new pack, muzzle wet with dark stains. There would be no escape from this large, combined pack. There was no one left to continue the fight. The human defenders were spent, their willingness to fight drained. Chapter 34. Mano a Mano. Bravo roared in defiance, charging heedlessly into the press of enemies. If this was his end, he would face it with his sword drawn. Behind him, the stalwart Radu moved to his side, ready to shield his friend from the next attack, despite the futility. Amidst the ring of werewolves encroaching, a lithe figure with copper curls suddenly darted forward. Tatiana threw back her cloak as she rushed to interpose herself between Nikolai's slavering pack and the defenders. The pale moonlight washed across her uncertain yet resolute face. Nikolai chuffed dismissively at the sight. "Come to beg for your people's lives, little sister. They sealed their fate when they sided with you and your weak allies." He grinned, baring dripping fangs. "No, I'm here to stop you," Tatiana pronounced. She closed her eyes, delving into her long-restrained ancient power, both wolf and mystic. She embraced her lycanthropic instincts fully, feeling strength and sinew surge within her slender frame. But unlike the frenzied beast she battled, her transformation remained guided by focus and force of will, for her magical essence, which she'd inherited from her mother, entwined with the raw might of her wolf blood, creating a synchrony few could achieve. As sleek fur rippled across her skin and her mouth stretched into a powerful muzzle with vicious fangs, blue-white energy also crackled between her fingers where her dagger-like claws erupted. The twin wells of magic and primal fury within her rose in harmony at her call. When Tatiana opened her violet eyes once more, they blazed with ferocious purpose. She swelled into a magnificent wolf, fur the color of copper, radiating power restrained but terrible in its potential. Her roar of challenge seemed to shake the mountain slopes, silencing all else. The elder werewolves recoiled, unnerved by this unnatural hybrid creature, but Nikolai merely growled, readying to pounce. Tatiana struck first, crossing the space between them in a flash. Her claws raked Nikolai's chest, leaving smoldering furrows as the mystical energy channeled through her lupine limbs scorched his flesh. As Nikolai reeled, Tatiana turned upon the other werewolves, her dual wolf and magical essence making her a whirlwind. Each swipe of her claws or snap of her jaws released concussive bursts that hurled the beasts back. One that retreated out of her reach, she lit a flame with a gesture, fur blackening as it became a howling torch. Spinning away from the chaos, Bravo was astonished to witness Tatiana single-handedly turning the tide. Never had he imagined she harbored such astounding power. But now that it was unleashed, it was a sight of awe-inspiring terror. A renewed battle raged as Tatiana, transformed into a mystical wolf, ripped through the pack's ranks. Each slash of her claws unleashed potent magical energy, sending werewolves flying. Watching Tatiana dominate where he had failed ignited a fire within Bravo. If she could master the wild blood, so too could he. He focused inward with furious intensity, straining to reach the slumbering creature whose power might save them all. But the elixir continued blocking his connection to the primal source. The more desperately he grasped, the further it retreated. Bravo fell to his knees, roaring his frustration. Nearby, Bella battled against impossible odds, step by step, forced to give ground. A hulking werewolf lunged, claws tearing through her flank. She cried out hoarsely, struggling to lift her blade. The sight ignited an explosion within Bravo. He would not lose Bella. With a vengeful scream, he turned inward with all his spirit, ripped through the elixir's barricade, and seized hold of the slumbering wolf within. Infernal heat flooded his veins, bone and sinew cracking and reforming. Coarse hair erupted across twisted limbs. Razored claws extended as muscles swelled with uncanny power. Bravo threw his head back, his cry morphing to a baleful howl. The sound was fury and anguish, defiance and conquest. He had breached the inner sanctum at last and unleashed the beast. With hooked claws, Bravo caught the werewolf's follow-up blow, arresting its deadly force inches from Bella's face. Her eyes widened in shock as this monster, no longer a man, yet somehow still Hank, turned the tide of the attack aside with one powerful arm. A swipe of a claw ripped into the elder wolf's torso, launching the creature across the battle-torn square. Bones shattered from the force, its limp body crashing through a cottage wall to lie still. Bella stared, momentarily stunned, to see Hank transformed into an apex predator. He growled, hunched, but then took a breath. In his eyes, she saw the Hank she knew. Around them, their enemies closed in. She put aside her fear for expediency. Back to back, hunter and hunted turned to face the remaining werewolf horde, united now by a common foe. "We must fight as one," she called, raising her pistols, eyes blazing. As the beasts charged, she and Bravo met them head-on, twin flames battling against the darkness. Meanwhile, Tatiana's dual essences tore through the elder wolves, her ferocity and magic decimating their ranks. Those not flung aside by raw force, her mystical flames consumed with nothing more than a mere gesture from her razor-tipped claws. Yet through the chaos, her predatory gaze remained locked on one figure hanging back, the dark sorceress Ileana. Tatiana had known confronting her mother was inevitable from the moment she embraced her true power. Ileana watched impassively as her daughter easily dismantled the pack's mightiest enforcers. Her arrogance would not allow her to intervene yet, but Tatiana sensed the dark magic simmering around the sorceress, warped by bitterness and spite. This battle was far from over. With a savage twist, Tatiana wrenched the elder wolf locked in her jaws and flung it aside. None remained between her and her treacherous mother. They circled each other amidst the ravaged village square, the air crackling with energy. "You are more your father's daughter than I realized with that tainted blood," Ileana pronounced coldly. "But your grasp of genuine power is like a child playing with fire." Tatiana snarled, fur rippling as the moonlight washed across her lupine form. "Do not mistake my hesitation to attack you for weakness, mother. Surrender now, and you'll live." Her mother laughed with a cruel smile. "You always were a disappointment, child. Now, just as I brought you wailing into this world, I'll remove you from it." Tatiana was unfazed by her mother's words. She gathered herself and spoke calmly. "I take no pleasure in what comes next." Ileana's lip curled. "Your pitiful parlor tricks are nothing against my mastery of the dark arts." She raised her arms, shadows coalescing around her fingertips. "Now, daughter, witness true power." With serpentine speed, Ileana thrust her palms forward, unleashing twin roiling beams of a grimy, purple-hued energy. The focused darkness slammed into Tatiana like a raging bull, hurling her back into a smoldering heap. Agony flared through the young woman's body. Slowly rising, Tatiana gestured, calling on her own powers to shield against another assault, forming a copper-tinted octagonal sphere of a glass-like material that hovered in front of her. But Ileana had vanished, using the sorceress attack to cloak her escape. Tatiana's wolf senses searched desperately for her mother, wondering if perhaps the evil sorceress had escaped in some magical portal, but she thought better of that idea. Her mother would never run and be thought a coward. She had too much pride. Continuing to scan her surroundings, she glimpsed a magical veil her mother was using to cloak herself, while sliding into a flanking position from which she could deliver a lethal blow to Tatiana's side. Spinning with fangs bared, Tatiana deflected at the last possible moment. The bolt of dark power Ileana hurled at her. The magical beam glanced off Tatiana's warding aura, crashing into a cottage and demolishing it. "Impressive, daughter, but can you withstand a true taste of death's embrace?" Ileana hissed. She contorted her hands in elaborate gestures, the air crackling around her. A ring of glowing, sinister sigils manifested around Tatiana, sealing her in place. She felt the oxygen sucked from the air, an icy void constricting her lungs. Dark tendrils coiled around her wolf's straining form, siphoning life and heat. Summoning her will, Tatiana fought through the all-consuming pain. She focused inward, embracing her magic fully. Wards flared around her, shattering the sigil's hold. Light erupted outward, banishing the tentacles of darkness. Ileana stumbled back, astonishment and rage twisting her features. "No mere dabbling in sorcery should allow you to withstand my strongest death magic." "I have more power than you know," Tatiana said, advancing with a confident stride, energy thrumming through her veins. "Surrender, and I will consider showing you mercy." "Never!" Ileana screamed. The surrounding air warped and cracked. "I'm done playing with you, girl. Prepare to die." A column of cursed flames erupted toward Tatiana, but with a defiant howl, she absorbed the attack through wards channeled by her outstretched palms. The death fire dissipated, scattered by her surging power. Then with blinding speed, Tatiana charged, ripping her mother's life away in one savage blast of wolf jaws and sorceress might entwined. A ghastly eruption of a black, viscous sludge poured from her mother, and Tatiana spat out the foul blood and stood. Panting, she gazed down upon the broken shell that had borne her, saddened by the necessity that brought them to this place. Elsewhere, the battle was turning in favor of the defenders. In part aided by Bravo's return to his wolfish form, Bella's soldiers slowly regained coherent formations. Their volleys of silver-tipped shot finally found purchase in the hides of the rampaging elder wolves. Howls of pain echoed as the beasts retreated. Sensing the tide turning, Nikolai became a whirlwind of death, shredding any human or wolf alike who dared obstruct his crazed rampage. With blood-matted fur and hellish eyes, he seemed a demon incarnate, reveling in the gore his berserker fury produced. Bravo pursued Nikolai's trail of mangled corpses, the red haze of rage descending over his heightened senses. Icy fury and scorching bloodlust consumed all logical thought. Never had the primal savage within felt so unchained. He yearned to rend Nikolai limb from limb, to feast on the tyrant's still pulsing heart. Such visceral hunger was anathema to the man Bravo had been, but in this form, morality held little sway over the frenzied beast now stalking its quarry. Near the wheat fields, they came face to face as Nikolai halted and turned, showing a bloody, mocking grin. "Does the prodigal pup wish to challenge me?" He bared his fangs. "Come then, pretender, let us see who is alpha." With a roar, Bravo lunged, propelled by demonic fury. His charge knocked Nikolai back, the two titanic bodies smashing through a wooden granary in a hailstorm of shattered lumber. Snarling wolves tore and slashed at each other, neither yielding. They traded devastating blows, claws and fangs shredding muscle and sinew down to the bone. Nikolai's punishing strikes carried the force of a battering ram, pulverizing stone and timber around them. But Bravo felt no pain, only relentless, boiling anger. He weathered each crushing impact, returning savage strikes fueled by predatory zeal. Nikolai was the challenger here, overmatched by the berserker rage consuming his opponent. Their duel became a churning maelstrom, hacking and tearing without sparing a thought for defense. Their blood coated the rubble as they passed. Both combatants should have collapsed from gruesome wounds, but still they battled on, defying death through the rush of adrenaline and the frenzied drive to kill their opponent. Nikolai head-butted Bravo with skull-cracking force, attempting to stun him and then pin him for a rending bite. But Bravo twisted like a serpent, reversing their positions and clamping his own jaws onto Nikolai's shoulder, crunching down to the bone. He thrashed his head, shredding flesh. Howling in agony, Nikolai clawed madly. One razor swipe laid Bravo's face open to the bone from brow to jawline. In blinding pain, he recoiled just long enough for Nikolai to drive forward, snapping ribs and raking tangled furrows across his torso. Bravo staggered, one eye destroyed. Nikolai's fangs shot forward to close around his throat, ready to sever arteries and still his heart's frantic rhythm forever. Waning energy drained as the cold void beckoned. But somewhere beneath the savage exterior, the vestiges of a reasoning mind clung to existence. With a defiant roar, Bravo twisted free of those lethal jaws, reversing Nikolai's grip and sinking his own fangs deep. They pierced through fur and arteries, unleashing a torrent of hot liquid. Nikolai thrashed in frenzied death throes, but Bravo clamped his jaws like a steel trap. Only when the struggles slowed to twitches and Nikolai's hulking body went limp did he finally release the mangled throat. Sucking in great gasps, he lifted his blood-stained snout to the indifferent moon in savage triumph. Chapter 35. Wolf-Blood. Bravo staggered through the ravaged village square, coughing at the acrid scent of smoke that still hung thick in the air. All around him, fires raged through collapsed timber buildings. The cobbled streets filled with soldiers and villagers, lying lifeless or writhing in agony. Though the defenders had won the day, the costs had been grievous. His wolf form quaked with power. The primal bloodlust and exhilaration of the wolf still coursed through Bravo's veins, warring with his suppressed humanity. He clutched his head, trying to shut out the screams and the horrible scenes he saw before him, but it invaded his heightened senses, threatening to undo his fragile control. The wolf wanted more, and there was plenty of prey still. Men, women, and children. No, he wouldn't kill innocents. He couldn't remain here, not with all the defenseless wounded. The compulsion to turn his claws and fangs upon the villagers burned within him. Shaking his head wildly, he turned and fled, plunging into the darkened woods outside the village. He had to get away before the last of his restraint shattered. Branches tore at his clothes and fur, but he kept running, putting distance between himself and the battle. But no matter how far or fast his legs pumped, the hunger followed, gnawing relentlessly inside him. He howled into the night, the sound both a defiance and a plea. When would this torment end? Could he ever be just a man again, or would the wolf haunt him till his final breath? Back in the village square, Tatiana, once again transformed back into her human form, wandered numbly through the wounded and the dead, barely seeing the surrounding devastation. Though she had slain her own mother to save the innocent townspeople, the necessity for the act haunted her. She felt utterly alone, wondering if she had any kin left alive. As she mourned those lost to the night's violence, a tear trickled down her ash-smudged cheek. Villagers, many numb to the shock of the events, came out to greet her, and as she walked among them, a small train of women formed and stayed by her side, arm in arm, a boon that was most welcome. On the blood-soaked fringes of the square, the ghostly knight Radu searched methodically for any remaining werewolves who might yet menace the townsfolk, and helped with the rescue of several villagers trapped within burning structures. Though the fighting had ended, Radu was vigilant, the fury sparked by the battle slow to leave his glowing blue eyes. It was his chivalric duty to weed out the enemy forces and aid those who needed his assistance. Bella coordinated the triage and cleanup efforts with crisp efficiency, her commands restoring order to the chaos. But beneath the facade of control, doubt and turmoil roiled within. Had she made the right decision? So many excellent soldiers had perished because of her alliance with the cursed creature Hank had become, and the list of the dead among the innocent villagers was far too long for her to consider the battle a success. Though victory was theirs this day, the butchery enacted by the werewolves could not be so easily forgotten. Still, what would have been the toll if she'd stood aside, or killed Hank before the battle? She was a practical woman and would waste little time crying over her decisions. As the night wore on, Bella felt her thoughts turn increasingly toward the creature Hank had become. She had watched him flee, loping away with his dark eyes pained. Would he regain control of the beast? Or had it already seized permanent dominion? Her hand strayed often to the pistols at her belt. She knew what she must do if the man had lost himself entirely to the wolf. As soon as the dead were gathered in the square, the wounded seen to, she would take to the woods and carry out her grim task. For the good of all, she must put the beast down. Deep in the primeval forest, Bravo crashed through snarled underbrush, bloody furrows gouged across his heaving flanks by clawing branches. But physical pain could not distract from the typhoon of primal fury and hunger threatening to consume his rational mind entirely. He snarled and howled, unable to give voice to the desperate internal battle between man and monster. Some remote part of him knew with dread certainty that if he lingered near the vulnerable villagers, he'd attack them without mercy. So he forced his trembling limbs onward, seeking the small solace of distance. But with each faltering step, he felt his tenuous grip over the voracious wolf spirit slipping further. As the night played out its last dark hours, Bella stared westward, to where the woods swallowed all in shadow. The searches for any straggling lycanthropes had been called off, those in the village convinced they'd defeated or driven them all away. But she knew Bravo remained out there somewhere, perhaps already fully given over to the bloodlust. Her course was obvious. With her pistols loaded with silver bullets and her silver-etched blade upon her hip, she set off alone into the forest to hunt the creature her former ally had become. The moon rose again in those last moments of the night, and it sang a baleful hymn in Bravo's blood, awakening the most bestial urges from where he had desperately tried to bury them. He thrashed and howled, rending gashes in the earth. But the moon was an unrelenting mistress, spurring the wolf blood to a greater frenzy. As the dividing line between man and beast blurred and faded, coherent thought became swallowed entirely by wild instinct. Kill, feed, survive. These insatiable drives echoed through the fractured vestiges of his rational mind. Some primal instinct made Bravo freeze, catching an all-too-familiar scent upon the night breeze: leather, gun oil, rosewater. Bella. Even in the throes of the wolf blood, some part of him responded, dreading the knowledge that one of them must die tonight so the other might live. He tried to hold on to that shred of the man he once was. But the call of the scent of prey overwhelmed all else. He was more beast than Hank now. Bella forged ahead, pistols out and ready, barrels glinting in the spectral moonlight filtering down through twisted branches. She tracked the sporadic trail of bloodied paw prints and claw marks gouged deep in tree bark. Each sign spoke of a monstrous presence, yet she wasn't sure if it was a man resisting his bestial urges or a monster embracing its true nature. She steeled herself for what had to be done should the latter prove true. The remnants of their romantic entanglement could not stay her hand if Bravo was lost entirely to his animal nature. She clenched and unclenched the grips of her pistols, already feeling like a woman on the way to the execution of her true love. They'd been so close once. They would have come together again, she was sure. And she could have worked harder to stay with him. Perhaps if she'd never left him, he would not be locked in the throes of this terrible existence. But shoulds, maybes, and what-ifs were luxuries for another time. For now, she had a job to do. Ahead, her sharp ears detected a heavy body lumbering through the darkness of the dense woods. She slowed, moving in utter silence, relying on the moonlight to guide her steps. The garbled sounds of animal grunting and jaws snapping reached her, accompanied by the sharp scent of the musky beast. Her heart pounded, but her hands remained steady. Bella's scent overwhelmed Bravo. It was pure agony having her so close. It was an overpowering delight. Saliva flooded his jaws, claws curling with anticipation. His rational mind drowned beneath the rising drumbeat of his heart, the lightning-like pulse of his blood. With a roar, he exploded from concealment. He collided with the compact figure in his path, their forms crashing earthward in a tangle of limbs. They slid to a halt, Bella pinned beneath Bravo's hulking frame. Bravo hesitated, peering down through the animal-induced haze at the woman trapped below him. His body pinned her hands, her pistols lay just out of reach. His claws flexed, hovering inches from her throat. Just one quick slash would end it. A guttural snarl built in his throat. He pushed his jaws down close to her throat. He saw a tiny, fluttering pulse under her skin, so minuscule, so precious. He looked into her eyes. Bella. She struggled, her lip bloody, her teeth gritted with the futile effort to work free of his unrelenting grasp. Something in her determined glare called out to his fading humanity. There was also the bite of fear in her eyes. He'd never seen her afraid. He felt shame. With a titanic effort of will, he turned aside, bounding away into the darkness. The beast howled in anguish. It wanted to hunt, had desired that particular soft prey more than anything it had ever wanted. The pull came again, and he whirled towards the woman, could sense her back in the trees. Just as the last vestiges of rational thought sunk beneath the pull of the wolf blood, Bravo felt the pull of the moon lessen ever so slightly, its luminous grip upon his soul weakening. The first heralds of dawn approached. With a prayer that rang out only in spirit, Bravo seized this slimmest of opportunities. He closed his eyes, envisioning himself as a man, embracing all that it meant. He clung to humanity. To be human meant restraint, meant controlling animalistic impulses. He was no child that must give in to every whim, must obey every natural instinct and desire, must clamor and wail until every selfish wish was fulfilled. He was a man. Though the wolf spirit thrashed and raged in protest, Bravo felt his distorted body reshape, claws retracting, bones realigning, ragged fur receding. He collapsed forward onto bloodied hands, every movement agony. But he had done it. He was a man once more. As the grey dawn cautiously extended its reach between the shadowy boles, Bella stalked through the forest. She held her pistols at her waist, primed and cocked, ready to face the lupine monster lurking somewhere ahead. Instead, she drew up short in bewilderment as the trail ended at the slumped, trembling figure of Hank Bravo himself, dressed in tattered rags, his body a twisted mass of half-healed wounds. He peered up at her with sunken, anguished eyes full of torment, but utterly human once more. "I have returned, but I know not for how long," Bravo rasped through cracked lips. "Perhaps it would be better for us all if you killed me." Bella stood paralyzed, pistols lowered and forgotten at her side. She uncocked them and slid them into her leather holsters, tying the rawhide cords that held them in place. She couldn't kill him. Then she stepped forward and grasped Bravo's hand, hauling the shaking man to his feet. Wordlessly, she drew his arm across her shoulders, supporting some of his weight as they began the arduous journey back to the village together. There would be time later to grapple with all that had happened tonight. For now, she was simply grateful beyond words to have her friend return to her from out of the darkness. Epilogue. A motley procession made its way up the winding mountain pass toward the brooding edifice of Norrelor Castle. At its head rode Hank Bravo, astride a muscular bay destrier, his ragged cloak billowing behind him. Flanking him were the stoic, ghostly knight Radu, one hand resting on the pommel of his rusted broadsword, and the formidable monster hunter Bella Blackthorn, twin pistols and a silver sword in its sheath tucked into her belt. Tatiana was also with them, her lovely features schooled into a mask of somber determination. Since awakening her mystical talents in the heat of battle, she could sense the shape of future conflicts to come. But for now she focused only on the task at hand, restoring justice to her family's stronghold so long corrupted. She rode on Neklintit, Andre's spry mountain pony. Behind them followed a platoon of battle-hardened soldiers and a score of simple villagers wielding pitchforks and scythes. Though weary from the arduous trek and from their battle only a day past, they remained vigilant, ready to follow the leaders who had improbably joined forces to defeat the werewolf menace that once held dominion here. As the motley army approached the stronghold's towering iron-banded gates, an uneasy silence greeted them. Bravo exchanged a glance with Bella, who still watched him warily. Much remained unspoken between the two warriors, their alliance now one born of necessity, its bonds fragile. With an ear-rending groan, the gate slowly swung open, but no defending forces awaited them in the gloomy courtyard beyond. Only a handful of servants and guardsmen remained, all with sunken eyes and a gaunt, almost feral cast to their features, hinting at deprivations endured. They showed only resigned acceptance as Tatiana's followers filed past them through the barbican. "Where is Victor?" Tatiana demanded of the blank-faced men. When none replied, she repeated more forcefully, "Take me to my brother at once." With shuffling steps, the tall, vacant-eyed man who'd taken Radu and Bravo to their meal the first night in the castle led them toward the eastern wing and the bedchambers of the ruling family. Bravo kept one hand on the sword sheathed at his hip as they followed the servant through corridors increasingly dilapidated the further they went. Cobwebs draped the ceiling beams, and the air carried a musty chill. All the strength and prosperity of ages past had fled this place. The servant departed with a mute bow, leaving them outside an oak door battered and scarred from what appeared to be violent confrontation. Exchanging an uneasy look with her ragtag followers, Tatiana pushed her way inside. Within the spacious but neglected bedchamber, a figure stood watching the procession arrive from a mullioned window framed by moth-eaten velvet drapes. Though his rich garments were soiled and torn, the man's noble lineage was evident in his proud bearing as he turned to face the group. "Victor!" Tatiana exclaimed, rushing to embrace her only living sibling. The two clung together for a long moment, united in shared grief. Then Tatiana drew back, voice softening. "I'm so glad to find you alive." Victor smiled wanly. "I'm glad to be alive. The servants freed me yesterday." She sat on a nearby chair, then pronounced, "You're the Alpha now. Nikolai is dead." Victor sighed deeply, his dark eyes holding a profound melancholy. "No. The seat of power is yours, dear sister. I make no claim upon it. I wish to study, to learn, to heal with our gifts. It's all I've ever longed to do." Tatiana felt a flush rise in her cheeks. Her, the Alpha? But then she realized, perhaps somewhat immodestly, that she could do it and that she would do her best to rule justly. Still, she couldn't let him off that easily. "You'd leave me all the hard work, eh, Victor?" He smiled at her jest while taking a seat near her. "I'll take the alpha position, but I want you to lead the Magi," she informed him. Scratching the back of his neck, he agreed to her proposal. "Yes, a clever idea. I like that very much." Tatiana blinked back tears, then mastered herself and nodded solemnly. She turned to Bravo and the others. "It is settled, then." Days later, Tatiana assumed leadership of the valley in cooperation with the grateful villagers, as she'd promised. She also bestowed upon Bravo, Radu, and Bella symbolic golden keys to the valley, thanking them for their service. Each of Bella's remaining soldiers earned a golden medal with a wolf's head emblazoned upon it. Tatiana also led Bravo, Bella, and Radu into the cavernous tunnels beneath Norilor one last time, bearing a lantern to light their way. But when they arrived at the alchemical workshop where her father had once labored, Tatiana's shoulders slumped in dismay. The shelves and tables lay barren, every vial and canister emptied of their precious contents. "The elixir is gone, consumed by Nikolai and his inner circle, no doubt," Tatiana pronounced bitterly. She turned to Bravo. "But I vow to recreate it anew, and will send word when I have succeeded." Radu, the light from his enormous eyes like soft blue candles, bent down to look under the cabinet. He tried to pry something loose from underneath, then grabbed his left wrist and pulled it off of his arm, to the astonishment of all watching the incredible act. "What is this?" Bravo asked, his mouth gaped open in shock. Radu knelt, and using the detached arm to give himself longer reach, slid it under the cabinet and pulled out a single dusty vial. "Since Ilyana struck me with that bolt of purple lightning, I've been able to come apart, you might say, yet I retain control of my limbs and can reattach them." "Astonishing," Tatiana observed. Radu, however, seemed more interested in the bit of glass he held in his hand. He wiped it off, then handed it to his companion Bravo. It was a single dose of the magical potion. "The elixir," Tatiana whispered, also seeing the sparks that stirred within the bottle. Bravo turned to her. "I suggest we split this last dose. That will give us both time to find a more permanent solution while we control our werewolf side." Tatiana agreed at once, and they each downed a half of the liquid. Bravo felt nothing right away, which he did not mind in the slightest after his last experience when he'd taken the dose they'd created during their experiments. Only time would tell if it worked. Now they turned to a search among the debris of the lab. It wasn't long before Tatiana's eye was drawn to a weathered scroll stretched flat on a work table, covered in her late father's angular scrawl. As she scanned the arcane formulas and alchemical rites, her eyes went wide with revelation. "These notes, the elixir did not originate here," she whispered. "The knowledge came from the remote mountains of Asia. Your quest has a new direction, Hank." She attempted to hand him the scroll, but Bravo stepped back, shaking his head. "No, I shouldn't take it. Perhaps we could make a copy." "Yes, very good. I'll ask the scholars to do it at once." A day later, it was time for Bravo and the others to depart. During their preparations, he found Bella brushing down her wild-eyed stallion, readying the beast for hard travel ahead. She glanced up guardedly as Bravo approached. He had a moment of weakness and stepped forward to embrace her. But quicker than he could blink, Bella seized his wrist with one hand, while the other held a silver-inlaid dagger against his throat. He froze, eyes downcast to hide the pain her reaction caused. "I guess I shouldn't have done that," he rasped. Bella hesitated, wavering. "I understand how you feel," he said. Bella's face hardened. "Do you? Can you fathom how it feels to discover the man you once cared for is one of the fiends you've devoted your life to destroying?" Bravo kept perfectly still, the dagger point pricking his skin. "I know it must seem a betrayal, but I am still the same man inside, though changed on the outside." He raised his eyes cautiously to meet hers. "I cared for you too, Bella. I still do, though recent events have cast us as enemies." Bella searched his face, her inner struggle playing across her own. Wordlessly, she lowered the blade and released him. As Bravo turned to go, reluctant and heartsick, Bella's hand shot out to grasp his wrist. He looked back, startled. He thought she wanted to say something, but she simply stared into his eyes. Bravo covered her hand with his own. The road ahead is long and with many turns. Our paths may cross again. I doubt it, Hank. The next time I see you, I will probably put a bullet in your heart. Despite her harsh words, he smiled, a thought occurring to him. If we married, you'd be standing in front of a cookpot right now, slaving away, pregnant with our third, I bet. Her own grin answered him. Hardly. Could you imagine me cooking, cleaning, caring for a brood of brats? No, thank you. He felt a sudden bout of melancholy at what might have been. I'm sorry I refused you. Women like Bella Blackthorne don't come along every day. Bella's eyes were like great deep pools that he wished to swim in forever. She was standing so close. She prodded him away with a hard finger. You did me a favor, Henry Bravo. Putting a foot in the stirrup of her horse, she mounted effortlessly. I kill monsters. It's what I'm good at. He tried to touch her hand, but now the ironclad Bella was back. Her horse danced a bit, and she yanked at the reins to show it who was in control. Goodbye, Hank. Her words had a note of finality to them. Without a backward glance, she rode for the castle gate. Crushed by a sudden wave of potent emotion, Bravo leaned against a wooden beam. He opened his mouth to call to her, but no words came out. By the time he finally found his voice, Bella was gone. Tatiana ascended the winding parapets of Norilor as dusk fell over the remote stronghold. Some new sense told her this was not the end, merely the close of one chapter in the shadowed history of these ancient halls. Fresh threats lurked just over the horizon, but she would be ready when destiny called once again. For now, there was much healing and trust to build. The windows were all uncovered now, cleaned, letting light in. It had been one of her first acts, sweeping through the castle with an army of staff, ridding it of cobwebs, dirt, and grime. This would be a place of light now. Distant movement caught her eye. She gazed out at the three lone travelers diminishing into the misty valleys far below. Her newfound friends. Though their roads diverged, she knew their fates remained entwined by blood, magic, and the wheels of time which turned eternally. Their quest was just beginning. With a heavy sigh, she turned and made her way down into the great hall to join her people. The first steps on a new beginning were always the hardest. As his horse trotted along the mountain pass, leading away from Norilor, the stoic zombie Radu at his side, Bravo's thoughts lingered on Bella's conflicted eyes during their last moment together. Perhaps someday they might reconcile, but for now he rode for the mountains of Asia, with his somewhat less than solid companion Radu, who was using his detached hand to scratch an itch on his back. His brother Creed also prowled the streets of some unfortunate city. It was his responsibility to put him down, to stop his killing of the innocents. But where would he finally cross paths with him again? Tibet, eh? I've never heard of such a place, Radu said thoughtfully. Neither have I. I'm sure we'll be very familiar with it and the other lands of mountainous Asia soon enough. We'll find a cure. The zombie knight's eyes beamed with steady confidence. I hope you're right, Sir Radu. Thanks for listening along. This is Book 1 of a 4-book series. If you enjoyed it, let us know what you thought in the comments and subscribe to stay updated on what's new on the channel. You can also pick up a print copy or an ebook on Amazon.